3.1 The challenge of Keynes. Ever since 1936, when John Maynard Keynes, 1883 to 1946, published the General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, there has been controversy over its meaning and its specifies implications for neoclassical theory. To date, it has more or less split non-Marxian economic theory into two branches: microeconomics and macroeconomics. The former deals with the formal structure of neoclassical theory, the latter typically deals with the Keynesian contribution, although this has been changing as we will see in this chapter when we discuss post-Keynesian and new Keynesian economics. Despite the latter developments, non-Marxian economic theory is generally taught today in terms of this split, which began with a text written over 75 years ago. As might be expected, many economists are extremely uncomfortable with this dichotomy. They have labored over the years to synthesize the two parts, an effort sometimes referred to as the neoclassical Keynesian synthesis. Indeed, for some, the very term, neoclassical, means an attempt to shape the traditional classical and the Keynesian contributions into a new form of economic reasoning. This effort began almost as soon as the ink was dry on Keynes' book. In 1937, John Hicks, 1904 to 1989, produced a famous article that offered an explanation of the relationship between Keynes' contribution and the then dominant economic theory, Mr. Keynes and the classics, a suggested interpretation. One since then economists of every political persuasion have offered their explanations. Over the years, some economists have argued that the Keynesian theory provides a devastating critique of neoclassical theory. For them, it is as basic an alternative to neoclassical theory as we argue that Marxian theory is. In contrast, other economists insist that the Keynesian contribution is at best overblown and at worst logically fluid odd. For them, it merely suggests some important but overall minor changes needed by the basic and still quite adequate neoclassical theory. Between these two extremes a middle position has emerged. It is possible to integrate Keynesian and neoclassical theories, Keynesian theory, thereby modifying both somewhat but yielding an enriched and strengthened economics. This middle position has dominated the thinking of most economists since World War II. However, starting in the late 1970s and early 1980s, a sharp defense of the integrity of neoclassical theory against the influence of Keynesian thinking re-emerged in the writings of many leading economists. They attacked Keynesian theory and reaffirmed, with some secondary changes, the neoclassical body of thought, more or less as presented in the previous chapter. Here we will examine the content and implications of the Keynesian critique. First, Keynes introduced into economic theory not only new concepts but also an entirely new and different entry point than we found in neoclassical theory. That, we believe, has been a source of major problems for neoclassical economists these last 75 years. An additional and distinct source of controversy has been Keynes' rejection of a significant portion of neoclassical theory's traditional entry point concepts. Adding some new entry point concepts and rejecting some old neoclassical entry point concepts produced difficulties for and controversies with neoclassical theorists. On the one hand, Keynes accepted the essentialized entry point concepts of given initial endowments of resources and their inherent marginal productivity that were affirmed by traditional neoclassical theory. On the other hand, Keynes profoundly questioned, if he did not reject outright, the usefulness of given human preferences for explaining economic behavior, especially in regard to the supply of savings and labor. Here he seemed to reject the utility side of the neoclassical theory of value. In place of individual utility maximization, he offered a new concept of savings based instead on mass psychology and habit, and he used it to explain the supply of savings. Likewise, Keynes offered a new concept of money wages as based on institutional power and mass psychology, and he used that to determine the supply of labor hours. He also introduced a new idea about what determines the level of investment, the demand for new capital in the form of investment goods. The individual investor and her goals and desires explained the level of investment. Yet this was not a return to the individualist maximization framework of neoclassical economics because Keynes introduced the factor of uncertainty. Investors' attitudes and responses to uncertainty shaped their decisions about the level of their investments and introduced a crucial volatility to that level that had broad economic implications of instability to capitalist economies. Keynes' criticisms of neoclassical theory and the changes he introduced led logically to different explanations of prices, incomes, and employment. Furthermore, save for the individual investor, Keynes also shifted the overall focus of economic thinking by emphasizing mass psychology, habit, and institutional power rather than individual decision-makers maximizing their individual utilities. In other words, Keynes' focus of analysis became the economy as a totality, a structure of relationships that shaped individuals' behaviors. In contrast, neoclassical theory stresses the roles of the individual producers and consumers as shapers of the larger economic structure. This shift in focus contributed to the very different view of the state and its proper relationship to the economy that distinguishes Keynes from neoclassical economists. Why did Keynes challenge and break from neoclassical theory in these ways? Why did he question the utility-based determination of the supply of labor hours, wages, and employment? Why did he question the utility-based determination of the supply of savings, interest rates, and investment? Why did he accept neoclassical theory's assumption of given resources and a given production constraint on the economy? Given Keynes' structuralist approach generally, why did he revert to a humanism only when discussing the individual investor's behavior? Our answers to these questions in the presentation of Keynesian economics they produce begin with some attention to the times in which Keynes taught and wrote. After World War I in Europe, the world economy experienced generally some 12 years of uneven but nonetheless continuous expansion. This growth ended dramatically with the Depression of the 1930s, which ushered in a period of economic decline. The capitalist economies experienced falling prices, incomes, and wealth and rising unemployment. The resulting suffering provoked many to question the existing economic institutions or even the entire system, capitalism, that delivered so much misery. The times imperiled the continuation of capitalism also because of the challenge of the contending Marxian theory, which was advocated by many around the world. Marxism not only explained capitalism as the source of the 1930s economic crisis and its social costs, it also offered an alternative set of social institutions that promised to abolish capitalist crises permanently. Like economists throughout history, Keynes and his writings were provoked in part by the events of the day, in part because some of Keynes' theory was developed before the Great Depression. Nonetheless, Keynes' theory and criticism of neoclassical theory responded to the threat that the Depression presented to capitalism. Broadly, his goal was to save capitalist society from the dangers posed by rising unemployment and falling wealth. He thus offered explanations for developments in the labor and savings and investment markets that differed from those presented by both neoclassical and Marxist theorists. Likewise, his disinterest in questions of scarcity of resources and products likely followed from the fact that huge quantities of productive resources were then sitting idle and not generating outputs. Perhaps most important of all, Keynes' work offered policies to end the Depression and preclude future depressions that would reform but not destroy the crucial institutions of capitalist systems, especially private property and enterprises and only partly regulated markets. This Keynesian contribution is of no minor importance. Keynesian theory and most Keynesians recognize the severe social damage to workers unemployed in and by recessions and depressions. In a sense, their focus on effective demand in their approach reflects not only their object of analysis and policy but also their concern for workers. Unemployed labor is the deep problem of capitalism. Its solution lies in boosting effective demand via state action. 3.2 The neoclassical answer to capitalist recessions. To better understand the Keynesian alternative and solution, we return briefly to the neoclassical explanation for possible economic downturns. Their causes could include 1. Changes in nature, such as a poor harvest due to lack of rain. 2. Changes in resources, such as a growth in labor supply due to newly arrived immigrants or reduced oil reserves. 3. Changes in technology altering commodity production functions. And 4. Changes in institutions, such as individuals acquiring monopoly power in markets or a change in the state's supply of money. Note that neoclassical economics explains economic decline in terms of exogenous events impacting the economic system from outside. For example, a temporary imbalance between the demand for and supply of labor may result from some change in nature. For example, improved rainfall produces an increase in the food supply that lowers the death rate and thereby increases the supply of labor, putting downward pressure on wages. To take another example, wages may fall when legal and illegal immigration increases because of problems in other countries. The existence of a temporary disequilibrium in any market is thus always a distinct possibility. Neoclassical theory treats changes in technology much as it treats changes in physical nature, as exogenous to human beings. For example, newly discovered ways of combining capital and labor to produce output would be treated like improved rainfall, as the gift of a changed nature. The result of an exogenous technical change might be a change in the shape of the demand curve for labor, which becomes more inelastic as capital and labor become poorer substitutes for each other, or a leftward shift of the labor demand curve because of the introduction of a labor-saving innovation in society. In these two cases, employment will grow less rapidly than it would otherwise. Imperfections in markets can arise due to our human nature, and they can produce temporary disequilibrium situations. For example, unemployment may arise because workers' union enforces a wage that is higher than the market equilibrium. The source of this market imperfection and the market disequilibrium it entails is found in individuals' will for power. Thus, unionized workers may attempt to control markets in order to gain special advantages for themselves at the expense of others. All such neoclassical explanations for deviations in the wage rate from the full employment wage find their causes in either human or physical nature. This is hardly surprising since, as we have already noted, these are the essences to which neoclassical theory reduces all its arguments. It follows that these deviations are not endogenous to the capitalist system, not intrinsic aspects of how they function. Rather, the causes of deviations from equilibrium are found outside of that system, in the essential determinants of economic life. The neoclassical solution to these deviations from full employment equilibrium holds that individuals need and should do nothing other than make their usual market transactions. That is because the market, if allowed to work free of external interference, is a perfect self-healing entity when troubled by exogenous disturbances of the sort mentioned above. There is one exception to this neoclassical solution: the case of market imperfections caused by individuals who have gained control over prices. The latter problem is special. It requires state intervention to rid the society of such barriers to the market's achievement of both full employment and maximum wealth for its citizens. It follows that the state, in one way or another, must tame the individual will for power over markets. It must do this to enable genuinely competitive markets to fulfill their destined role in capitalist society. Indeed, if the state intervened more than to maintain competitive markets and private property, its interventions might well contribute to economic depressions. In and for neoclassical theory, given private property and human nature, competitive markets inherently tend to equilibrate when each and every individual is left alone to maximize his or her own interest. That equilibrium is defined as one in which supply equals demand in all markets. In a word, society has achieved its Pareto optimal point. Assuming that the state performs its properly minimal role of securing the existence of private property and competitive markets, those markets will permit and encourage the society of private property owners and maximizers to achieve and reproduce the full employment and maximum output equilibrium. Consider, for example, the previously discussed aggregate labor market, depicted once again in Figure 3.1a. Suppose that there is significant unemployment there, as indicated by AB in the diagram. According to neoclassical theory, the proper solution is for money wages to fall from W0 until that excess labor supply of AB becomes zero at the equilibrium wage, W1, in the diagram. Whatever so-called unemployment remains at that equilibrium wage may be thought of either as transitional in nature or as strictly voluntary. The former idea indicates the possibility of temporary unemployment due to an individual's being in transition from one job to another. The latter idea refers to individuals who have decided of their own free will to choose leisure rather than money wage rate, W. B. Production function, A. Aggregate labor market. Demand for and supply of labor hours, SH, DH. Real output, YR. Year equals F, HL, K. Total labor hour input, HL. HL, 1. Y1. R00. W0. W1. A. B. SH equals DH. DH equals sigma DH equals sigma P bullet operator MPH. SH equals sigma P bullet operator mole Moore figure 3.1 derivation of employment and real output from the labor market. Income from working at the wage W1. Clearly, this unemployment is quite voluntary. It is not a social problem and warrants no governmental action because it is freely chosen by individuals who thereby maximize their well-being given the utility they derive from income and from leisure. This full employment level in the labor market also tells us what will be the corresponding level of full employment output in the society. To see this clearly, consider Figure 3.1b, which presents our previously specified neoclassical production function. We have lined up employment in the two diagrams so that by reading off the full employment point at which the aggregate demand for and supply of labor hours equal one another in Figure 3.1a, we can derive as well the full employment output level of YR1 in Figure 3.1b. The logic of this determination means that the neoclassical essences, preferences, the choice of individuals between real income and leisure, and scarcity, the marginal product of labor, govern the final equilibrium output in the economy. The stark implication of this reductionism is that the aggregate supply of goods and services, and by logical extension the full employment level to which it corresponds, are completely unaffected by changes in the aggregate demand for those goods and services. For example, suppose that the demand for all goods and services increases because the state increases the money supply. Since, as shown, the supply of goods and services must be phi-xed by these essences, which by assumption have not changed, the only effect of such a change by the state will be for prices to rise as individuals try to purchase more of a given supply. Now, consider the labor market again. An increase of prices will only act to shift both the aggregate supply and the aggregate demand for labor hours so that there is no net effect on the full employment level, HL, 1, and therefore none on the implied full employment output level, YR1. To see this, consider that the rise in prices, because of an increased money supply, shifts the aggregate demand for labor hours upward and to the right. The reason for this demand shift in the labor market is that for any given money wage, producers will demand more labor at the higher prices because that given money wage corresponds to a lower real wage. In addition, the same rise in prices acts to shift the aggregate supply of labor hours upward and to the left. The reason for this supply shift in the labor market is that for any given money wage, laborers will supply fewer labor hours at the higher prices because that given money wage corresponds to a lower real wage. We show these respective demand and supply shifts in Figure 3.2 from DH1 to DH2 and from SHISH1 to SHISH2. At the original money wage, WL, there will now be an excess demand for labor hours, as measured by XY in Figure 3.2. Money wages will therefore rise to W2 in the figure at the point at which the excess demand for labor hours becomes zero. Thus, an increased money supply produces an increase in the money wage, but the increase in prices exactly offsets it so that the real wage remains at its equilibrium level. Since the real wage remains unchanged, so must employment and real output. In other words, higher prices caused by an expansion in the money supply would induce an increase in real output only if producers' money wage costs did not rise proportionately. Since they did, however, real output, YR1, remains unchanged. Let us summarize this neoclassical logic by considering the aggregate supply of and demand for commodities as shown in Figure 3.3. There the supply is drawn as a perfectly inelastic line. The reason for this is that only so-called real factors, that is, labor versus leisure choices and marginal productivity of labor, govern it. The aggregate supply of commodities is given, as it were, by the play of these forces or, as we have been calling them in this book, these essences. It is thus unaffected by changes in aggregate demand. Of course, this still leaves open the question of what determines the price level in a society. Stated differently, the question is, what determines the position of the aggregate demand curve in Figure 3.3? The neoclassicists answer this question by specifying a new equation in which price level is related to the money supply. Money wage rate, W. Demand for and supply of labor hours, SHISH, DH. HL, 10. W2XY. W11, SHISH equals sigma P1 bullet operator mol Moore 2. SHISH equals sigma P2 bullet operator mol Moore 2. DH equals sigma P2 bullet operator MPH1. DH equals sigma P1 bullet operator MPH. Figure 3.2 shift in both supply of and demand for labor hours as a result of price change. Both curves shift upward by the same proportion so that total hours of employment, on the horizontal axis, remain the same. The Fisher, or Cambridge, equation thus completes our explanation of the neoclassical system. In its Cambridge version, we may write the equation as P. MKYR equals, where P represents the absolute price level, M, the demand for money to finance market purchases of commodities, K, the proportion of real income individuals want to hold for these transaction purposes, and YR, real income. Since YR is given by the so-called real side of the economy, i.e., by the labor market and the production function, and K is assumed to be given by mass human psychology, we have a simple relationship between prices and the demand for money in a society. To see this clearly, suppose that the citizens of a state empower it to supply money to them. Consider now a given state-supplied stock of money, M. To derive the aggregate neoclassical demand curve, let us rewrite the Cambridge equation in the form MKPYR equals. Suppose that real income rises in the society. A rise in real income means, according to this equation, that the demand for money will rise to finance these increased real transaction needs, assuming that here no change in K. If, however, the state does not alter the money supply, M, there will be an excess. Total real output, YR. Commodity price level, P. 0. D, M1, D, M2, P2, P1, S, Y1. R. Figure 3.3 Neoclassical aggregate supply and aggregate demand curves. Demand for money in the society. An excess demand for money is equivalent to saying that there will be an excess supply of commodities as individuals try to build up their cash balances. This excess supply of commodities will tend to depress prices, P in the above equation. Prices will fall until the real cash balances individuals desire to hold are equal to K times the new YR. Note that here the only change in the fraction MP occurs in the denominator. Consequently, we have a negative relationship between the price level and real income as shown by the negative slope of the aggregate demand curve in Figure 3.3. The aggregate demand curve, however, will shift if the state decides to increase the supply of money. Suppose, for example, that the state decides to increase the supply of money even though there has been no change in real income or in K. In this case, there will be an excess supply of money at the current level of real income and prices. This means that individuals will begin to spend their excess holdings of money on the given supply of commodities, YR1, thereby bidding up their prices. This process will continue until the real cash balances are once again in line with the unchanged K times the unchanged YR1. Note that in contrast to the previous example, both numerator and denominator change in the fraction M, P. This shift in aggregate demand is a result of an expansion of the money supply as shown in Figure 3.3. Prices will thus rise from P1 to P2. Let us now see exactly why in neoclassical theory an expansion of state expenditures can affect only the composition but not the level of aggregate demand. Suppose the state expands its purchase of commodities in the society by selling government bonds to citizens. This will have absolutely no effect in the just described aggregate demand and supply market. Since the money supply has not changed, the aggregate demand curve does not shift. Since there is no change in the real side of the economy, i.e., in the productivity of labor or in labor versus leisure decisions, there can be no change in the aggregate supply curve. It follows that change occurs only in the capital market. To the private demand for savings, we may now add this new public demand. These demands compete with each other, thereby driving up the rental rate on capital. This increased rate, in turn, acts to decrease the real demand for new capital. And this induced decrease in private investment allows resources to be shifted from the production of commodities for the private sector to the production of goods for the state. According to neoclassical theory, the expansion of state expenditures has a purely redistributive effect on the economy. It does not alter the existing level of real output, demand, or employment in the society. Neoclassicists thus conclude that there is no role for the state to play in determining employment and real output, for these are already determined within the society's competitive markets and ultimately by the real forces, essences, that govern those markets. If left alone, competitive markets will correct whatever temporary disequilibrium may occur in the society. 3.3 The Keynesian answer to capitalist recessions. Keynesian economists criticize this neoclassical view and the implied policy of no state intervention. They argue that markets can and often do not adjust in the way that neoclassical economists wrongly presume, or they adjust too slowly with the result that involuntary unemployment persists. In those situations, the state's economic interventions can correct or offset market failures or inadequacies. In effect, Keynes challenged neoclassical theory's explanation of what determines society's output and employment. He criticized and rejected the role of markets as automatic stabilizers by questioning their underlying determinants, especially the role of individual utility. Consider Phi R.S.T. Keynes' position on the supply of labor hours. His notion is that workers' attitude toward wages reflects a given psychological propensity, namely to resist declines in their money wages. This propensity or rule of behavior belongs to the structure of societal customs. Workers' unions do likewise, and their behavior belongs to the institutional structure of society. Presuming the structures of social customs and institutions, Keynesian theory produces a perfectly elastic supply of labor hours at a psychologically and union-determined money wage. In Figure 3.4, this supply is indicated by the horizontal line drawn from the phi-x money wage, W, to the point of intersection of that line with the demand curve D. Ph. C. In sharp contrast to the previous neoclassical concepts, Keynes has now created the possibility of involuntary unemployment of an amount CZ at the money wage W. Two observations are in order. First, this involuntary unemployment results from Keynes' new assumption about how structural customs and institutions reveal themselves in this market. The neoclassical utility calculus of the individual's choice between real income and leisure no longer governs the supply behavior of laborers. Keynes replaced that with a new kind of human rationality derived from what he took to be given rules of human psychology and institutional power. The latter are presumed to be rooted in the structure of our economy, just as the neoclassical economists presume that their axioms about non-satiation, consistency, and so forth, are rooted in our genes. Keynesian and neoclassical economists are both causal essentialists, although they prefer different essences. For Keynes, structuralism, and for neoclassicists, humanism. Of course, from the perspective of the neoclassical economist as humanist, the Keynesian human may appear to act in a quite irrational way. The reason is that individuals in the neoclassical world are assumed to calculate decisions in terms of real wages and not this Keynesian money wage. Money wage rate, W. B. Production function, A. Aggregate labor market. Demand for and supply of labor hours, SHISH, DH. HL, 10. W1. Real output, YR. Year equals F, HL, K. SHISH, P. DH, P. C. DH, P. B. DH, P. A. Total labor hour input, HL. HL, 1. Y1. R. YC. R. YB. R. YA. R0. W. A. B. C. Z. Figure 3.4 Involuntary unemployment in the labor market and less than full employment output in the economy, with money wages and prices assumed to be constant. Indeed, the Keynesian human is often asserted to suffer from money illusion, which represents a way to describe this assumed irrationality. Second, this perfectly elastic supply of labor at the phi-x money wage amounts to a kind of market imperfection such as those discussed earlier in this chapter. Keynes has found a barrier that prevents the labor market from self-correcting. An excess supply of labor is not competed away by having money wages fall. It is a market imperfection introduced into the labor market. We will now examine carefully what happens in the labor market when the demand for labor falls. We will also assume for the moment that prices remain constant. The reasons for the latter assumption will be given after we explore the effects produced by a fall in the demand for labor. Given the assumption of constant prices, suppose that a fall in the demand for labor is caused by a decrease in investment, perhaps resulting from rising business uncertainty about future prospects for profit-table sales. Shifts in the demand for labor to the left will trace out a series of different employment points along the given money wage line W. These points are shown in Figure 3.4 as C, B, and A. Each of these employment points will be below that of full employment at HL 1. At each point along the line CBA, there is involuntary unemployment. Individuals are willing to work additional hours at the wage W, but they are prevented from doing so by the very customary and institutional forces that set the money wage at that level. Clearly, market competition is not working properly in this labor market. Consequently, the equilibrium employment that results with any given demand for labor curve is not that of the full employment curve at HL 1. If we now take into account the production function as shown in Figure 3.4b, we can derive the real output in this economy for each of these less than full employment points. This is shown in Figure 3.4b, where YR1 indicates the full employment output. Given these less than full employment real outputs, the aggregate supply curve is easily derived. Since prices have been assumed to be constant, the supply of real output must be perfectly elastic at whatever the given price level is assumed to be. The different employment levels in Figure 3.4 produce different real outputs in Figure 3.4b. Each of these employment levels, however, corresponds to the same given price level, P in Figure 3.4a. Since these different outputs are also related to the same price level, the aggregate supply curve must be a horizontal line. Such a Keynesian supply curve is shown in Figure 3.5. We have also noted there the previously derived neoclassical, perfectly inelastic supply at the full employment income YR1. It is worth noting that this neoclassical, perfectly inelastic supply curve is based on two key assumptions. 1. That all markets, including the labor one, are assumed to be completely FL-exable, and 2. That all agents of supply and demand are assumed to be perfectly informed about price and wage movements. In fact, we have assumed implicitly that all laborers in the labor market are perfectly informed about price and wage movements and that the operation of this market is not hindered in any way by market barriers. In stark contrast to these neoclassical assumptions, Keynes' way of looking at the labor market produces a constant money wage there in a perfectly elastic aggregate supply curve. This constancy of money wages persists in the face of significant involuntary unemployment, the possibility of which neoclassical theory rules out. 2. There is another reason for this Keynesian, perfectly elastic aggregate supply curve. It too is based partly on the previous assumption that changes in the demand for phi RMS output do not produce changes in their prices. One might think of this assumption in terms of a given and constant marginal cost of output whenever phi RMS operates significantly below their potential capacity. Over that relevant range of their supply curve, the marginal product of labor may be assumed to remain more or less constant when additional labor is hired. This constancy of the marginal product, along with the unchanged money wage, produces a constant marginal cost and thus a constant output price. Recall that McQ equals W, MPHL, and that for pro-phi t maximization P equals McQ. If both numerator and denominator in this McQ fraction are constant, then prices also will be constant. In a sense, the recession could be a cause of this situation for producing units because it creates so much excess capacity in the economy. Commodity price level, P, total real output, Y1, R, YC, R, YB, R, YA, R0. S figure 3.5 Keynesian and neoclassical aggregate supply curve. Let us now turn to the demand side of the Keynesian theory. With his new assumptions about supply conditions, Keynes produced the theory that demand is the essential determinant of aggregate output and employment. Instead of the neoclassical essentialization of supply, Keynes substituted an essentialization of demand. According to neoclassical theory, changes in demand have absolutely no effect on real output or employment. The supply or real output and the level of employment are essentially effects of utility and scarcity. Changes in demand do not touch those essences. In contrast, Keynes stressed that these neoclassical essences do not matter at all in situations of less than full employment. Their irrelevance is expressed geometrically by the Keynesian, perfectly elastic supply curve. Thus, space was created for Keynes' new theory of aggregate demand behavior. There are basically two parts to this demand theory. One deals with the savings versus consumption behavior of individuals, and the other concerns the demand of individuals for money. We will begin with the savings versus consumption decision. Keynes rejected the role assigned by neoclassical economics to individual preferences as the key determinants of the supply of new capital or savings. For him, savings responded less to the rental rate on capital than to the real incomes earned by potential savers. Given any rental rate on capital, all individuals will save money because they all have a psychological propensity, habit or custom, to put aside some of their income for the future. This propensity, taken to be more or less constant, is called the marginal propensity to save, MPS, a savings coefficient that reveals how much of any additional income will be saved. Like Keynes' other psychological propensities, the MPS is also grounded in a kind of mass psychology. The other side of this psychological law of savings is the parallel law that determines real consumption. Whatever individuals do not save out of their incomes, they consume. Thus, the total consumption by individuals is also a function of their real income. This dependence has been called the Keynesian consumption function. It specifies a more or less phi-x relationship between added consumption and added income. That relationship has been called the marginal propensity to consume, MPC. To better appreciate the Keynesian theoretical alternative, consider the neoclassical analysis of the capital market. For the neoclassical economists, what produces equilibrium in the capital market is the movement of the rental rate for capital. The capital market works as follows. If investment increases, an excess demand for new capital will develop that will bid up the rental rate of capital and produce additional savings until a new equilibrium between investments and savings is established at a higher rental rate. Consumption will fall by just enough to release the necessary additional savings to fuel the increased investment goods desired by society. We may thus conclude that increased investment creates its own increased savings by changing the rental rate of capital, the price of future relative to current consumption. Keynes' consumption function injects a new and important change into the neoclassical idea that adjustment inside the capital market alone produces equality between savings and investment. If savings are a function of income, then in a situation of less than full employment an increase in investment spending will raise incomes and thereby also savings. There is no necessary change in the rental rate of capital. It is quite possible that the new equilibrium rental rate will remain the same as before rather than necessarily rise, as in the neoclassical theory. Keynes emphasized the impact that rising investment would have on income and employment in a less than fully employed society. Keynes next expanded his theory for determining the rental rate on capital in the so-called money market. He introduced still another new psychological determinant that also belongs to the economic structure. All individuals have a propensity to hold money not only for the traditional reason, to make transactions, but for liquidity or speculative purposes as well. Consequently, he theorized, in a money market the demand for money becomes a function not only of real income, as in the previously specified Cambridge equation, but of the rental rate as well, because of speculative or liquidity needs. Formally, the total demand for money in the economy became a function of both real income and the rental rate on capital. Parallel to other functional forms, this one too is expressed typically in an equation in which coefficients refill the two rules of money behavior, transactions and liquidity or speculative needs. Keynes' theory of liquidity preference suggests that as the rental rate rises, an individual's demand for money will decrease. This is because holding cash balances becomes less attractive when higher-yielding assets, bonds, can be purchased. In addition, as rates rise, expectations tend to build that they will eventually fall. Given that expectation, it makes sense for an individual to try to buy higher-yielding assets now because their prices will rise, yielding capital gains, when rental rates on capital do drop. In Keynes' theory, choices about savings, investments, buying bonds, and holding cash decisions came to depend on both the rental rate on capital and on real income. This differed from the neoclassical dichotomy, in which savings and investment decisions depended only on the rental rate, and the demand for money depended only on real income. By thinking and linking the capital and money markets differently, Keynes was able to determine simultaneously the equilibrium real income and the equilibrium rental rate on capital. These equilibrium levels were determined by the given marginal propensity to save, the inherent marginal product of capital, the propensity to demand money for both transaction and speculative needs, and the state-given supply of money. These determinants became the new essences, the given structural rules, coefficients, within the Keynesian theory. Given the resulting determination of the equilibrium real income in terms of these essences, we can find the corresponding employment level by examining the production function, the number of workers needed to produce the equilibrium level of income. There is no necessity for this equilibrium level of income to be at or even near the full employment level of income. Modern capitalist economic systems do not, in Keynes' view, have any inherent tendency to produce or to sustain full employment. In the neoclassical view, employment, determined by preferences between income and leisure, determines society's real output and its members' incomes. In the Keynesian view, spending, effective demand, determines society's real output and thus its equilibrium level of employment. For neoclassical economists, the rental rate of capital is determined without regard to what happens in the money market, while aggregate demand is determined in the money market without regard to what happens in the capital market. In sharp contrast, for Keynesian economists, the rental rate and real income are determined simultaneously by the interaction of forces emanating from both of these markets. In Figure 3.6, we consider once again the Keynesian and Neoclassical supply segments of the aggregate supply curve. To these we add the Keynesian aggregate demand curve. A change in spending by either or both consumers and investors will shift the aggregate demand curve to the right, thereby increasing real income in the society from YA R to YB R, as shown in the diagram. This result is exactly what Keynes set out to show. It presumes the Keynesian supply curve in Figure 3.5. Commodity price level, P. Total real output, YR. Y1, R. YB, R. YA, R0. DB, S. DA. Figure 3.6 Keynesian and Neoclassical aggregate supply curve and the Keynesian aggregate demand curve. The precise quantitative impact of this change in spending on real income and thus employment depends on the size of the marginal propensity to save. That is, the proportion of income saved determines the magnitude of the Keynesian multiplier. Its impact depends partly on the existence of unemployed resources, so that a change in spending will not merely bid up prices and wages. That is why the perfectly elastic supply curve becomes so important. Its impact also depends on the effect of increased spending on the rental rate of capital. Increased incomes generated by an increase in spending produce a rise in the transaction demand for money. With an unchanged supply of money, this rise in the transaction demand for money creates an excess demand for money, and rental rates are bid up. To the extent that investment is sensitive to such an increase in this rate, then the multiplier impact of increased spending on real income will be smaller. Yet if prices and wages are more or less constant or are slow to change, and if changes in investment spending are not that sensitive to changes in the rental rate, then a change in aggregate spending in society will have a significant impact on the level of real incomes. A problem arises. In depressed economic conditions, there may well be little reason to expect investment demand to increase. Indeed, as explained in the next section, poor business expectations help cause a lack of effective demand. In addition, since consumption spending is tied to real income, when incomes stay depressed, there is not much hope that consumption will rise. Therefore, since increased spending is the essential Keynesian solution to the depression, that spending becomes the state's task. It must increase its spending and the supply of money in order to shift the aggregate demand curve to the right and thereby secure full employment equilibrium. However, suppose that in times of depression the propensity of individuals to hold their wealth in the form of cash balances is high. Then any increase in the money supply will largely be held as cash balances, not used to purchase bonds, and thus have only a minimal impact on lowering the rental rate, the so-called Keynesian liquidity trap. In this case, the ultimate determinant of real output and employment becomes state spending. The key to achieving full employment is for the state to run to Chi, increased spending whose impact is not offset by increased taxes, sufficient to push the otherwise inert economy to full employment. 3.4 Investment behavior. In the Keynesian system, we have seen how structural rules govern what occurs to most economic variables such as consumption, money holdings, pricing, and the labor market. However, Keynes abandons his structuralism on one point, when he considers the demands of investors for investment goods. Attributes of individual human nature determine investment spending. In this sense, Keynesian macroeconomics remains a mostly structural approach, save for this one remarkable and consequential shift into humanism. For Keynes, uncertainty is key. Investors suffer from the human imperfection of not being able to know now what will occur in the future. Uncertainty haunts them when they try to calculate the expected profitability of new investments. Their calculations today are affected by everything happening around them and its possible impacts on the future. Business investment is therefore highly unstable, expanding or contracting because of how almost any societal change today affects investors' minds and moods and their resulting profit calculations. Most important, their erratic behavior can propel the entire economy into expansion or contraction. Keynes made the instability of capitalism an effect of its capitalists' unstable individual investment behavior grounded in their imperfect natures, a philosophical humanism. Consider how an economic downturn or contraction might occur. Investors' confidence in the future profitability of planned investments might be undermined suddenly because of unanticipated fall in common stock prices, a government announcement of a rise in housing foreclosures over the previous quarter year, or some international political crisis, even though these events need have little direct bearing upon the profitability of those proposed investments. What matters is that today's business climate or mood darkened because of these events. For a different example, investors may begin to worry that an expanding economy cannot be sustained. After all, they, like everyone else, have memories of booms too often and too quickly turning into busts. Acting cautiously and prudently, they postpone new investment spending. They begin instead to hedge their bets, to reduce future risk, more of their net profits are used to purchase relatively safer financial assets, e.g., U.S. Treasury notes, than perceived risky investment goods. In these examples, the mind and mood of investors have turned pessimistic, resulting in their demand curve for investment goods to shift downward and leftward. This reduces effective demand and hence overall income in the economy. Because much of investment is concentrated in the hands of a few hundred corporations and their boards of directors, the changed investment decisions of these few can have a major impact on the many. Of course, the curve could alternatively shift up and to the right because of different circumstances. Optimism might rise because of a rising stock market, rumors of a technological breakthrough, election of politicians thought favorable to business, a newly signed peace treaty, discovery of vast reserves of crude oil, and so on. In these cases, the minds and mood of investors exude confidence that good times will continue or soon will arrive. Whether the response of investors to their imagined future environment is to contract or expand spending on additional capital goods, two key questions need to be asked, to which Keynes provided answers. The FI-RST is, what will be the impacts of more or less investment on the overall level of income in society? The second is, why might other markets not correct, offset downward or upward spirals resulting from changes in investment spending and their impacts on income? Answers to both questions are based on Keynes' assumed structuralism. We can calculate precisely the quantitative impact of, say, a fall in investment, I, on society's income, y, by calculating the system S multiplier. That multiplier merely reflects the quantitative combination of the presumed structural rules. Calculated in Note 3, it is 1C, times whatever the change in investment is, where C is the rule, the structural coefficient, that determines how much consumption changes when income changes. The more rules introduced into the macroeconomy, the more coefficients appear in the associated multiplier calculation. Based on the resulting multiplier, Keynes is able to provide a quantitative answer to the FI-RST question. Delta y equals 1C, times delta I. Clearly, his answer to the overall impact of a collapse in investment spending, due to the ever-changing moods of the investor, is based on the underlying and powerful assumption of theoretical structuralism. Turning to an answer to the second question, we see again how the assumed structural rules governing the labor market prevent any corrective mechanism from occurring. If the economy is at full employment, then a fall in investment shifts the demand for labor to the left, resulting in unemployed labor. However, money wages do not fall to clear what is now an excess supply of laborers at the full employment wage. The reasons are two. As we explained, a psychological rule governs the minds of all workers, and it combined with the power wielded by workers' unions serve together to phi X wages at W in Phi GER 3.4a. Consistent with structural reasoning, the relationship between buyers and sellers in the labor market are governed by particular institutional and customary rules, workers, money illusion and power, belonging to the economic structure. Hence, no market correction arises to eliminate unemployed labor. In fact, if market prices on goods sold by business fall to any degree in a recession, then real wage costs to business even could rise. The individual investor's human nature in the Keynesian world is far different from what it is in the neoclassicist's world. For Keynes, human nature in an inherently uncertain world generates a moody and erratic investor who oscillates between periods of business euphoria and those of depression. Clearly, this is a very different nature than that posed by the neoclassicists with their carefully crafted assumptions of human rationality enabling all agents, including investors, to operate under conditions of full knowledge of the present and future. For perhaps it should come as no great surprise then that the unintended harm done to the economy by the always potentially unstable business investor requires social intervention. State controls are deemed necessary to minimize the potential damage that can be done to the societal body by these out-of-control private agents who, through no fault of their own, nonetheless can throw the economy into recession. On the other hand, despite being unstable in this way, these business investors are nonetheless necessary to the functioning of privately owned, market capitalism. Still another important implication of Keynes' theory of investment and investors is to underscore the powerful impact of investors' ideas on the economy. In effect, Keynes made investors' ideas, their guesses about future business profitability, shape their investment behavior and thus the economy too. Indeed, because of the presence of the multiplier, investors' conception of the future can significantly impact the lives of everyone in society. But, as we just saw, causation goes the other way too. Investors' ideas were shaped by changes in the economy, some of which result from the very change in investment that occurred. Here we have still another example of what we discussed in Chapter 1. The interaction between theory, investors, ideas, and society, the economy, or, using the language developed there, the overdetermination of one by the other. But why stop only with investors? Why can this kind of causal interaction apply to all economic behavior in addition to business investment? Recently, some economists argue precisely for this kind of extension, at least in regard to changes in personal consumption. Akerlof and Schiller 2009, ch. 10. After Keynes, a number of his followers tried to explain variations in investment by reducing them to effects of structural rules governing investors' behavior. They were trying to change Keynes' humanist moment back into an extended structuralism. For example, not too long after publication of Keynes' general theory, structural explanations arose that reduced investment to an effect of a change in consumption spending. Samuelson 1939. In this case, changes in consumption would accelerate, new investment spending in some proportionate relationship. This move allowed a calculated quantitative impact of investment on the economy by combining both the multiplier, the measured impact of changed investment on income and consumption, and a newly defined accelerator, the measured impact of changed income and consumption on investment. Thereafter, still new investment equations were introduced that set forth new structural rules of business behavior as macroeconomics tried to explain private investment as changes. 3.5 Post-Keynesian economics and other reactions to Keynes. Perhaps because Keynesian theory speaks to abiding problems presented by capitalist economies, the reactions it has provoked among economists and those who think about economics have kept it a very lively and enduring tradition of thought and policy. Despite rises and falls in its popularity among economists, policymakers, and the general public, and from country to country, there has been a remarkable continued presence of Keynesian theory over the last half-century. For those who rejected the neoclassical tradition and likewise Marxism and Marxian economics, Keynesian theory always offered an attractive alternative. However, it is also true that two more partisan responses have also been prominent among the reactions to Keynesian theory. The phi-rst of these partisan reactions was very defensive. Those economists who wished to maintain neoclassical theory's two essential organizing ideas, scarcity and preferences, viewed the Keynesian contribution mostly as an attack. For them, Keynesian theory subtracts what they deem essential, preferences and scarcity, and substitutes structural laws and unexplained new essential determinants of economic events, e.g., workers and investors, psychology, power, and societal institutions. Such economists responded to the rise of Keynesianism by constructing arguments to show that what Keynes substituted, structural laws and new essences, were themselves effects reducible to human preferences and/or scarcity. They thereby reaffirmed basic neoclassical theory and dismissed the Keynesian critique as rather trivial, one of the many critiques that neoclassical theory has encountered and overcome. Certain new ideas or emphases introduced by Keynes have remained. Neoclassical economists accepted them, but only as secondary complications easily accommodated within the neoclassical tradition of self-adjusting markets based on the rational behavior of suppliers and demanders. For instance, Keynes' uncertainty principle is treated as a problem of choice. Rational economic agents readily solve the problem of uncertainty by shifting from choice among known or certain alternatives to choice instead among alternatives that have been assigned the probabilities of their occurring. This admission and accommodation of uncertainty by an otherwise unchanged neoclassical theory satisfied the preponderance of the neoclassical tradition. However, it did not satisfy those who read in Keynes' work a more radical critique of the neoclassical tradition and a more radical notion of uncertainty as a kind of irreducible incapacity to know the future. That uncertainty precluded knowing and thus assigning a probability to alternative outcomes. Such economists reacted to Keynes' new entry point concepts of structural rules, human psychology, power, and institutions by developing and refining new concepts, or macro models. They extended Keynes' contributions and deepened his challenge to neoclassical theory. One increasingly influential group, calling themselves post-Keynesian, emerged as a new and somewhat heterogeneous school of thought. Post-Keynesian economics enriches the Keynesian tradition as another heterodox alternative to the neoclassical tradition that is also very different from Marxian economic theory. Using Keynes' notion of fundamental uncertainty, as distinct from probabilistic uncertainty, as one of its privileged entry points, post-Keynesian economics posits investors' desire for capital accumulation as the driving force of capitalism, a humanist assumption. The especially important figures that have contributed to this tradition include G. L. S. Shackle, 1903–1992, Hyman Minsky, 1919–1996, and Paul Davidson. In their best-known formulations, the moody and erratic behaviors of financial market investors lead capitalist economies through periods of expansion followed by recessions. 5. Following the broader Keynesian tradition, post-Keynesian economics emphasizes, on the demand side of the economy, the importance of social structures as well as expectations in aggregate consumer behavior. On the economy's production or supply side, however, post-Keynesian economists tend to draw upon other non-neoclassical economists such as Karl Marx, Michal Kalecki, Piero Sraffa, and Joan Robinson. The post-Keynesian school thus theorizes both product and factor markets as characterized by imperfect forms of competition, monopolies and oligopolies. Firms with various degrees of market power determine prices. As we explain in Chapter 5, market power is typically theorized in terms of these phi RMS being able to mark up their average costs to yield a selling price. The resulting markup equation introduces still another structural rule, this time on the economy's supply side, namely the given markup coefficient associated with costs. There have also been some economists who seem to advocate something of a middle position between neoclassical and Keynesian economics that attempts to synthesize the two. Some of them swing from one to the other, depending on the times. The global crisis in capitalism since 2007 generated such swings. Before then, it seemed that they basically subscribed to neoclassical economic theory. Since then, they sound rather more Keynesian in their analyses and policy prescriptions. Yet another kind of middle position phi NDS economists with basically neoclassical commitments who also hold certain Keynesian views. They have sometimes seemed concerned especially about neoclassical theory's explanations of unemployment and poverty as voluntary and that theory's insistence that markets self-correct. For instance, a school called New Keynesian economics evolved that differs from both the traditional Keynesian and post-Keynesian approaches. New Keynesian economics provides an explanation for involuntary unemployment without relinquishing the neoclassical entry point of fully rational economic actors. Using recent neoclassical theories of information failures that relax the assumption of perfect information, New Keynesian economists have developed new theories of labor and credit markets. The New Keynesians fault traditional Keynesian macroeconomics for lacking the sort of methodological individualist, or humanist, foundations that distinguish neoclassical economics. So they seek to furnish Keynesian insights pertaining to non-clearing market outcomes with micro-foundations of individual preferences. We treat New Keynesian theories further in Chapter 5 Feed's section on information failures and missing markets, since they are basically late neoclassical theories exhibiting the influence of some Keynesian themes. Another popular reaction to Keynes relaxes the Keynesian assumption of phi x prices, believes money wages phi x, as before, by the psychology and power of laborers. The result of this somewhat ad hoc approach has been the creation of an aggregate supply curve that is neither perfectly elastic nor inelastic. Such a curve is shown in phi GER 3.7. A rightward shift in aggregate demand will still cause an increase in real income and employment, but the multiplier S size will be smaller to the extent that the demand shift drives up prices. In the economy described by phi GER 3.7, there is room for the concerns of both neoclassical and Keynesian economists. State spending, changes in the money supply, and market adjustments can all have their respective effects on the level of real income and employment in the society. For example, if the demand curve shifts leftward, demand falls from its full employment level, it sets into motion an automatic offsetting tendency. The fall in prices will create an increase in individuals' real cash balances. This increase in the supply of loanable funds will depress interest rates, assuming that no liquidity trap is operating there, and thereby stimulate neoclassical position, middle position, Keynesian position 0, commodity price level, P, total real output, YR, Y1, R figure 3.7 different segments of the aggregate supply curve offered by the three different positions provoked by Keynes' theory. Investment spending. Rising real cash balances may well stimulate consumption spending too. The upshot of these two effects is that real income will not fall as much as it might otherwise. However, with money wages still rigid, the economy can remain locked in a new less than full employment equilibrium. Thus, there is room for increased state spending and/or an increased money supply to shift the aggregate demand curve back to its former full employment level. The need for state intervention is reduced the more important these automatic market adjustments become. In other words, a kind of variable mixing of neoclassical and Keynesian elements is at work. Interestingly, such mixings can veer to either extreme. For example, why not theorize the possibility that wages are as flexible as prices? That is precisely what happened in the years before the crisis hit in 2007 in the development of what some called a new macroeconomics. If wages and prices are theorized as freely adjusting to whatever changes occur in demand and supply, we return to a perfectly inelastic aggregate supply curve. In other words, we have rediscovered the neoclassical theory in which there is no way for the state to influence aggregate real income or employment. Once again, preference calculations and scarcity determine the value of all commodities, the level of employment, and the aggregate real incomes of all individuals. This last approach has been called New Classical Theory. It is an appropriate name, for the content of that new theory is precisely what has been presented in the previous chapter. And what becomes of the Keynesian criticisms of and alternatives to neoclassical theory? Basically, by reaffirming the inherent market rationality of all individuals, New Classical Theory reacts to Keynes by making Keynesian economics disappear. 3.6 Role of the state in capitalist society. Keynesian theory divides total private spending in an economy into two parts, consumption and investment, and claims that consumption spending is the more stable. The theory then infers that an economy operating at less than full employment has likely suffered a fall in investment spending, mostly by private businesses. As we noted above, consumption spending follows prescribed structural rules in Keynesian theory, whereas investment does not. Confronting uncertainty, business investors must make investment decisions that are unavoidably dependent on predictions and expectations about an inherently unknowable future. Keynesian theory thus uses its structural rule operating on the side of consumption to show that savings, the residual of income left after consumption, remains more or less stable in society, a relatively fixed portion of aggregate income. On the other hand, business investment is dependent on relatively unstable predictions and expectations about an uncertain and unknowable future, and it is therefore unstable. The result is always the possibility and usually the likelihood of disruptions between savings and investments. In this sense, declines in investment spending are nobody's fault. The cause is ultimately reduced to our imperfect human nature. When investments drop relative to savings, declines in production, employment, and income result. Because of market imperfections, such as Keynes' liquidity trap and his wage and price rigidities, the economy is not able to correct itself and restore the full employment equilibrium. Therefore, the state must enter the picture. The state's visible hand, equipped with Keynesian insights, guides the economy back to that full employment, Pareto optimum point where individuals finally have the freedom to choose whether or not they want to be unemployed and whether or not they want to be rich or poor. Instead of laissez-faire capitalism, Keynesian economics sees crucial roles for the state in anticipating, preventing, and/or offsetting recurring imbalances between savings and investments. The state must play such roles when a less than full employment economy generates less wealth than that economy could produce. One cause for state intervention is then a limitation on our intrinsic human nature, a limit on what we can know. We need to plan and carry out investments now whose success depends on future conditions that are uncertain, volatile, and that we cannot know now. Our consequently unavoidable guesswork can and often does prevent achieving an economy's potential output. Other causes of the state's necessary economic interventions, other market imperfections, can be traced to the nature of the macroeconomy. Given psychological propensities or rules of aggregate behavior, institutional power, and societal customs. The Keynesian understanding of the economy is very different from the neoclassical view. The Keynesian view is strongly structuralist, save for the investor. The neoclassical view is strongly humanist or individualist. Even when Keynesians break with structuralism and borrow a humanist perspective in their theory of investor behavior, theirs is a very different human nature. It is far from the neoclassical economists' notions of human natures that make continuous utility calculations with perfect foresight and full knowledge of all their options. Neoclassical and Keynesian economists do share something in common. Neither theory has any place for the alternative Marxian view that explains how the functioning and contradictions of a society's class structure can, in a wide variety of circumstances and for quite heterogeneous reasons, generate a crisis, in the sense of a decline in investment spending. Some post-Keynesian economists would disagree with our characterization. While not fully embracing the Marxian class approach and analysis, they have grave doubts about the capacity of the capitalist institutions of private property and markets to achieve a fully employed society. The combination of an institutional structure, a societal distribution of power, and uncertainty promises continually to plunge capitalist societies into deep and recurrent crises. In conclusion, the state, for the Keynesians, and the market, for the neoclassicists, generate social effects that are similar to those often attributed to religion. Each reforms whatever evil is given to society by our natures and limits as human beings. However, both Keynesians and neoclassicists share the view that capitalist economies, with the relation of employer and employee at the productive core, represent the optimum social arrangement for generating and distributing wealth, the fruits of labor. Marxists do not share that view, nor do they believe in the theoretical systems of the neoclassicists and the Keynesians. Their different theory offers an altogether different interpretation of the structure and problems of capitalist economies. Appendix. Rational expectations. One might expect neoclassical economists to worry about the assumption that human beings somehow possess perfect information about price and wage movements. Consequently, for this reason alone, deviations from the full employment equilibrium are always a possibility since individuals will make mistakes in foreseeing future prices and wage changes. In recent years, the issue of imperfect individual forecasts has occupied a number of neoclassical economists. A so-called rational expectations school has developed to deal with the problem. Neoclassical economists working on this new approach have modified the basic neoclassical theory presented so far in this chapter by introducing new concepts into the theory in regard to how individuals form expectations of future price and wage movements. As might be expected in logically extending the concepts and forming neoclassical theory, individual expectations or forecasts are made in a rational way. This extension amounts to a new attack on the Keynesian approach. In particular, it is an attack on the Keynesian assumption that at least in the short run, with money wages fixed, a shift in the demand for labor to the right, caused by a change in the money supply, will increase the level of employment in the economy. Suppose, for example, that individuals expect the supply of money to increase. The expected rise in the money supply will shift the aggregate demand curve to the right, and prices will then be expected to increase. In turn, this rise in prices will shift the demand curve for labor hours to the right in the labor market. In the Keynesian world, in response to this rise in prices, the supply curve of labor hours will not shift upward and to the left, at least not in the short run. Thus, a rightward shift in the labor demand curve, combined with an unchanged supply of labor curve, indicates that employment and real output are on the rise in the economy. However, the assumed world of rational expectations modifies the movements of these curves to obtain a very different analysis and outcome. With rational expectations, the supply curve of labor hours will shift upward and to the left in the short run because workers rationally expect that a rise in the money supply will increase prices in the economy. Therefore, being rational, these labor suppliers demand higher money wages per hour of their work, unlike their irrational Keynesian counterparts. The labor market reaches a new equilibrium at a higher money wage and price level, but no change takes place in the real wage. The result pictured in Figure 3.2 is reproduced here. Thus, the labor market returns to its initial full employment level, and consequently real output in the economy does not change. Comparing the two approaches, we can see how in the Keynesian world, laborers are fooled by or react slowly to price increases induced by changes in the money supply, whereas in the rational expectations world, laborers are never systematically fooled by policy changes. The rational reaction to an expected increase in the money supply is to demand higher money wages to offset higher expected prices. It follows that the rational expectations school has in effect returned us to the neoclassical world. Once again, the state cannot, even in the short run, affect any real part of the economy. For instance, its level of employment or its real output. 4.1 The Marxian tradition and its theories. Marxian theory is a class theory. Its originality lies not in claiming that classes exist. People have said that for thousands of years and used class to understand their societies. Marx's originality lies in how he understands and defines class, then derives his notion of exploitation, and finally shows how class and exploitation influence people's conceptions, perceptions, and actions. Marxian theory concludes that class exploitation occurs at multiple sites in modern society and that our politics, literature, family structures, sports, television programming, religions, and incomes are all complexly shaped by exploitation. Of particular relevance to this chapter, we will explain how prices, incomes, wealth, and so on, are shaped by class exploitation. These may be bothersome conclusions. They force us to contemplate a relationship, a connection, between social institutions we may hold dear. Political freedom, the family, private enterprise and markets, baseball, religion, and the like, and a social relationship we typically find bad, namely exploitation. Marxian theory also suggests the likelihood of tensions and struggles and even revolution in our society. Exploiters versus exploited. While perhaps unsettling, such an understanding can be liberating, in the Marxian view, because the capacity to see exploitation in our society and its damaging effects may well be a necessary step toward achieving the social changes needed to eliminate it and its effects. Parallel to neoclassical and Keynesian theories, Marxian theory too conveys its particular ethical messages. They concern its chief object, the class process in which the society's laborers who produce its goods and services typically produce more than what portion of them they received for their own reproduction. The excessive output over what its producers consume, that surplus so central to Marxian theory, is not only its entry point but also forms its ethical message. Marxists want and strive for a social change that will place laborers in the social position to receive and distribute the surpluses they produce. They believe that when laborers are not in that position, when people other than Marxian theory themselves receive and distribute the surpluses they produce, a kind of social theft occurs. For Marxists, the term social theft is appropriate because the thieves, the receivers of surplus, take what others, the performers of surplus labor, have produced. They give no output of their own in return. Marxists label the two sides, exploiters and exploited. Just as we become upset and angry when personal theft strikes us, our families, and our communities, Marxism encourages parallel emotions in response to the existence of exploitation, the social theft of one group's surplus labor by another. Just as society has established laws, morals, teachings, and customs that oppose and condemn personal theft, so Marxism calls for society to do likewise in regard to social theft. It analyzes class to draw people's awareness and attention toward ending exploitation. In the Marxist view, neoclassical and Keynesian economic theories celebrate modern capitalism, while differing over the appropriate interventions of the state in capitalist economies. In contrast, Marxian economic theory takes a critical position toward the exploitation that it shows to be central to capitalist economies, and it seeks social change beyond capitalism in favor of a non-exploitative economy and society. Marxian theory also underscores how capitalist society has produced ideas, politics, and economic structures that not only repress knowledge of exploitation as social theft but also encourage the growth and spread of capitalism as economic progress, without recognition that this entails more exploitation. Indeed, classical, neoclassical, and Keynesian economics are themselves idea systems that, in the Marxian view, help make exploitation possible in society chiefly by making it invisible. This situation provoked Marx and Marxists after him to direct their work toward a criticism both of capitalist society and those theories that supported by denying or ignoring the existence and social consequences of class exploitation. The Marxian tradition has developed around these twin critical objectives. The Marxian economics presented in this chapter is part of the larger Marxian tradition of thought and action that treats far more than just economics. That tradition is the context of Marxian economics much as the broader philosophical, political, and cultural tradition of Europe, that emerged in its transition out of feudalism, has provided the context for classical, neoclassical, and Keynesian economics. We need brief wide to sketch the history of the Marxian tradition precisely because it is not familiar. Otherwise, students would understandably confuse matters by attempting to cram Marxian economics into the non-Marxian tradition with which they are familiar. To grasp the distance separating Marxian from neoclassical and Keynesian economic theories, we need to know what that distance is. Placing Marxian theory within its broader tradition will help us do that. Karl Marx, 1818–1883, did both theoretical and practical political work throughout his adult life. The child of comfortable parents, his father was a middle-level German state bureaucrat and his mother was from an educated Dutch family. He became radicalized as a university student. He responded to and joined movements for basic social changes, for democracy against the despotic aristocracies and monarchies of Europe, for free thought instead of religious dogmatisms, and for economic well-being distributed to all rather than reserved for rich minorities. The legacy of his lifetime of analytical writing and active political organizing has been a growing Marxian tradition, including both theoretical output and practical political organizations. The tradition that Marx's work inaugurated has since extended into many areas not touched by Marx himself. Marx did not theorize much about how parents interact with children or about the way artists' works impact on society or about the economic problems of lawyers and doctors. Indeed, he said little about how future socialist or communist economies might operate. There had been no national experiments with such economic systems during his lifetime, or what problems they might face. However, in the over 125 years since he died, thinkers influenced by Marx have contributed their thoughts on these and many other topics. Similarly, the revolutionary movements for basic social justice in Europe that drew Marx's enthusiasm have since grown and changed partly under the influence of Marx and Marxists since. Such movements exist on every continent, more or less in every country, and Marx's name and writings play some role in nearly all of them. 4.1.1 Marx's contributions. After his days as a German university student, Marx matured into a full-time activist in the ongoing European movements for social change. He shared their excitement at the possibilities for democratizing societies opened and promised by the French Revolution. The shifts from concern with God and piety to concern with the social and economic conditions for human happiness attracted his enthusiasm. Like many others, he traced many of the miseries of his time to the great inequalities of wealth and power everywhere around him. He saw those inequalities rooted in the institution of private property, which he therefore opposed. He joined organizations that sought to transform capitalist Europe into a cooperative commonwealth of freethinkers, often called socialism or communism. The 1840s meant to Marx something like what the 1960s meant to many young Americans. But the revolutions of 1848 across Europe, which had inspired Marx to imagine the imminent possibility of social transformation, were not enough to usher in socialism or communism. The shock waves of 1848 did alter Europe fundamentally. Feudalism never recovered, and capitalism exploded across the continent at an accelerating pace. Capitalism, not socialism, established itself as the dominant system after 1848. That reality forced Marx to rethink his understanding of European society, to analyze why revolutionary movements in 1848 had been unable to realize a socialist transformation. It also forced Marx into exile when the local authorities determined that his ideas were too attractive to revolutionaries to allow him to stay in his native Germany. His exile took place in London, where he remained for the rest of his life. Able only occasionally to engage in practical revolutionary work, Marx therefore threw himself into the work of the social analysis for which he became increasingly famous and influential. He decided to criticize and re-evaluate the theories used by the movements in which he had participated and whose thinking he had absorbed. With his close colleague Friedrich Engels, he aimed to reformulate revolutionary theory. They would learn from and build on what went before, but also radically alter basic concepts to fashion an understanding of capitalism capable of guiding a more successful revolutionary movement when capitalism was again convulsed by its recurring crises. During the last 2 decades of his life, Marx published the results of his prodigious studies and reflections, above all in his masterwork, Capital, his new and original analysis of capitalism as an economic system. Marx's originality was and remains his lasting contribution to social theory and to modern revolutionary movements for social justice. Marx believed that he had found an important fluid in the way revolutionaries had previously understood European society. They had underestimated the significance of economics in shaping societies and their histories. More precisely, the revolutionaries of 1848 had neglected the role of class, by which Marx meant the performance of surplus labor and the distribution of its products within capitalist economies. That neglect blinded them to the class aspects of European society. That blindness weakened their analyses of capitalism and contributed to the failure of their revolutionary projects. Marx's writings were aimed directly to correct this fluid He analyzed capitalism around a focus on class. Capital focused attention on the complex interdependence between the production and distribution of the surplus, the class structure, and every other aspect of modern capitalist societies. He made class his entry point into the analysis of society to overcome the neglect of class among his fellow revolutionaries. Not only did Marx write theory after he began his exile in London, but he also later resumed his political activism. He used his new class theory to help define new strategies and tactics for revolutionary movements in Europe and America. The passions of his youth resurfaced in the writings of his maturity and his intense participation in revolutionary politics, e.g., including his anti-slavery articles and agitation around the Civil War in the United States. He ridiculed the idea of dispassionate analysis, suspecting it was the disguise of analysts who preferred to excuse rather than expose social injustices. Every analyst, Marx believed, makes a particular commitment to social values and to a particular kind of future society. Marxists, neoclassicists, and Keynesians have their particular values, passions, and visions of a better society. One dimension of their theoretical differences is the different set of social values, commitments, and passions that animate the typical representatives of the 3 economic schools of thought. For Marx, capitalism was a mass of contradictions, mixtures of good and bad, tensions between pressures for growth and for decline, struggles between advocates and critics. For example, on the one hand, he praised capitalism for its technological dynamism that promised an output of wealth on a scale unimaginable to prior generations. On the other, he criticized capitalism for simultaneously tearing peasants from the land, working them ruthlessly in factories, and generating needless suffering on an equally massive scale worldwide. The promise of plenty contradicted the reality of degradation as chronicled by such novelists of 19th-century capitalism as Dickens, Zola, Dostoevsky, and Balzac. On the one hand, capitalism celebrated human relationships based on free, voluntary contracts between adults. On the other, it put people into such unequal situations that the poor and oppressed entered, voluntarily, into exploitative relationships with employers since their alternatives were even worse. On the one hand, Marx readily acknowledged, capitalism stimulated vast new developments in human knowledge and cultural creativity. On the other, most people were reduced to performing routine, menial production tasks that earned relatively little, exhausted them physically and mentally, and thereby precluded them from engaging and enjoying much of the culture that capitalism stimulated. Marx's theory, like the Marxian tradition it engendered, understood itself to be one particular product of capitalism that was not only critical of capitalism but was also an attempt to save and enhance its positive contributions while overcoming its negative qualities. The point was to analyze capitalism in order to transform it, to liberate its potential by removing its oppressive components. In Marx's view, to liberate the possibilities created by capitalism required a social transformation to a different system, a kind of collective, community of workers whose productive enterprises would not be internally split into exploiters and exploited. Capitalism was too hopelessly mired in contradictions that condemned the vast majority of people to needless and unjustifiable denial and suffering. Marx applied a particular name to the community of associated workers that he viewed as the preferable future to capitalism. That name was communism, a term he borrowed from past social critics who had long opposed divisions within their societies, unequal wealth distributions and undemocratic power distributions, that had set citizens against one another. Marx shared the idea that such divisions, which capitalism entrenched inside each enterprise, were the enemies of peace, prosperity, and social solidarity. The community, communism of workers who overcame such divisions, by themselves collectively running enterprises as well as working within them, could liberate the fruits of technology and cultural creativity so that they could benefit everyone equally. Marx did not spend time or effort analyzing communism. He rarely and only briefly sketched its broadest contours, since he seems to have frowned on speculation about a future no one could know in advance. His work concentrated on understanding capitalism. His analysis focused on class. Marx believed that without a full appreciation of class, society could not be liberated from the negative consequences of capitalism, with its divisions, struggles, and destructive social consequences. Class had to be added to people's understanding of capitalism, and class changes had to be added to political agendas if the projects for social transformation aimed at community and solidarity, i.e., communism, in those senses of the term, were to succeed. This liberation inspiration of Marx's theories parallels that of another similarly original theorist whose work came a few years later. Sigmund Freud began as a physician seeking to free certain patients from intense pain and suffering. When he and other doctors failed to find physical causes for some patients' suffering, and also failed to relieve it, Freud decided to re-examine critically theories of the relation between mind and body used by his profession. In that way, Freud arrived at his new theory of the unconscious. As a part of the human mind overlooked by his fellow doctors, this unconscious, Freud showed, played an important role in the life and suffering of patients. He developed a psychology to analyze the unconscious and techniques, psychoanalysis, psychotherapy, that could treat patients for their psychological problems. Psychologically trained doctors engaged in sustained conversations with patients could produce shared insights into their patients' unconsciousness, identifying contributors to their suffering of which they had previously been unaware. Freud's new theory of the individual mind and body enabled people to see individuals suffering in a new light as shaped in part by the individual's unconscious. His goal was thereby to help liberate individuals from their suffering by alerting them to their unconscious and its effects upon their lives. In parallel fashion, Marx sought to liberate people from the effects of class and exploitation by making them aware of those dimensions of capitalist societies. 4.1.2 Marxism. Since when Marx died in 1883, no country was yet governed by a state calling itself socialist or communist. The workers' state established by the Paris Commune of 1871, which deeply impressed Marx and Engels, had lasted only a few months. Marx's theory remained chiefly a framework for analyzing capitalism and determining revolutionary strategies to go beyond it. Ally attracted adherents among radicals in Europe and America, but this was a slow process that depended on individual contacts and the spread of small editions of the works of Marx and then those of his followers. Marxism grew in Europe and most markedly in Germany. Political parties based primarily on workers in capitalist enterprises increasingly absorbed and applied Marx's theories. In the years before World War I, the German Social Democratic Party became a major political force in Germany. This situation brought new and different pressures and influences to bear on Marxian theory. No longer was it developed chiefly by small groups of revolutionaries. A large, established political party with elected officials to protect an electoral image to maintain left its imprint on Marxian theory. The German Marxists extended the theory to groups and issues Marx had barely touched. Marxian analyses of the legal system, of the social role of women, of foreign trade, of international rivalries among capitalist nations, and of the possible role of parliamentary democracy in a transition from capitalism to communism drew animated debates. Extending in these ways, the theory attracted many new adherents, but it also changed. Ambiguities in Marx's writings were found and resolved in different ways by the different sides in the debates. Marxian theory, singular, gave way to Marxian theories, plural. World War I, 1914 to 1918, deepened differences and splits within anti-capitalist movements and parties. Some supported their countries in the war while others denounced the war as a profit-driven struggle among competing capitalists that workers should neither fight in nor die for. Then the Russian Revolution of 1917 shocked Marxian theory again. For the first time, men and women inspired by Marxian theory seized state power and aimed for a massive social revolution. Their leaders, especially V.I. Lenin, 1870 to 1924, adapted Marxian theories to the urgencies they faced. The Russian civil wars of 1918 to 1922, the attempt to reorganize the shattered Russian economy, the campaign to collectivize the country's agriculture, and the launch of massive industrialization were officially analyzed using Marxian terminology and concepts. Putting Marxian theory to such tests altered it further in yet new ways. Moreover, Marxists around the world disagreed about the significance of the newly named Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR. For some, it represented the fulfillment of Marx's ideas and of the Marxian tradition. Others evaluated the USSR's development negatively, as a perversion of Marxism clothed deceptively in Marxian language. Both sides of this sometimes bitter debate changed how Marxian theory was understood and extended. Some Marxists elaborated the theory into an official explanation and justify cation for the USSR's policies at home and abroad. Others developed it to criticize and attack those policies. Both sides pushed Marxian theory into such new areas as analyses of socialist economic development, analyses of the conflicts between capitalist and communist economic systems, and debates over the definitions and relations between socialism and communism. All this added yet more and different Marxian theories to the tradition. World War II, the subsequent growth of the USSR to superpower status opposite the United States, its split with former ally China, the growth in political and economic importance of Asian, African, and Latin American societies, and the emergence of more or less independent communist political parties in countries around the world. All these developments induced still more theoretical variations comprising the Marxian tradition. Recently broad movements to alter the oppressive social conditions of women and various racial and ethnic groups have stimulated other theoretical innovations. Marxism has become a rich tradition of diverse theorizations and accumulated practical experiences critical of capitalism and advocating various kinds of socialism or communism. It is thus unacceptable, inaccurate, and misleading to treat any one theory within the tradition as if it were the whole tradition. To take a parallel case, one kind of Christian theory endorsed the Inquisition in Spain and another kind endorsed South Africa's apartheid regime. However, those facts do not warrant equating Christianity with either institution. One kind of neoclassical theory was used to support repressive governments in Chile and South Korea, yet that does not warrant equating neoclassical theory with right-wing dictatorship and torture. Some Marxists in power politically repressed their political opponents, yet once again that does not warrant equating Marxism with dictatorship, and so on. The Marxian tradition, like any other, is a complex diversity of theories and practices. 4.1.3 Which Marxian theory will we present? How then will we proceed in this chapter? To attempt somehow to encompass everything in the tradition would produce a long, tedious survey. To present one theory within the tradition, even one growing in importance, would invite criticism that we left out alternative Marxian theories. Nevertheless, we have chosen the second path. We do present one particular Marxian theory. It is the one we have found to be the most coherent, systematic, and persuasive, especially as a clear alternative to neoclassical and Keynesian theories. Since it is one Marxian theory and we do not pretend that it is Marxism in general, we are obliged to explain and justify its place at the center of our attention. Over the last 30 years, the Marxian tradition has changed radically. There are many reasons for this. The pro versus anti-Soviet pole around which many Marxian debates swirled after 1917 largely dissolved in the aftermath of the USSR's disappearance. Movements for social transformation arising in advanced, industrial capitalist societies, feminism, environmentalism, anti-racism, etc., added new concerns and dimensions and thereby changed Marxism. Globalization, capitalism's ever deeper penetration and integration of ever more parts of the world, provoked new currents of resistance to capitalism that contributed their experiences to Marxism. Since 2007, capitalism's worst economic crisis since the Great Depression of the 1930s has brought many to engage or re-engage Marx and Marxism. The promise that modern capitalism's various 20th century reforms and stabilizers would prevent deep and long-lasting economic downturns had been broken. The high unemployment, home foreclosures, loss of job benefits, and precariousness of employment prompted many new critics of capitalism. They not only found their way to the Marxian tradition's accumulated analyses and experiences with capitalist crises, they also added new insights to the tradition. Marxism in the 21st century is already significantly different from what it was across the 5th century after Marx's death. We have chosen to present here a Marxian theory that responds to all of these developments. It begins on the solid and systematic logical foundation set by Marx. It builds on the achievements and strengths of Marxism in the 20th century while avoiding and rejecting its weaknesses and mistakes. A basic virtue of this Marxian theory lies in its focus on the interdependency between the class and non-class, economic and non-economic, aspects of society. Finally, this Marxian theory emphasizes class as Marx did. It aims to teach the existence and implications of class in modern capitalism, especially to those motivated and open to understand from a critical standpoint. What follows is a particular Marxian theory drawn from Marx as well as many Marxists since. It benefits from those who work with this Marxian theory and also from those who work with different Marxian theories. The Marxian theory stressed in this book incorporates important non-Marxian insights, e.g., those of Freud mentioned above, that, appropriately questioned and adjusted, can and do contribute much to Marxian theory. Finally, this Marxian theory helps to clarify differences among Marxian, Keynesian, and neoclassical economics. Helping readers distinguish among alternative economic theories is, of course, a basic goal and purpose of this book. We seek to sharpen the intelligence that readers bring to differentiating, assessing, and utilizing the arguments and claims made by neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian theories. We hope readers will learn to go beyond the simplistic notion that there is a right and a wrong economics. After all, the study of economics is like the study of any other group of theories. It requires attention to the differences among them rather than presuming and then searching for some finally and absolutely correct one. 4.2 The logical structure of Marxian theory. Marxian theory helps to produce a distinctive understanding or knowledge of how economies work and change. That understanding or knowledge depends in part on the concrete facts presented to Marxists by the world they wish to understand and in part on the particular theory used to gain that understanding. So we begin with an examination of that theory's logical structure. 4.2.1 The basic concepts of Marxian economics. Marxian theory approaches economics with a major concern for the relationship between the economy and the society as a whole. Thus, economics refers to all those processes in any society that involve the production of goods and services and their distribution among producers and consumers. The term non-economic then refers to all the other kinds of processes that, together with the economic processes, form the totality called society. There are three different kinds of those non-economic processes: the natural, the cultural, and the political. Natural processes are those involving the transformation, biological, chemical, etc., of physical properties of matter. Political processes are those involving the control, legislative, judicial, administrative, etc., of individual and group behavior within society. Finally, cultural processes are those involved in the construction and dissemination of meaning, speaking, writing, making music, praying, studying, etc. To get at an important see difference between the Marxian theory we develop here and many alternative theories, it is useful to consider how different theories understand the relationship between economic and non-economic aspects or processes of society. Alternative theories typically make one the cause and the other the effect. In some of these, economics is thought to make the world move. Phrases appear such as, money talks, or the business of society is business, or money makes the world go round, to express the idea that economic aspects of life determine everything else. How often have you heard someone insist that it was not love nor politics nor religion nor nature that caused some event, it was economics? How often have politicians chided one another by explaining political outcomes as follows: it was the economy, stupid. Such thinking is called economic determinism. Determinist reasoning is what we also encountered in neoclassical and Keynesian theories. Some basic causes determine the workings and history of society. Economic determinists generally locate the final or essential causes of social events in its economy. Marxism is often equated with economic determinism, yet that kind of reasoning is just as frequently found among non- and anti-Marxists. For example, a former president of General Motors, Charles E. Wilson, famously said, "What's good for GM is good for America." Although many Marxists and non-Marxists theorize in economic determinist ways, there are those on both sides who do not. The Marxian economic theory analyzed in this book rejects economic, or any other kind of, determinism. Instead of a determinist linkage between economy and society, Marxian theory here is committed to a linkage called overdetermination. As noted in Chapter 1, we will use this term rather than the traditional term, dialectics, to describe the existence of an interaction among all aspects of society, economic and non-economic alike. 4.2.2 Overdetermination and process. From the standpoint of an overdeterminist theory, the economic and non-economic aspects of society influence, indeed, as explained below, create each other. Determination flows in both directions, not only in one. For example, economic considerations certainly influence decisions about marriage and family life, but the latter likewise influence the economic decisions people make. Economic calculations affect U.S. foreign policies, and foreign policy decisions make their marks on our economy as well. In short, the Marxian theory presented here assigns no determining priority to economic over non-economic aspects of society. All the different aspects shape and are shaped by all the others. No one part of a society, neither the economy nor any other part, determines the whole society. Every aspect of society, including the economic, is overdetermined by all the others. Economic or any other kind of determinism is rejected here in favor of overdetermination. The unique overdeterminist way of understanding causation clashes with the reductionisms presented as the basic logics of neoclassical and Keynesian theories. Marxian theory, as presented here, explains the causes and thus the existences of individuals, institutions, and indeed everything in society in radically different ways. Each aspect or component part of society is approached as the combined effect of all the other aspects or parts of that society. This idea is best described by the word constitutivity. Each aspect or part of society is constituted, literally created, as the combined effect of all the other aspects or parts. Nothing can exist independently of everything else, or as the ultimate cause of everything else, since it is everything else that constitutes whatever exists. It follows that each aspect of society owes its existence to the other aspects. Each is constituted by the interactions among all the other aspects of society. Overdetermination means that every aspect of society is always a cause and an effect. Each aspect plays its particular role in constituting, that is, in causing the existence of, every other. In contrast to overdetermination, neoclassical theory assumes that some aspects, scarcity and preferences, are causes but are not also effects. These causal aspects have a prior existence. They occur phi rst and serve as the ultimate determinants, causes of other aspects of society. Much the same applies to the economic structure in and for Keynesian economic theory. Neoclassical and Keynesian theories do not assume that causes constitute their effects while being simultaneously constituted by them, but that is precisely what an overdeterminist theory does assume. In overdeterminist Marxian theory, because the economy is determined by all the other natural, political, and cultural aspects of society, it is literally pushed and pulled in all directions by all those diverse overdeterminants. This in turn implies that the economy is always in a state of tension and change. A change in climate will favor some kinds of production and distribution and inhibit others. Changing political trends will favor and inhibit certain kinds of production and distribution. Changing cultural patterns too will stimulate some kinds of production and distribution and stifle others. There is no reason to expect all of those changes to impact on the economy in the same way, pushing it in the same direction at the same pace. Rather, the economy is full of contradictory impulses, tensions, and uncertainties. These refill the many different influences that overdetermine any economy. An example can suggest the rich play of diverse overdeterminations constituting any one aspect of the society, in this case a personal decision. Suppose that you are considering what courses to take to prepare for a career. Your feelings and emotions propel you toward the arts. Your parents favor law or medicine for you. Changing university priorities discourage you from considering certain majors that may be phased out soon. Your sense of the political future suggests not preparing for a government job. Mounting student loans pressure you toward a career that will earn money and quickly. Your process of deciding is overdetermined, pushed and pulled in conflicting directions, by all of these, and many more, diverse influences. Your final course choice will be the complicated product of all the diverse influences overdetermining it. Your choice is in part an economic event, part of the overdetermination of the supply of various kinds of labor in the economy. If many are overdetermined to choose computer or health sciences, that may depress wages and salaries in those fields, and that will affect the investment decisions of companies who hire people trained in those fields. That in turn will affect the pattern of exports and imports of computer components, and so on. The economy is simply the total of all such overdetermined events of production and distribution. A similar argument applies to individuals' choices over anything and everything from choosing whether to purchase more apples or oranges to the choice of supplying more or less labor when the wage changes to the decision of whom to date Saturday night. All choices are a complex effect of interacting social, economic and non-economic, and natural forces. This is a very different perspective than that of the contrasting neoclassical approach in which individual choice is immune from either direct or indirect economic influences. In this Marxian approach, choice not only is overdetermined but one of the economic overdeterminants is that of class. In the Marxian view, the economy is ceaselessly changing because it is overdetermined. A change in any non-economic aspect of society will necessarily impose a change upon the economy. For example, when the U.S. presidency passed from Carter to Reagan, priorities inside universities change. Some academic departments obtained more money to hire faculty, expand course offerings, and the like, while other departments withered. This change affected students' course and career choices and so changed the economy. To take another example, changes in the science of birth control and cultural changes in attitudes toward family planning continue to have momentous economic effects. Couples with fewer children are changing their demands for housing, entertainment, and automobiles, to name just a few commodities. Declining population growth induces further changes in all kinds of economic supplies and demands, and so on. Each change in a non-economic aspect of society exerts its particular effects upon the economy. Since the many non-economic aspects of society are themselves always changing in different ways, after all, they too are overdetermined, their changes impact and change the economy. Changes in the economy in turn generate changes in the non-economic aspects of society and so on ad infinitum. The changes in any one part of society are simultaneously the causes and effects of changes in every other part. Marxian theory's commitment to overdetermination thus leads directly to the view that everything in society is forever changing. Change is the mode of existence of everything. Nothing is fixed. Every event, person, institution, and relationship exists in change. Theories, governments, economies, nature, and music, all are in the ceaseless movement of coming into being, changing, and passing out of existence. These changes are sometimes barely perceptible and sometimes dramatically revolutionary, to underscore the endless change it sees in every aspect of every society. Marxian theory conceives of them all as forever in movement, as processes. Processes are thus the basic elements of Marxian theory's analysis of society. Individuals, relationships, activities, institutions, and organizations are just particular groupings of processes, of the four basic types: economic, political, cultural, and natural. Each society is thus conceived to be a mass of different processes, each and every one constituted by all the others. For example, economic processes do more than merely influence cultural processes. They help constitute cultural processes, literally bring them into existence. Thus, corporate expenditures on advertising not only shape the cultural creations on television, they literally make their existence possible. The climate of North America, a natural process, does not merely influence crop yields, it makes them possible, it helps create them. Political processes of lawmaking not only influence economies, their effects help bring into being the specified economic processes, buying, selling, importing, lending, producing, etc., that will exist. To take another example, consider people engaging in the economic process of saving money. They do so because of, as the complex effect of, all the other processes in society. The cultural processes that help constitute savings include ideas about frugal living, expectations about the future, religious convictions, articles in newspapers, and the like. Political processes play their role. For instance, laws are passed that establish our right to own and control what we save, judicial decisions deter others from taking such savings, administrative procedures govern inheritance, and so on. Natural processes also participate in overdetermining the process of saving. Fears and uncertainties of climate and health provoke savings. Deteriorating tools necessitate saving to pay for their replacement, and so on. Finally, other economic processes also overdetermine savings. Paying interest induces savings. Price fluctuations sometimes provoke savings as insurance against market downturns, while in times of inflation they discourage savings. Central bank management of supplies of money influences savings decisions, and so on. All the other processes in society have effects that together bring into existence the one particular process of saving. They give it whatever particular features it displays in a particular society at a particular time. Change or remove any one of those other processes or introduce a new one, and the consequence will be to change or remove the saving process. It only exists because they do. No one of them causes saving, they all do. Saving is not merely the effect of any one or a subset of the other processes in society. It is rather the overdetermined effect of them all as they interact with one another. And the same is true of every other process. Overdetermination functions within the Marxian theory presented here as the logical connection among the processes that together form any society. It is the glue that links the parts into the social whole. Its centrality has two profound consequences for the theory. We have already noted the phi-rst1. A change in any one process leads to changes in all the other processes, which then impact back on the phi-rst process to change it, and so on. Marxian theory summarizes this implication of its commitment to overdetermination by stressing the ceaseless change that characterizes every process in society and hence the society as a whole. 4.2.3 Contradictions. A second consequence of the Marxian idea of overdetermination is the parallel centrality of contradictions. Since every process exists as the effect of all other processes, each process is consequently a bundle of contradictions. That is, each social process contains within itself the pushes and pulls emanating from all the other processes that make it what it is. As all those other processes change, so do the pushes and pulls they exert, and that gives movement to the process they overdetermine. For example, the process of loving another person is overdetermined and hence contradictory. It contains within itself the different effects of the need for companionship, sexual desire, ego-gratification, financial considerations, religious taboos, parental preferences, peer group pressures, fears of loneliness, and so on. All of the other processes surrounding both people that overdetermine the process of love between them likewise push and pull that love in conflicting directions. The process of loving is thus contradictory with the lovers caught up in what a vast literature describes as complex, shifting combinations of attraction, repulsion, indifference, resentment, elation, passion, and so on. Moreover, as all those other processes change, they thereby differently overdetermine the process of loving as well as each of the lovers, and that changes all of them. Change in each process alters how it determines all other processes and also the contradictions within them. These new contradictions impart new kinds of change in those processes, which thereby change the ways in which they influence other processes. Contradiction is, for Marxian theory, the consequence of overdetermination, the mechanism whereby change becomes the universal mode of existence of society and of all its parts. Marxian theory generally proceeds in its analysis of any society by 1. Identifying the processes in it, 2. Examining the overdetermination among them, and 3. Then demonstrating the resulting contradictions in those processes. The point is to understand the social changes emerging from the contradictions in the society. More specifically, Marxian economic theory focuses on the economic processes within the society and their contradictions. The theory aims to identify how those contradictions generate both economic and other changes in each society that is an object of the theory. Marxist political practice aims to use the theory to inform its interventions to transform that society. By comparison, neoclassical and Keynesian theories are not committed to overdetermination. Rather, they are determinist or essentialist in nature, as discussed earlier. According to the neoclassicists, social changes are usually reduced to being effects of economic changes. Economic changes are in turn reduced to being determined by a very few essential causes, such as individuals' preferences, their productive capabilities, and their privately owned resource endowments. The geometric diagrams used by neoclassical economists to portray economic relationships typically make some economic phenomena causes and others effects, an essentialist idea. Other neoclassical models, whether simple linkages of effects to causes or more complex systems of simultaneous equations, also cannot represent overdetermination because overdetermination means that all economic aspects are simultaneously causes and effects, in the sense of constituents, of one another and of all the non-economic aspects of society too. The conventional mathematical models of neoclassical economics do not express relationships of overdetermination because that theory does not connect the different aspects of the economy and the society in that way. Much the same applies to Keynesian economics. It theorizes the microbehavior of phi RMS and individuals as the effect of macro-level social structures. This reproduces the determinism of neoclassical economic theories but reverses its direction. The micro-level nature of individual persons in phi RMS is determined by, rather than determines, the larger economic and social structures. In this book, S Phi Null chapter, we will focus on the difference between the determinisms, essentialisms, of neoclassical and Keynesian theories and Marxian theory, S overdeterminism, anti-essentialism, to show its major consequences in shaping the very different conclusions and policy recommendations reached by the different theories. 4.2.4 Processes, activities, and relationships in the Marxian theory we develop here. Processes never occur by themselves in society. They always occur in groups. For example, a person who reads, cultural process, also breathes, natural process. Someone who orders another person to follow a rule, political process, also thinks, cultural process, and digests, natural process. An employer hiring workers, economic process, talks to them, cultural process, and directs workers' behavior during the working day, political process. Such groupings, often of many processes, are what Marxian theory defines as relationships, or activities, or practices. An activity or practice by any person can always be broken down analytically into the basic processes that composed it. For example, when a person runs down the street, he or she may also be perspiring, thinking, earning interest on investments, and obeying someone's order to run, all at the same time. Those processes together constitute a particular activity of running. Indeed, it is not quite accurate to call this activity merely running, since that one-word label does not take into account the many different processes simultaneously involved. Similarly, the practice of organizing a trade union is a composite of processes. Talking to people, thinking through strategies, perhaps changing laws, buying paper for leaf LETS, and so on. As with activities and practices, relationships among people are decomposable into their constituent processes. When you and I talk, we also look at each other, possibly touch each other, and possibly transact some economic business with each other, and so on. Each particular relationship is a complex grouping of specified C processes. As with activities and practices, it is never quite accurate to give relationships a single name or qualifying adjective, such as a business relationship, a love relationship, or any other. Relationships are always complex groupings of specified C processes. You can avoid grief in your relationships if you remember not to interpret them unidimensionally. The complete sets of activities of a group of people and their relationships form a society, which Marxists often call a social formation. Marxian social analysis aims to specify which processes are grouped in what ways into the particular activities and relationships that distinguish each social formation. For example, in some societies, buying and selling processes never occur. Instead, goods and services pass from their producers to their consumers by means of religious processes of distribution following sacred rules. In another society, processes of praying accompany every economic process according to elaborate rituals. In still another society, sexual processes never occur without rigid political controls by parents over children throughout life. From the standpoint of Marxian theory, to understand any society requires systematic attention to the particular processes that occur within it and how they are grouped into the activities and relationships that compose it. The objective is to grasp and express the contradictions that give that society its particular qualities, tensions, and changes. Since Marxists usually favor certain kinds of social change, They seek an understanding that will guide their personal and organizational decisions about how to act politically to facilitate those social changes. 4.2.5 A theoretical dilemma and analytical problem is posed immediately by Marxian theory's view that societies are immense collections of diverse processes, activities, and relationships intertwined in complex contradictions. To fully unravel them all is likely impossible, and any systematic exposition would take huge numbers of Marxian theorists vast amounts of time. Moreover, by the time the task would be done, all the theorized processes, activities, and relationships would have changed. The analyzed society would have become an historical relic superseded by the new, current society in which the Marxists lived and which they presumably wanted to change. They would have to start all over, but the same dilemma would confront them. This dilemma is still more troubling given the idea of overdetermination. If any one social process exists and has its specified qualities and contradictions by virtue of the effects of all the other social processes, a theorist would have to study them all to ever completely understand that one social process. Such completeness is not practically possible. From the Marxian standpoint, the task of a comprehensive social analysis is, in principle, not achievable, neither for Marxian nor for any other kind of theory. It is rather like people achieving bird-like fluidite, without mechanical help, or avoiding death or eliminating all loneliness from a lifetime. Like those impossibilities, the human incapacity to produce complete social analyses need not and should not bother us very much. To deny or dwell morosely upon our limitations promises little beyond bitter disappointments or bouts of depression or both. The point is rather to recognize that the limitations influence but do not prevent our efforts to build productive personal and social situations. In this spirit, Marxists recognize that all social analyses, no matter which theoretical frameworks are used to produce them, are partial and never complete or fine-niched. No one can fully understand or write the whole story about how a society is structured and how it is changing. No one ever has done that. Every theory involves an inevitably partial stab at social analysis. Marxists reject as vain any hope that one analysis will be complete while others remain partial. Nor should anyone credit the claims of those who, frightened by the limits of our theoretical capacities, imagine and insist that they have found some miraculous way to completeness, the truth, the final explanation. This recognition of the partiality of all theories and the social analyses they can produce is controversial among both Marxists and non-Marxists. Some Marxists find it unacceptable. They remain committed to the idea that somehow, someday, a complete analysis will be accomplished and that they are working toward that end. However, the kind of Marxian theory being discussed in this book, based as it is on overdetermination, contradiction, and process, logically arrives at a direct affirmation of its own partiality as well as that of all other social theories. Is this admission of partiality debilitating? Does it mean that there is no point in trying to explain anything since we can explain nothing fully? Does Marxian theory's insistence on its partiality invite us to ignore its arguments and conclusions? 4.2.6 Marxian theory and its entry point. The answer to all of these questions is no. Marxists committed to overdetermination do not hesitate to generate their analyses by using their theory. They accept partiality as a quality common to all theories and social analyses. What distinguishes one theory from another is precisely that they are partial in different ways. Different theories produce different partial analyses, as is exemplified by Marxian and non-Marxian economic theories. That no theory can produce a complete analysis does not bother the Marxists. They argue that all theories, notwithstanding their partiality, exert specified effects on the societies in which they occur. The economic analyses produced with neoclassical and Keynesian economic theories are socially influential. They participate in overdetermining everything else in the society where and when they occur. The different partial analyses produced by those using Marxian theories likewise participate in overdetermining everything else in society. The point is that the three kinds of theory influence, push, shape, the society in different ways and different directions. How is one theory partial in a different way from another theory? As we have seen, the answer lies partly in the important notion of entry points. All theories of society confront a complex social totality, a multidimensional mass of diversity. Every theory has to begin somewhere with some selected aspects or part of society. Starting everywhere is not possible and would, in any case, entail incoherence. Every theory makes its particular sense, knowledge, understanding, truth, of society from, and partly depending on, the perspective of its particular entry point. Social theories are always partial because of the impossibility of theorizing from or about every aspect of the social totality. Neoclassical theory's partiality is identifiable by its three broad entry point concepts: individual preferences, technology, and initial endowments. Neoclassical theory builds up its particular analysis or knowledge of modern economies by entering into that analysis from these distinctive entry points. The same applies to Keynesian theory in relation to its entry point concepts of specify C social structures, mass psychological tendencies, and uncertainty. Marxian economic theory has a very different entry point, class, and builds its distinctively partial analysis by entering into the study of the economy via its particular concept of class process. Our analysis of Marxian theory thus requires that we examine carefully what is meant by the Marxian entry point concept of class. Doing so will enable us to clarify this basic difference between Marxian and both neoclassical and Keynesian economic theories. Then we can proceed to clarify their other differences by tracing how their different entry points lead them to sharply divergent understandings of economics. The final chapter of this book explores the social significance of these theoretical differences, how our lives depend on the struggles among the differently partial theories and among those committed to them. 4.2.7 The class process Marxian theory generally begins its study of any society by RST inquiring into its class processes, aspects, that together comprise the class structure of that society. It then proceeds to examine how the society's class structure is overdetermined by all of the non-class processes that are its social context or framework. Finally, Marxian theory aims to show how, in turn, its class processes participate in overdetermining all of the non-class aspects of the society. Class is thus the entry point concept of Marxian theory. It is that particular aspect of society which this theory aims to highlight, focus upon, and understand. Class operates in Marxian theory rather like the concept of individual human nature operates in neoclassical theory and the concepts of social structures and psychological propensities function in Keynesian theory. Each theory begins with definitions of its respective entry points and elaborates from there its complex understanding of how any economy works and interacts with the rest of society. The Marxian economic theory developed in this book defines class in a very particular way that it takes from Marx's work. Class refers to a particular social process, namely the production of surplus labor, defined in the next paragraph, by some members of any society. Every society is assumed to require that at least some of its members interact with nature and one another to produce goods and services consumed by all members of the society. This interaction is called the labor process. The expenditure of human muscles, nerves, and brain power to transform objects found in nature into goods and services satisfying human needs and wants. Those members of society who do this labor are called direct laborers. What then is surplus labor? All labor takes time. Part of the direct laborers' work time produces the goods and services that they themselves consume in order to reproduce their capacity to work. That part of their work time is necessary labor. It is necessary in the precise sense of being required to meet the direct laborers' consumption-focused demands for goods and services. However, direct laborers always perform more labor than the necessary labor. They work for a longer period of time than needed to supply their own needs and wants. That extra labor time is what Marx called surplus labor. Direct laborers thus participate in two different processes, the labor process of transforming nature and the class process of performing surplus labor. It is one thing to transform nature through human labor. It is another and different thing to be involved in the production of surplus labor. The class and labor processes have existed in all societies, from the earliest known to the contemporary, but recognizing and analyzing class processes as different from labor processes is a very new phenomenon dating from Marx's work. If the class process entails performing surplus labor, that immediately entails two extensions of the concept. The RST concerns what we call the product of the surplus labor, the output of goods and services not consumed by the direct laborers themselves. This will be henceforth referred to as the surplus product or simply the surplus. The second immediate extension of the concept of surplus labor refers to what happens to the surplus after its production by the direct laborers. Marx handles this in a straightforward way as a matter of the distribution of the surplus. We may now summarize the concept of class that functions as Marxist economic theory's entry point, the economic processes of producing and distributing surplus labor. Notice that class as a singular process has morphed into class as a plural process. Class refers not only to the production of surplus, but also to its distribution. We will return to this complexity below. Class processes coexist and interact with the entire natural, political, cultural, and other economic processes, non-class processes, that constitute any society. Class processes are overdetermined by all those other, non-class processes. Like any other processes, class processes are contradictory and constantly changing. Similarly, they participate in overdetermining all the non-class processes and hence in shaping the contradictions and changes of the entire society. Notice that Marxian theory, by making class its entry point, arranges the complexity of the society it seeks to understand into two contrasting parts or aspects, class and non-class. The theory thereby organizes the topics it will treat around the task of thinking through the relationships in any society between its class and non-class aspects. The analyses generated by Marxian theory focus upon the interdependence between the class and non-class parts of the social whole. 4.3 The Marxian concept of class elaborated. The Marxian concept of class that we have defined net in terms of surplus labor is only one of many different concepts of class used for centuries before Marx and also used since. It is important therefore to separate the concept of class developed in this chapter and book from the many, and very different, other concepts of class that have appeared and continue to appear in the works of some Marxists and most non-Marxists. For example, since ancient Greece, class has been used for groups of people according to the wealth or property they own. The class of haves confronts the class of have-nots. The rich classes confront the poor, and the high-income class confronts the lower classes. These are variations of a definition of class in terms of property ownership. A second and very different definition of class, as old as the phi rst, refers not to ownership of wealth or income but to power. This concept of class groups people according to whether they wield power over others, give orders, have authority, etc., or have power wielded over them. Variations on this definition of class speak of the ruling class or the power elite or the class of the powerless. These property and power concepts of class are probably still the most widespread understandings of the term. They differ from our surplus labor concept of class. We, like many others, are interested in how wealth and power are distributed in societies past and present. We, like many others, have learned from social analyses that have focused on wealth and power distributions. We too have wondered why societies have found it so difficult to construct more egalitarian distributions of wealth and power than have so far been achieved, despite revolutions like the American, French, and Russian that moved in those directions. Marx responded to such wondering when he argued that earlier revolutionary efforts failed because their proponents had not understood the importance of the organization of surplus labor in reinforcing their societies' inequalities. They had likewise failed to understand the need to transform the organization of the surplus if sustained movement toward egalitarian wealth and power distributions was to succeed. So Marx aimed to refocus class analysis and social movements for equality onto what they had earlier overlooked, the social organization of the surplus. To drive home his basic point, Marx used class to refer not to wealth and power distributions but rather to processes of producing and distributing surpluses in society. Marx himself was not 100% consistent in his new usage of class in terms of surplus. He sometimes slipped back into using the concepts of class developed before him, those that referred to rich and poor, rulers and ruled. After all, he was very enthusiastic for the egalitarian goals of the French and American revolutionaries who often used class defined net in terms of wealth and especially power. However, Marx's unique and lasting contribution was to invent and develop a new concept of class and class analysis. He aimed thereby to provide an understanding of how each society's organization of the production and distribution of surpluses shaped its operations, its history, and the opportunities and obstacles for those seeking to establish more egalitarian distributions of wealth and power. 4.3.1 The fundamental class process and exploitation. In his writings, Marx sometimes attached the adjective, fundamental, to the class process. This followed from his theoretical strategy of focusing readers' attention on the process of producing surplus labor. However, he seems to have wanted the adjective also to distinguish one kind of class process from another. Indeed, as we have already noted, Marx's economic theory does present two kinds of class process. We will use fundamental class process to refer to the process whereby the direct laborers perform not only necessary but also surplus labor. Their necessary labor results in the produced goods and services they consume. Their surplus labor results in a further quantity of goods and services that we will call surplus product or just surplus. One question arises immediately. Who gets that surplus? In Marx's language, who appropriates that surplus, receives it directly into his or her hands? The answer is, it depends. One possibility is that the direct laborers may themselves collectively appropriate their own surplus product. For example, a community of agricultural or industrial laborers might periodically stop their collective work activities to collectively gather into their hands the surplus those work activities produced. An alternative would have individuals working by themselves such that each individually appropriates the surplus he or she produces. For example, consider an individual producer of computer software programs. She produces a quantity of these programs, sells them, and uses the money to purchase the goods and services she consumes to maintain her standard of living. This quantity represents her necessary labor. However, she normally produces more than this quantity of programs. This extra quantity is hers to sell and reap the rewards from. She divides the rewards into two parts. One part is used to replenish the materials used up in producing her output, while the other part is the surplus generated by her labor. She is the individual appropriator of her own surplus labor. These are not the only possible answers to the question of who gets the surplus. The direct laborers who perform the surplus labor may not appropriate their own surplus product, neither collectively or individually. Consider, for example, a society in which the direct laborers are also slaves. When the slaves perform labor for their masters, all the products of that labor belong immediately and automatically to the masters. Usually they return a portion of the slaves' output to the slaves for their consumption, thereby to maintain the slave system of that society. That portion would comprise the necessary labor of the slave class structure. Another portion goes to replenish the materials used up in the slaves' production of the total output. A final portion, what the masters keep, appropriate, is the slave surplus. In general, masters are non-slaves and do not participate in the production of output. Precisely this situation, when the direct laborers do not appropriate their own surplus labor, is what Marx called exploitation. One person exploits another, in Marxian theory, if and only if he or she appropriates the surplus labor of that other. Exploitation is a basic concept in Marxian economics. Marxian theory's basic range of alternative social organizations of the surplus includes more possibilities. If the direct laborer is not a slave, is rather legally free, cannot be owned by another, and is the hired employee working in a factory or office, the system is called capitalist. In this case, the direct laborer, usually a wage or salary earner, helps produce goods and/or services for sale. Called commodities, these goods and services, once produced, are automatically and immediately the property of the employer. The direct laborers who produce them have no ownership of them. The employer normally sells them for money, revenues, and uses part of that money to pay the direct laborer's wage or salary. That part represents the laborer's necessary labor. The employer usually uses another part of revenues to replenish the tools, equipment, and raw materials used up in producing the commodities. Finally, the employer appropriates the remaining part, the surplus. This system is called capitalist for historical reasons. Capital was a concept that referred to the use of wealth to beget more wealth. For example, money functions as capital when it is lent at interest. A certain sum of wealth, say 100, is lent for a period of time. At the end of that time that sum must be returned to the lender plus an interest payment of, say, 5. The lender is a capitalist because he or she has used wealth to beget more wealth. The same applies to a person who buys a commodity in order to sell it at a higher price. Such a person, historically called a merchant, is also a capitalist because he or she is using wealth to beget more wealth through commerce. Moneylending and merchant capitalists have existed for a very long time in human history. A modern employer, a more recent historical phenomenon, especially as a general way to organize production in an economy, is someone who hires, the capacity to work of direct laborers and also buys the tools, equipment and raw materials for them to work with and on. The employer sets what he has purchased to work, to produce specified goods and services. The employer is also the owner and seller of the commodities that result from production. When the resulting revenues exceed the costs of hiring the direct laborers and buying the materials used up in production, the excess represents the surplus produced by the direct laborers and appropriated by the employer. The employer has thus expanded his or her wealth through the production process, which is a different way from how the moneylender or the merchant expands wealth. The employer is thus a capitalist like them, but this is an industrial capitalist rather than a moneylending or merchant capitalist. An industrial capitalist is one who expands wealth by means of production. Note that the industrial capitalist, like the slave master, appropriates the surplus product of his or her direct laborers. The slave master returns a portion of the slaves' total output to them for their reproduction. The industrial capitalist returns to direct laborers, as their wages or salaries, a portion of the revenues received from selling what they produced. That is the necessary labor portion of their work. The industrial capitalist uses the other portions of those revenues to replenish used-up inputs and to increase the capitalist's capital. That increase retained by the capitalist is the portion of the capitalist's revenues that represents the surplus labor of the direct laborers. Marx and Marxists refer to the organization of production in this way as industrial capitalism, or often just capitalism, for short. Industrial capitalism is an exploitative class structure because the direct producers of the surplus are not also its appropriators. Other people, namely those capitalists who employ the direct laborers, appropriate the surpluses. That is what defines such an economic system as capitalist exploitation. Marxian economic theory recognizes still other kinds of exploitative class structures. They will be further discussed below in section 4.3.3 on the different forms of the fundamental class process. Marxists often divide the histories of societies they analyze into periods according to which forms of the fundamental class process coexisted in what sorts of relationships. This approach to understanding societies is part of what Marxists mean when they describe their theoretical work as class analysis. 4.3.2 The subsumed class process. The logic of the fundamental class process led to the question of who appropriates the surplus. The answer provided above then generates the next question. What do the appropriators of surplus product do with it? Do they consume it? Do they hoard it to save for a future use? Do they invest it in the sense of using it to hire more direct laborers, buy more material inputs, and expand production? Do the appropriators distribute the surplus to the masses in periodic festivals and carnivals? Do they use it to feed and arm special groups that do no productive work but rather engage in wars? Actually, those are just some of the many possible ways for surplus appropriators to distribute it across their societies. The distribution of the surplus by its appropriators will be called the subsumed class process. It is thus different from the production and appropriation of the surplus that we call the fundamental class process. In the rest of this chapter and book, the combination of a fundamental class process and a subsumed class process comprise a class structure. Any society's actual subsumed class processes, its actual ways of distributing the surpluses it generates, influence how life is lived by its people. How the appropriators divide up the surplus and to whom they distribute the portions will help shape the structure, contradictions, and changes characterizing that society. Marxian theory therefore analyzes the complex causes that together overdetermine the subsumed class processes as well as fundamental class processes in any society chosen for examination. It likewise analyzes the consequences of both class processes for the structure and changes in that society. In articulating his theory of the fundamental and subsumed class processes, Marx stressed the contradictory position of the appropriators. On the one hand, they receive into their hands the surplus, the fruits of human labor above and beyond what is needed to produce the generally accepted standard of living of the direct laborers and replenish means of production. On the other hand, the appropriators of the surplus dispose of what is basically the discretionary fund of the society. On the one hand, this positions surplus appropriators in a heady position of power. On the other hand, it ties their hands. As Marxian theory shows, appropriators are always under multiple, complex pressures to distribute the surpluses to others. The basic pressure to distribute the surplus comes from the fact that failing to do so risks their position as surplus appropriators and the very production of surplus itself. On the one hand, it is obvious that without a fundamental class process that generates a surplus and delivers it into the hands of appropriators, there could not be a subsumed class process, surplus distribution. On the other hand, as Marx stresses, the reverse holds as well. Unless the surplus is distributed in certain ways, the fundamental class process will not survive. Fundamental and subsumed class processes depend on and shape one another within the context of all the non-class processes that overdetermine the two class processes and their interaction. We can illustrate this basic theoretical point in Marxian economics by considering a slave master who exploits some slave direct laborers. They do necessary labor, the product of which the slave master allows them to keep enabling them to continue working. They also do surplus labor, the product of which the slave master appropriates. However, the slave master's happiness at being the recipient of this surplus is quickly overshadowed by anxiety. He or she worries about many possibilities. For example, the slaves may rebel against constantly delivering their surplus product to the slave master and refuse to do so. The slave master would then lose the surplus in the position of surplus appropriator. To prevent this, the slave master must consider the subsumed class process, the distribution of the appropriated slave surplus. One way to seek to prevent slave revolts would be to maintain a police force. The slave master would have to make a subsumed class payment, distribute a portion of the appropriated slave surplus, to hire, train, and equip such a force. Thus, once the master appropriated the surplus, a portion of it would have to be distributed to maintain the police. Not only would the hired police personnel produce no surplus for the slave master, they would drain away a portion of the appropriated surplus. Another way to prevent slave rebellions would be to educate slaves along particular lines. Secular or religious schools could be established to administer classes, rituals, and ceremonies designed to convince slaves that rebellions are futile or blasphemous or both. The costs of hiring and equipping schools would have to be defrayed by the slave masters, subsumed class outlays. Many other non-class processes, beyond policing and educating, may be required for the slave fundamental class process to continue providing surplus to slave masters. Slaves who die must be replaced. If that necessitates ship expeditions, hired crews, etc., to secure new slaves, those expeditions' costs are claims upon the slave surplus. The ship crews do not produce any surplus, like the slave direct laborers, but their maintenance and equipment costs drain a portion of the slave surplus. Slaves may require supervisors to ensure efficiency and hard work. Such supervisors are not direct laborers, they produce nothing. However, they may be indispensable, rather like the police, educators, and hired ship crews above, for the slave direct laborers to continue to generate surpluses for the masters. The costs of hiring and equipping supervisors are covered by subsumed class payments from the masters' appropriated surpluses. Our examples from a slave form of the fundamental class process have perfect parallels within a capitalist form of the fundamental class process. Indeed, we will be using such examples throughout the rest of the chapter. However, the slave example suffices to permit us to draw some initial conclusions here about the distribution of surplus by appropriators. The distribution of the surplus by appropriators is called the subsumed class process. It is a class process because it directly concerns surplus labor and its fruits. It is called subsumed because it seems logical that we consider the distribution of the surplus after we consider its production, which is the fundamental class process. The subsumed class process occurs after the fundamental class process. It is motivated by the appropriators, aim to continue the fundamental class process and their position in it. The subsumed class process is the way appropriators pay for the performance of certain non-class processes without which the fundamental class process could not exist. In our example of the slave fundamental class process, the police and military processes, the educational and religious processes, the shipping and supervisory processes, were all precisely non-class processes. The people who performed these non-class processes did not themselves produce or appropriate surplus labor. Instead, they provided certain of its conditions of existence. For doing so, they received distributed shares of the slave surplus from its appropriators. They therefore participated in a subsumed class process. They were subsumed classes because they obtained a distribution of the surplus for providing conditions of existence for the reproduction of that surplus. In all societies, according to Marxian theory, fundamental and subsumed class processes occur. They coexist with the vast array of non-class processes in constituting any society. Given the logic of overdetermination, Marxists argue that in any society, the various forms of the fundamental and subsumed class processes that coexist there help shape one another and all of that society's non-class processes. They also argue that simultaneously the non-class processes together overdetermine the class processes, fundamental and subsumed. We may now formulate a brief summary of the goals and structure of a Marxian theory of society. The theory aims to identify and analyze the fundamental and subsumed class processes that coexist in any society chosen for examination. It seeks further to understand the overdetermined interactions among coexisting class processes and between them and their environment of non-class process. On that basis, the theory aims to show how class influences the social structure, its contradictions, and social change. 4.3.3 Different forms of the fundamental class process. Marxian theory recognizes that societies differ from one another in their class structures. While all societies exhibit some coexisting class processes, fundamental and subsumed, they differ in the mix of the particular forms they contain. The rich diversity of human communities has produced a wide variety of arrangements whereby men and women perform surplus labor and distribute its fruits. Marxian theorists have constructed sketches of some historically important forms of the fundamental class process, but have examined most exhaustively the modern capitalist form. One form is commonly called the primitive communist class process, after Marx's initial usage of the phrase. While he used primitive because his particular examples had occurred long ago or in much less economically developed parts of the world in Marx's time, we will drop the primitive since we now know that this kind of class process has existed and exists now in many different societies. In the communist form of the fundamental class process, the direct laborers themselves collectively appropriate the surplus they have produced. Those direct laborers produce the goods and services that they themselves consume, the fruit of their necessary labor, but they also produce more goods and services, the fruit of their surplus labor. The communist subsumed class process occurs when such direct laborers distribute portions of the communist surplus to others, for performing various non-class processes that provide conditions of existence for the communist fundamental class process. Those others, recipients of distributed shares of the communist surplus, constitute communist subsumed classes. A second form of the fundamental class process is that which Marx called ancient. He used that term because his examples of that particular form of the fundamental class process were drawn initially from ancient Rome's individual peasant farms. Individually consume, but then they also produce more than that, the ancient surplus. They individually appropriate that surplus as when, for example, an individual farmer produces and sells enough wheat not only to secure his standard of consumption but also more than that to obtain a surplus. Such ancient surplus producers cum appropriators then distribute shares of their surpluses to various persons who perform non-class processes that provide conditions of existence of the ancient fundamental class process, namely of its reproduction over time. Individual producer, sellers of computer software programs, craft products, medical care, and plumbing repair, and so on, are examples of the ancient fundamental class process. Earlier we discussed the slave form of the fundamental class process, but we have not yet described the feudal form. It most typically involves possessors of land, called lords, and direct laborers on that land, often called feudal peasants or serfs. The direct laborers, who are not slaves, work the land part of the time for themselves. They keep the fruits of this labor, it is their necessary labor. The rest of the time they work for the lord, performing surplus labor. The lord appropriates the fruits of that work, the feudal surplus. A complex personal relationship involving loyalties and obligations enables and enforces the feudal fundamental class process that connects lords and serfs. The lords distribute portions of the feudal surplus to the feudal subsumed classes. Capitalism differs from all other forms of the fundamental class process. The direct laborers do not also appropriate the surplus they produce, neither collectively, as in the communist form, nor individually, as in the ancient form. The direct laborers are not connected to the other people who appropriate the surplus as slaves, as in the slave form, nor as serfs with personal ties of loyalty, as in the feudal form. Instead, the capitalist form of the fundamental class process inserts the institution of the market between direct laborers and the other people who appropriate the surplus. Direct laborers sell their capacity to work, their labor power, in Marx's words, to a set of buyers called capitalists. The latter pay the direct laborers for their labor power. The buyers then consume that labor power by setting it to work together with the tools, equipment, and raw materials, means of production, also purchased by the buyers of labor power. The buyers have the right, in this system, to keep and sell the products of the direct laborers' work. In calculating how the capitalist fundamental class process works, Marx proceeds by assuming that the value of the tools, equipment, and raw materials used up in production is automatically transferred to the final products. For example, the chair has in it the value of the wood, glue, saws, hammers, and so on, used up in producing it. However, the chair's value also reflects the value added by the human labor done on the raw materials, wood, glue, etc. With the tools and equipment, saws, hammers, etc., the value of the chair is greater than the value of the raw materials, tools, and equipment in it. The value of the chair includes the value of the used-up means of production plus the value added by the direct laborers. The final step of Marx's calculation reveals where and how the surplus arises in a capitalist fundamental class process. The capitalist buyer of the labor power only pays the direct laborers in wages a portion of the value added by their work. The capitalist retains the other portion. That's what the capitalist gets out of the production process. In effect, during part of the time that direct laborers work, the working day, they add value equal to what they get back in wages. The rest of their working day is time during which the direct laborers also add value, but that value accrues to the capitalist employer, not to the direct laborers. It is value added over and above what is paid in wages. The labor time of workers that adds value used to pay their wages is their necessary labor. The time of workers that adds value going to be retained by capitalists constitutes the capitalist's surplus, and Marx calls that surplus value. If workers received in wages the full value added by their labor, nothing would remain for the capitalist, who would therefore gain nothing from the production process. Capitalists appropriate the surpluses of direct laborers by hiring them in the market, setting them to work with purchased means of production, and taking exclusive ownership of the products of that work. Another way to grasp Marx's point is to consider what capitalists do with the revenues they receive from selling the products of capitalist production. They divide those revenues into three parts. The first part goes to the direct laborers as their wages, payment for their labor power. The second part goes to purchase replacements for the raw materials, tools, and equipment, means of production, used up during production. The third part is the surplus appropriated by the buyers of labor power. There are key differences separating the 5 basic forms of the fundamental class process that Marx and Marxists have identified and elaborated: communist, ancient, slave, feudal, and capitalist. Each form differs in the ways that the surplus is produced and appropriated, by whom and how, and distributed, to whom, how, and to secure what conditions of existence. Each form reflects and embodies its distinctive overdetermination by its social context, the totality of non-class processes as well as all other coexisting forms of the class processes. Production and appropriation of the surplus by the same people define a non-exploitative fundamental class process. The production and appropriation of surpluses, when performed collectively by the same people, define what Marxist economic theory means by the communist fundamental class process. The ancient fundamental class process is like the communist in terms of being non-exploitative, but differs from the communist because the production and appropriation of the surplus is individual, not collective. Very different from both of them is the slave fundamental class process. It is exploitative. The producers of the surplus are not identical to its appropriators. Indeed, the producers are the private property of other persons. Finally, there are two other forms of exploitative fundamental class processes. First, the feudal differs from the slave because it does not entail human beings owning other human beings. Instead of slaves and masters, feudal fundamental class processes have people connected by relationships of loyalty, personal obligations, and religious sanction. Those relationships condition and impel one group of people to produce a surplus appropriated by another group. For example, serfs and landlords in classical European feudalism. The last of Marxism's 5 basic forms of the class processes is the capitalist. There, the mass of direct laborers is free, not slaves. There, Free laborers are not bound by loyalty, personal obligations, and religion to others who appropriate the surpluses they produce. They are not serfs. Instead, they enter into market relationships of employer-employee such that the latter produce a surplus appropriated by the former. The capitalist fundamental class process is exploitative like the slave and the feudal, but in a systematically different ways centered on markets and the transformation of productive resources, especially labor power, as well as products into commodities, objects produced primarily for sale. Last, Marxian theorists have a long-standing interest in establishing modern forms of the communist class process. They prefer that non-exploitative fundamental class process to the exploitative capitalist form now globally prevalent. They also prefer the influence of communist over against capitalist class processes on the rest of society. Most Marxists have recognized that the transition they seek from a predominantly capitalist to a communist class system would likely take time. There would likely be varying kinds and durations of transitional societies seeking to move toward the eventual dismantling of their capitalist class processes in favor of establishing communist class processes in their place. Marxists took the name socialist to refer to such transitional periods. They likewise labeled as socialist those societies, movements, and political parties committed to carrying through such transitions. Sometimes, in moments of speculation about socialist transitions to possible future communisms, their advocates have spoken about classless societies. Presumably these would mean societies in which the distinctions between necessary and surplus labor would have disappeared as would the surplus itself. In glimpsing this possible future, Marxian theory and theorists envision the conditions for their own passing, the end of their own history. No comparable theoretical self-consciousness of its own limits is found in either neoclassical or Keynesian economics. We do not examine the futuristic possibility of classlessness in this book. 4.3.4 Social Formations and Social Transitions. Marxian theory approaches society as a complex bundle of interacting class, fundamental and subsumed, and non-class processes. Considering the class processes phi-rst, it seeks to determine precisely which forms of the fundamental class process coexist in any society it chooses to analyze. Do people there perform an appropriate surplus labor within the capitalist and/or feudal and/or ancient forms, and so on? How are the forms that coexist in the society changing? Are some disappearing while others expand? Are new forms coming into existence and possibly into prominence? As noted earlier, Marxists prefer the term social formation to society, because it underscores their particular way of approaching society as a set of several forms, a formation of the class processes. Within any social formation, some of the forms of the fundamental class process will be more socially prominent than others. More goods and services emerge from some forms than from others. For example, the United States today is a capitalist social formation. This means that the capitalist form of the fundamental class process overshadows the other forms in generating total output and in shaping the non-class processes of the society. However, non-capitalist forms of the fundamental class process also exist in the United States. Millions of individual, self-employed persons perform and appropriate their own surplus labor within the ancient form of the fundamental class process. Some Americans today live and/or work in religious or secular communes that exhibit sometimes the primitive communist and sometimes the feudal form of the fundamental class process. However, when looking at the United States as a whole, its complex of cultural, political, and economic processes, most Marxists agree that the capitalist form of the class process is the most prominent. For this reason, Marxian theorists refer to the United States as a capitalist social formation. The label attached to the social formation names the particular form of the fundamental class process most prominent in that social formation. After identifying the most prominent and the other coexisting forms of the fundamental class process in the United States, Marxian theory undertakes the equally important task of assessing the changes or transitions occurring among and within those forms. We will use the word change to describe the constant alterations occurring within and among the various forms of the class processes coexisting within a social formation. We will reserve the word transition to describe a situation in which a formerly prominent form of the fundamental class process in a society is giving way to another form that is becoming prominent. Changes, from the standpoint of Marxian theory, are always occurring in and among all of the forms of the fundamental class process in every society. However, transition is different and happens relatively rarely. In the United States today, changes in all of its non-class processes are overdetermining changes in and among all its coexisting forms of the fundamental class process. And those class changes are reacting back upon the non-class processes of the United States in a constant back and forth dialectic of mutual transformation. While the predominant capitalist class structure in the United States and beyond has been in a major crisis since 2007 and subject to growing criticism, it is an open question whether a class transition may be underway. During the early part and middle of the 20th century, communist political parties leading several countries, Soviet Union, People's Republic of China, several Eastern European countries, Cuba, etc., undertook transitions from societies in which the capitalist form of the fundamental class process was predominant toward societies in which the communist class process would become predominant. Marxists debated then, and still do, what those countries' efforts at socialist transition achieved, how far their transitions progressed, and whether and why they set in motion reverse transitions to a renewed prominence of capitalist class processes. The early 21st century certainly displays far less socialist transition than typified the 20th century. At the same time, the capitalist crisis that exploded in 2008 and shook the world economy renewed interest everywhere in the Marxian critiques of capitalism and in rethinking new projects of socialist transition. 4.4 The Capitalist Fundamental Class Process in Commodities. Marx's 3-volume work, Capital, provides the foundation and the broad logical structure of Marxian economics. In Volume 1, Marx concentrated on the capitalist fundamental class process. In Volume 2, he stressed the uniqueness of his theoretical approach to economics by differentiating it from others. He did this by concentrating on a class analysis of the market circulation of commodities and money. In Volume 3, he focused chiefly on the capitalist subsumed class process. There he showed how the interdependence of these fundamental and subsumed class processes constituted the specified capitalist class structure of the West European social formations he aimed to analyze. While we will explore how Marxian economic theory has evolved since Marx's beginnings, we start as Capital, Volume 1, does, by describing the capitalist fundamental class process. Like Marx, we will begin by defining and discussing commodities. That provides a basis for contrasting Marxian economic theory with neoclassical and Keynesian theories. Where they focus on commodities and markets, exchange and distribution, Marx and Marxian economics discuss them as secondary aspects of their analysis of capitalism. 4. Marxian economic theory, the primary focus is on 1. The production and appropriation of a surplus and 2. On the subsequent distribution of that surplus to secure the continued production and appropriation of surplus. 4.4.1 Products, markets, and commodities. In all human societies, people take objects given in nature, land, water, plants, animals, etc., and transform them to meet human needs and wants, the labor process. Its results are produced goods and services, products. Usually some members of society produce them while all members get distributions of them, since survival is rarely possible without access to at least a minimum of such products. The products are not necessarily commodities. For a product also to be a commodity, it must not only be useful, it must also be exchanged, for money or for another commodity, on some market. In modern societies, products usually pass through a market in their journey from producers to consumers. For most of human history, products made that journey without going through markets, and thus without having prices attached to them. After production, most societies arranged for the distribution of the products by means of customary rules. Elders, chiefs, clerics, or variously constituted councils of the community often decided who was to get what share of community output. Sometimes religious or customary rules guided the social distribution of products. In short, most historical societies distributed products much as most families today distribute products they make or buy with their incomes. The parent who cooks dinner does not usually charge children a price to buy it. One spouse does not charge the other for taking out the garbage. Instead, complex rules of family interaction govern decisions about who does what. Labor tasks and products get distributed among family according to prevailing notions of appropriate family behavior that usually exclude market exchange. True, markets as means of product distribution have existed at various times and places in history, but most products did not go through them. Only very recently, in terms of historical time, have most products in any society gone through markets and thereby acquired prices. This remarkable new feature of modern society struck all early economists as especially significant. They addressed the historically new problem of explaining why one product fetched a high price on the market while another did not, or why the price of a product was high now but low earlier or high here but low in a market some distance away. Of course, it was not only economists who wondered about prices, the rest of modern society wondered and worried too. When markets were inserted among and between producers and consumers, everyone had to be concerned about prices. Making or doing something well to meet community needs no longer sufficed to assure a person a comfortable place in the community. Now another test had to be passed. Individual's product be sold in the market, and would the price it fetched allow him or her in turn to buy enough of the products of others to lead the sort of life he or she desired? Market conditions became central to everyone's life, yet no one had any clear ideas about what determined those conditions. What caused prices to be high or low, to rise or fall? 4.4.2 Commodity values. Most early economists attempted to unravel the mystery of markets. They invented theories of value to explain commodity prices and price movements. In the 16th and 17th centuries, Europeans wrote many articles, pamphlets, and books proclaiming their various value theories. Toward the end of the 18th century, two writers sifted critically through that literature and arrived at a general theory that has been part of economics ever since. Adam Smith, 1723 to 1790, wrote Phi RST, and then David Ricardo, 1772 to 1823, corrected and condensed this general theory. It explained the price of a commodity as chiefly y reflecting the labor embodied in it, later named the labor theory of value. That particular theory was their centerpiece of what we now refer to as classical economics. Their basic idea was relatively simple. The price of a good or service in the market was determined by the amount of labor, toil and trouble devoted to its production. If a pair of shoes required an average of 2 hours of labor to produce, it would be priced an average of twice as high as a vase that took only 1 hour. In the market, one pair of shoes would be exchanged for 2 vases. If shoes cost $10 per pair, then vases would cost $5 each, and so on. A century later, neoclassical economics would reaffirm the classical economists' focus on markets and prices as the core concern of economic analysis, but would reject the labor theory of value in favor of a utility theory of value. In contrast, Marx had responded to Smith and Ricardo differently. His theory did not focus on markets and prices. His entry point was class, understood as the production, appropriation, and distribution of the surplus. For just that reason, Marx applauded the labor theory of value presented by Smith and Ricardo. By linking market prices to labor, they had, in Marx's view, gone halfway the distance to seeing and theorizing his central concern, namely surplus labor. So Marx structured his Capital, Volume 1, to begin with a brief discussion of commodities, values, and markets, because that is what his contemporary readers understood economics to be about. He there stresses his own different and developed version of the labor theory of value. After and based upon a few initial chapters on those topics, Marx takes his readers the rest of the distance to a discussion focused on surplus value, surplus labor, and exploitation in production. The remainder of Volume 1, and also Vols. 2 and 3, of Capital then elaborate this class analysis of capitalism to constitute the core of Marxian economic theory. It stands as a systematic alternative to the market-focused, utility-based analysis of neoclassical economics. The two represent very different and opposed interpretations and developments of the foundation of modern economics established by Smith and Ricardo. 4.4.3 Commodities and fundamental class processes. In Marxian theory, commodities in modern capitalist social formations are the fruits not only of the processes of labor and exchange but, in addition, of the capitalist fundamental class process. Direct laborers not only produce goods and services and thereby endow them with value later realized in commodity exchange, when those goods and services are sold. Those direct laborers also participate in the capitalist fundamental class process. They perform necessary and surplus labor. The product of their surplus labor, the surplus, is appropriated by other people, namely the capitalists who hired them. However, before we examine the capitalist class process and capitalist commodities in some detail, an important point needs to be clarified. Commodities, products produced for sale in markets, need not be and have not historically been produced only in and by capitalist class structures. Consider, for example, direct laborers who are slaves. The surplus they produce is appropriated by slave masters when they sell those slaves' products in markets. Marxian theory would describe them as slave commodities. The adjective, slave, would designate the particular fundamental class process from which those commodities emerge. If, instead, feudal peasants and lords were the performers and appropriators of surplus labor involved in producing some goods sold in markets, those goods would be feudal commodities. If capitalists and wage workers were respectively the appropriators and performers of surplus labor, the resulting products would be capitalist commodities. The presence of commodities in markets is not the same as the presence of the capitalist class structure. A market is one among a variety of past and present social mechanisms for distributing resources and products. A class structure is an organization of the production, appropriation, and distribution of surpluses. Markets can coexist with any or all of the different kinds of class structures: feudal, slave, communist, ancient, and capitalist. Likewise, any or all of those class structures can utilize alternative, non-market mechanisms for distributing resources and products. There is no need or warrant in Marxian theory for confusing or conflating markets and capitalist class structures. Marx and Marxian theory often begin with discussions of commodities for two main reasons. First, most modern societies contain capitalist class structures that happen, for historical reasons, to coexist with markets as their major mechanisms of distributing resources and products. Tive economic theories, classical and neoclassical economics and also Keynesian economics, focus almost exclusively on commodities and markets to the point of defining economics per se as the study of those objects. Thus Marx and many Marxists after him have thought it wise to begin their works by discussing initially what readers expect as objects of texts on economics, commodities and markets. However, They quickly lead readers from those objects to the distinctively different entry point of Marxian economic theory, class processes in general and the capitalist form of fundamental and subsumed class processes in particular. 4.4.4 Marx's labor theory of capitalist commodity values. When direct laborers sell their ability to work, labor power, as a commodity, they exchange it for money. Buyers of labor power set it to work with purchased equipment and raw materials to produce saleable goods and services. Those products are exchanged for money in the market. There are then three distinct commodity values to compare: the value of the labor power, the value of the other inputs to production, the equipment and raw materials, and the value of the products finally sold. The values of used up equipment and raw materials and of the commodities sold are clearly understood in terms of the labor theory of value. The values of commodity inputs and outputs are determined by the amount of labor embodied in them. The meaning of labor here is the average amount of work needed to produce each commodity. The different skill levels of individual workers are averaged to determine what Marx called the socially necessary labor needed to produce each commodity. That average, not each individual worker's productivity, is what determines each commodity's value. Theorizing about the value of labor power is somewhat more complicated. The value of labor power is understood to be equal to the value of the goods and services that laborers require to keep selling their labor power day after day. In other words, the value of the commodities that direct laborers consume equals the value of the labor power reproduced by that consumption. The buyer of labor power has to pay for it what it costs the direct laborer to produce that labor power day after day. To illustrate Marx's theory, consider a simple example of the value of a commodity, say, a chair. Suppose that it takes an average of 8 hours of labor now to produce a chair in an assembly line factory. Suppose further that it takes an average of 6 hours of other workers' past labor to produce the tools, equipment, and raw materials, glue, hammer, nails, wood, etc., used up now in producing a chair. The value of those used up inputs passes into the value of the final product. In Marx's theory, then, the value of the chair is 14, the sum of living labor expended now, 8, added to the past labor embodied in the tools, equipment and raw materials, 6, used up in the chair's production and thereby transferred to its value. Living labor done now, 8, adds value, 8, to the tools, equipment and raw materials used up in production, 6, to compose the value of the chair, 14. To keep our example simple, we assume an average 8-hour working day. Thus 8 hours of daily labor produce a chair worth 14. We look next at the value of the direct laborer's daily labor power, his or her capacity to work. That value is what the buyer of labor power, the employer, must pay as a wage if the direct labor power is to reproduce and sell his or her labor power each day. Suppose that the bundle of goods and services purchased and consumed each day by a wage-earning direct laborer embodies an average of 6 hours of labor. In other words, it takes 6 hours of socially necessary labor to produce the wage commodities, food, clothing, shelter, entertainment, travel, etc., required by workers to reproduce and keep selling their labor power. Thus, the buyer of labor power must pay the direct laborers the value of their labor power, 6, as their daily wage. Now all is in place to make a key point in Marxian economics. 8 hours' worth of living labor is embodied in the daily commodity output of one chair. We will label this living labor LL. Additionally, 6 hours' worth of previously embodied labor is used up and thereby transferred into the finished chair's value. We will label this embodied labor L. Finally, Marxists use the letter W to designate the value of commodity output. In this example, that is the value, 14, of the chair. The relationship between values going in and values coming out of the commodity production process can then be written as L. LL, W plus equals, where embodied labor, EL, 6 hours, plus living labor added, LL, 8 hours, equals the total value of commodities produced, W, 14 hours. This apparently simple summary of the labor theory of value in capitalist commodity production allows Marxian theory to pose and answer key questions. First, how are we to understand the difference between the daily value added by the living laborers, 8, and the value of their labor power paid to them in their daily wage, 6? One way in which Marx answered this question looked at it as a capitalist employer might. The employer would likely need to have money available to go out and buy tools, equipment, and raw materials and to hire workers. In our simple example, that would mean a capital of 6 to be spent on the former plus 6 to be spent on the latter, for a total of 12. The incentive or inducement for the capitalist to undertake chair production now becomes clear. The cost to the buyer is 12 while the value of the end product, the chair, is 14. And it is the buyer of the labor power, in a capitalist system, who owns that product, sells it, and keeps the revenue gotten from that sale. This buyer has thus gotten more value out of entering into chair production than he had before doing so. Marx's German language term for that more, mehr, value, Wert, was Mehrwert, it became translated into English as surplus value. Because the buyer used money to make more money, to generate and capture a surplus value, Marx defined that buyer as a capitalist. In contrast, anyone using money for another purpose, e.g., to buy an apple and consume it, is not using money as capital, is not a capitalist. Surplus value is a central part of Marxian theory. It emerges in and from production as follows. The direct laborer adds 8 hours worth of value during the production day, but is paid a wage equal to the value of labor power. That is less than that. 6 in our example. The value added by the direct laborer exceeds the value paid to the direct laborer. The difference is the surplus value. The values of capitalist commodities, those that emerge from the capitalist form of the fundamental class process, include that surplus value. Marxian theory analyzes, decodes, commodity exchange values to reveal the class process from which they emerge. 4.4.5 Surplus value of capitalist commodities. In our chair example, the 8 hours of living labor performed daily by hired laborers, LL, can be broken down into 2 parts. During the phi RST part, the laborers add a value, 6, equal to what their employer must pay them for purchasing their labor power. During the second part, the laborers add a value, 2, that is extra, more, or surplus to the value paid to them for their labor power. In the terms of Marxian economics, part of living labor is paid for and part is not. The unpaid labor yields the surplus value. We can now rewrite our earlier equation to take account of the division of living labor, LL, into its 2 parts, the paid, LLP, and the unpaid, LLU. L, LL, LL, WPU plus equals, where LL, LL, LLPU equals plus. With this equation, Marxian theory can draw a conclusion intended to take readers over the theoretical bridge from commodity analysis to class analysis. Surplus value arises and accrues to a capitalist because 1. He or she can buy labor power from a direct laborer, and 2. The value, wage, paid for that labor power is less than the value added by the direct laborer. Capitalism, as a system of production, only survives where and when the conditions exist to enable 1 and 2 above. Surplus value represents the unpaid portion of the direct laborer's living labor, the portion of the total output that is appropriated by persons other than the direct laborers who produced it. Surplus value is the form taken by surplus labor in the capitalist fundamental class process. This fundamental class process occurs together with the labor process in production and the commodity exchange process in markets. One of the aims of Marxian theory is to unravel the complex interconnection of all 3 processes, class, exchange, and labor, in order to highlight the fundamental and subsumed class processes. In contrast, Neoclassical and Keynesian economic theories focus primarily on the exchange process in markets and only very secondarily on the labor process. They deny the existence of the fundamental and subsumed class processes that Marxian theory makes its entry points. It is then not surprising that these different economic theories reach different conclusions and interpret economic events in divergent ways. 4.4.6 A summary of Marxian value theory. Marxian theory explains the value of a capitalist commodity in terms of the embodied and living labor materialized in it. Living labor is further divided into paid and unpaid labor. That unpaid labor is shown to be the capitalist form of the surplus labor appropriated by the capitalist employer as surplus value. Thus, the capitalist commodity is analyzed in terms of the conceptual focus of the theory, class processes, on which the rest of the theory also focuses. The overdeterminist logic of Marxian theory is also at work in its explanation of commodity values. The amounts of labor socially necessary to produce capitalist commodities are overdetermined by all the other processes existing in society. Economic processes of exchange, competition, and lending, for example, will influence how much labor will be required to produce chairs. So too will political and cultural processes ranging from legal factory regulations to technological inventions affect labor requirements. In their unique ways, each will participate in overdetermining how much labor will be socially necessary to produce chairs. Throughout Capital, Marx showed how various economic, political, and cultural processes exercise their influence on commodity values. The role of overdetermination can be further illustrated in terms of the basic equation connecting embodied and living labor to the value of commodity outputs. This is meant to be a two-directional relationship. L, LL, LL, WPU++ left-right arrow. It is not Marxian theory's idea to reason that value inputs determine value outputs in a unidirectional way. That would be a kind of essentialism. It would reduce the determination of commodity values to socially necessary labor inputs. Instead, Marxian theory insists that outputs also participate in overdetermining inputs. For example, production of a new commodity output might induce laborers to demand such commodities and the higher wages to pay for them. This, then, would be an output, W, that influences inputs, LLP. Another example would be the output of a new piece of machinery for making chairs. Suppose that this machine altered the efficiency of both lumber utilization, fewer board feet needed per chair, and labor utilization, fewer workers needed per machine and so per chair as well. In that case an output, W, would again exercise its influence on various inputs, L and LLP. To take a different example, a change in some commodity output, S value could well provoke changes in buyer, S attitudes toward this and related commodities. Buyers' reactions to a changed value of outputs, W, could and would likely alter the quantities and values of the inputs, L and LL, used in production. Here commodity output values influence inputs. Such examples could be multiplied endlessly. Every output exercises its unique effects on everything in its environment, including, of course, inputs to commodity production. Marxian theory, S overdeterminist arguments and explanations contrast with the reductionisms of neoclassical and Keynesian theories. The former utilize a unidirectional explanation of values, reducing them to a predetermined human nature and its three governing essences. Keynesian theory deploys a similar unidirectional explanation reducing values to a predetermined structure and its governing rules. In contrast, the Marxian theory we present here makes its causes and effects mutually interdependent. Outputs, inputs, and their values are interdependent. No aspect of an individual or society is predetermined. In striking contrast to this Marxian theory, traditional Marxism displays an essentialism quite parallel to that found in these non-Marxian theories. Despite this similarity, traditional Marxism offers an essence different from human nature or structural rules by reducing values ultimately to given, predetermined, technical and physical labor requirements, forces of production. Traditional Marxism's essentialist reasoning also yields its logical inconsistencies that have provided its critics with ammunition to refute and reject its value and surplus value theories. Given many critics' ideological goals, they then proceeded to reject all of Marxism based on the logical inconsistencies of one of its multiple interpretations and theorizations. We devote this chapter, Appendix B, to a brief overview of this controversy and to explain why and how an overdeterminist perspective to understanding values resolves the issue of logical inconsistency. Consequently, it enables Marxian theory to continue as a viable and contending way to understand how the economy works. 4.5 Capitalists and laborers. The Marxian theory discussed in this book discards simple dichotomies between good and bad, strong and weak, rich and poor, or powerful and powerless. Rather, capitalists and laborers are shown to be of diverse kinds and to be involved in many different sorts of relationships to one another. Marxian theory's analysis of capitalists and laborers is unique among modern social theories. 4.5.1 What are capitalists? Marxian theory focuses on capitalists as appropriators of surplus labor in the form of surplus value. It emphasizes the kind of capitalist who buys and combines labor power and other means of production and who owns and sells the commodities produced thereby. Yet the theory also recognizes other kinds of capitalists who do not appropriate surplus labor. We can introduce Marx's own notation to clarify the different kinds of capitalists. All capitalists start with a sum of values, usually in the form of money, M. Their goal is to use their money to make money, to secure an increment, delta M, as an addition to their original M. Mathematically this can be stated as M right pointing arrow plus delta. Capitalists of the sort we have been discussing convert their original M, via market purchases, into labor power, equipment, and raw materials. Marx calls the expenditure on labor power, variable capital, or V. His choice of term expresses the idea that this component of the capitalist's capital will grow or vary. Marx calls the expenditure on equipment and raw materials, constant capital, or C, and his choice of term refill ECTS the idea that the value of these commodities passes unchanged, unvaried, into the final commodities produced from them. Thus the purchase of L and its utilization in production added precisely L and no more to the value of the produced commodity output. The following incomplete expression summarizes this Marxian approach. M, C, V, W, M equals plus right pointing arrow equals plus delta. This equation begins with a sum of value, M, and ends with a larger sum of value, M plus delta. Delta M refers to the growth accomplished by the capital as it engages the fundamental class process. Delta M is the surplus value that attaches itself to money in the course of capitalist production. Marx defines this variation as the self-expansion of capital. He then completes the equation of capitalist commodity production as follows. C, V, S, W plus equals. This equation precisely parallels our earlier equation, because C equals L, V equals LLP, and S equals LLU. Capitalists achieve the expansion of their capital, from C plus V to W, by appropriating the surplus labor embedded in the commodities they sell. The initial capital, C plus V, grows to W because of the addition of S during production and because the capitalists appropriate that S. A measure of the rate at which capital self-expands would be delta M, S, C, V equals plus. If this rate rises, capital is relatively successful in expanding. If it falls, it is having problems. Marxian theory attaches the label, productive, to such capitalists to distinguish them from other kinds of capitalists. All capitalists appropriate surplus value, but only productive capitalists do so by appropriating the surplus labor of direct laborers. This raises two closely connected questions. What other kinds of capitalists exist? How can a person appropriate surplus value without at the same time appropriating surplus labor? Marxian theory defines capital as a sum of money that expands itself by going through some social process. Literally, as self-expanding value. The fundamental class process is one way for a sum of values, M, to expand itself into M plus delta M. However, the fundamental class process is not the only way that values expand themselves. Lending money at interest is another way. If M is lent to a person and then eventually repaid plus an interest, M plus delta M, that interest, delta M, is surplus value for the lender, the amount of self-expansion for the lender's capital. Another example is the process of renting out land. A sum of values, M, is spent to buy a piece of land. Usage of this is then granted to another person for some agreed time in return for a rental payment, delta M. At the end of this time, the landowner retains the land and its value plus the rental received. The landowner's capital is expanded to M plus delta M. The rent is surplus value for the landowner. A third example is merchant capital. Merchants typically begin with an amount of money, M, spent to buy commodities for resale at a price higher than their purchase price. The revenues from the resale, M plus delta M, include a surplus value for the merchant, delta M. The merchant's money becomes capital, self-expanding value, by means of engaging the purchase for resale sequence of market exchanges. Moneylending, landlord, and merchant capital are called unproductive capital because no surplus labor is involved in them. Their self-expansions do not occur in production. When I lend money to you at interest, I am not employing you or obtaining any commodities from your labor. You must return to me more money than I lent to you. My gain is your loss. In the borrower-lender relationship, no new value is produced, no labor or surplus labor is done, no new commodities are created. The same applies to surplus value obtained through renting out land or merchant transactions. In contrast, productive capital is defined as self-expanding money engaged in production and more precisely in the capitalist fundamental class process. There, hired direct laborers perform surplus labor whose fruits are appropriated by employers. The surplus value thereby accruing to employers measures the self-expansion of productive capital. Unproductive capitalists have existed, more or less generally, for thousands of years. Ancient social records demonstrate the existence of moneylenders, merchants, land renters, and the like. Productive capitalists may have existed marginally and sporadically before the 17th century, but only since then have they become the powerful, socially prominent group typical of modern history. Marxian theory, given its entry point of class, stresses the differences among capitalists. It does this to pinpoint the specified social role and importance of productive capitalists since it is chiefly why they who appropriate surplus labor in modern society. For Marxian theory, productive capitalists represent the individuals who sit atop the fundamental class process. They are therefore key objects of a class analysis of modern capitalist social formations. 4.5.2 What are laborers? Like capitalists, laborers may be either productive or unproductive. Productive laborers are those who sell their labor power to a productive capitalist and also perform surplus labor appropriated by that capitalist. The direct laborers that we have been discussing in this chapter are productive laborers. However, there are also unproductive laborers who perform vital functions in capitalist class structures. Unproductive laborers also sell their labor power to capitalists, but they do not perform surplus labor. Marxian theory not only stresses the difference between productive and unproductive capitalists, it similarly distinguishes unproductive from productive laborers. The following is an example of unproductive labor. Suppose that I sell you my ability to do work in your garden for 2 hours next Saturday. You agree to pay me $30 for my time and effort. When I get there, you direct me to help you clear brush from your garden. I am a laborer. I sell my labor power. I also participate in a labor process and may also use implements to aid my labor. However, I produce no commodity for my employer, you, to sell. I perform no surplus labor, you realize no surplus value, you appropriate no surplus from me. In this relationship between us, my labor is unproductive, the labor power I sell is unproductive. Were the relationship to alter, e.g., by having my 2 hours of gardening become part of your commercial production and sale of vegetables, then my labor power would be productive. In other words, by adding the fundamental class process to the relationship, the same labor becomes productive. Consider a second example. I sell my labor power to a productive capitalist, perhaps the one in our earlier example of the enterprise making and selling shares. This productive capitalist does not, however, combine my labor power with equipment and raw materials to produce shares. Rather, the productive capitalist directs me to provide certain conditions that enable productive laborers to perform their surplus labor. Scion. The productive capitalist directs me to supervise productive laborers, to make sure that they perform the maximum possible surplus labor and that they do not arrive late, take breaks or talk with coworkers. In this case I do unproductive labor since my labor power is not a direct part of producing the commodities sold by the capitalist. The same unproductive label would apply to all other employees of a productive capitalist who, 1. Do not perform surplus labor embodied in the commodities sold by the capitalist and, 2. Instead provide conditions for the productive laborers to produce surplus for the capitalist employer. Another kind of unproductive labor is that performed by the employees of unproductive capitalists. For example, the clerk in a merchant, moneylending, or land-renting enterprise is hired, paid a wage, and required to do work. But that work is not directly involved in producing commodities that embody surplus labor. It is rather involved in helping unproductive capitalists, merchants, bankers, and landlords expand their capital in the unproductive ways discussed above. To understand Marxian theory, it is vital to note that the difference between productive and unproductive laborers is not a matter of their importance to the survival and reproduction of the capitalist structure. Both kinds are indispensable, although in different ways. The productive laborer produces the surplus that the productive capitalist appropriates. The unproductive laborer provides the conditions without which the productive laborers could not or would not produce that surplus. The adjectives, productive and unproductive, are Marxian theory's way of differentiating wage workers who participate in the fundamental class process from those who do not. The two kinds of laborers are subject to different pressures and play different roles in capitalist economies. This distinction parallels the role played by these words in differentiating among capitalists. In both cases the purpose is to highlight the existence and uniqueness of the fundamental class process and its overdetermined connections to the many different non-class processes occurring in modern capitalism. 4.5.3 Exploitation. People have used the word exploitation in many ways for many years. Positively, the word sometimes means to make good use of some resource, as in the pioneers who exploited the opportunities of virgin forests and streams. More often it carries a negative connotation, meaning to take advantage of or abuse some person or resource. Phrases such as, those parents exploit their children, or, that government exploited its minority citizens, illustrate this negative usage. Marxian theory attaches an altogether different definition to exploitation. Exploitation describes, in Marxian theory, any fundamental class process in which the person who performs surplus labor is not also the person who appropriates it. The appropriators are then understood to exploit the producers of the surplus. It follows that communist and ancient forms of the fundamental class process are not exploitative, since performers collectively or individually appropriate their own surplus labor. The slave, feudal, and capitalist forms are exploitative. The capitalist fundamental class process involves the exploitation of productive laborers by productive capitalists. Marxian theory is concerned with both the quality of exploitation, is it feudal, capitalist, etc., and its quantitative dimensions, the value of the surplus and its relation to the values of capital invested and total output. In terms of our earlier notation, the size of the surplus value, S, depends on the difference between the value added during the work time of productive laborers and the value of their labor power. To see the significance of exploitation in Marxian theory, we look more closely at the relationship among these values. In general, the value of labor power, V, depends on two social circumstances. First, how many of which commodities do laborers require to be able and willing to keep on selling their labor power? Second, how much labor is socially necessary to produce those required commodities? Both circumstances vary from one economy to the next and from time to time within any economy. At any time the value of labor power, V, is the product of the list of required commodities multiplied by the amount of socially necessary labor necessary to produce each one. The higher the standard of living to which laborers become accustomed, sometimes called the real wage, the more commodities they will require and thus the higher the value of their labor power will be. Yet, as commodity production becomes more efficient, it requires fewer hours, on average, to produce each commodity. This means that each commodity will have less value, will require less socially necessary labor to produce it. This in turn will lower the value of labor power since the individual commodities consumed by laborers will contain less value. A simple equation can make this point clear. VEQ equals dot operator. Here EQ dot operator is the total of all the quantities, Q, of wage commodities required multiplied by the value of each per unit, E. If E should fall, because of a drop in the per unit value of wage commodities, more than Q rises, owing to an increase in workers' real wages, then the value of labor power would fall despite the increase in the standard of living of those workers. Such a circumstance may well have characterized capitalist economies since Marx's death. This would mean that increased exploitation and increased real wages have been the experience of productive workers over the past 100 years. This remarkable insight and lesson is unique to Marxian theory. It is not possible in alternative theories. Since value, in Marxian theory, is another word for socially necessary embodied labor time, the value of anything depends on the time over which labor was expended to produce it, on how long the work of producing it took. The more hours per day performed by the average worker, the greater the value she added. The fewer the hours they work, the less value they add. Given some particular value of labor power, V, the size of the surplus value, S, will depend on how much value laborers add on average during the time of the labor process. The surplus value produced by workers will be as large or as small as the difference between the value added and the value of labor power. V equals plus minus. Another way to state this is to focus attention on the value added during the length of the working day. That length is represented by the following line, AB. A, B, blank. The distance AB represents all of the value added in one day by a productive laborer, say, 8 hours worth. Now we can divide this line into two parts. A, X, B, blank, blank. The length X represents an amount of value added that exactly equals the value of labor power in this particular economy at this time, X equals V. Assuming that the laborer is paid for her labor power and amount X equals V, it follows that this portion of the working day, S labor, is called paid labor. XB must then represent the surplus labor performed and the surplus value appropriated, S. Indeed, XB is that portion of the day during which the laborer adds value that she is not paid for. The ratio between the two parts of the day, S and V, is Marx's rate of exploitation. XB, X, S, V equals rate of exploitation. The rate of exploitation shows the ratio of the surplus to the necessary labor performed by productive laborers. It offers a quantitative measure of the capitalist fundamental class process, just how effectively productive capitalists are appropriating surplus value from productive laborers. Using the numbers from our original chair example, where paid labor was 6 hours and unpaid labor was 2 hours, we can calculate the rate of exploitation in the chair enterprise. LLP equals 2/6. If the length of the working day, LL, were to be increased, say, to 9 hours, while the value of labor power, LLU, remained unchanged, the surplus value, LLU, would rise to 3 hours. In this case, the rate of exploitation would rise to 3/6. Marx used his theory to interpret the contemporaneous social conflict ICTS over the lengths of the working day and week. In the 18th and 19th centuries in Europe, as capitalism spread there, productive laborers were often required to work 12, 14, and 16-hour days as a matter of course. The novels of Charles Dickens in Britain and Émile Zola in France offer detailed descriptions of workers' living conditions under such circumstances. These long days served productive capitalists by increasing the ratio XB/X. For the same wage, workers were pressured to work longer hours, with the fruit of those longer hours accruing to the capitalist employers. In Marxian terminology, productive capitalists lengthened the working day to increase the rate of exploitation of labor. Not surprisingly, productive laborers eventually began to fight GHT back, organizing trade unions to fight GHT for laws that restricted the length of the working day. Major social movements and struggles evolved that achieved laws limiting the length of the working day to 8 hours and the work week to 40. That has remained the basic law in the United States to the present. However, the logic of the capitalist fundamental class process has worked to drive capitalists constantly to reopen the question of the length of the working day or week. Thus, in the United States today, employers seek and often get voluntary or compulsory overtime, as lengthened working days or weeks are now called. Capitalists do this not because they are insensitive or obsessed by greed, but because their survival depends in part on how effectively they exploit productive laborers. Lengthening work times is one way to enhance exploitation. The pressure on productive capitalists to increase rates of exploitation is nothing other than capitalist competition. As each capitalist acts to secure his or her own position as a surplus labor appropriator, their actions threaten the abilities of other capitalists to secure their positions. For example, one capitalist innovates with a new technology that cheapens the value and hence per unit price of that capitalist's output. As explained below, this action threatens the survival of all capitalists producing that same kind of output. The result is a constant state of tension among them. Each fears the consequences of the other's attempts to innovate, grow, or survive. Each struggles to offset those consequences by taking private steps that only provoke new dangers for and reactions on the part of other capitalists, and so on. In Marxian theory, competition is understood to be this interdependent network of risks and dangers imposing all kinds of actions upon productive capitalists. However, before turning to a discussion of capitalist competition, we need to consider the effects on productive laborers when capitalists seek to enhance their rates of exploitation. 4.5.4 Class struggles. How do productive laborers react to capitalists seeking to increase their rate of exploitation? Depending on the complex circumstances they face, such workers may simply accept doing more unpaid labor. On the one hand, they may even accept ideas and arguments that disguise or deny their growing exploitation. On the other hand, they may decide not to accept this situation. They may act by themselves or with all kinds of allies, spouses, the unproductive employees of the capitalist, professionals involved in the ancient class process, elected state officials, and so on. They may limit their efforts to specify employers. Alternatively, they may help organize a social movement demanding changes in the quantitative dimensions of the capitalist fundamental class process. For example, a new law shortening the length of the working day or week. A struggle ensues over the capitalist fundamental class process, in this case over the ratio between XB and X, the rate of exploitation. All kinds of people involved in all manner of different class and non-class processes take sides in this struggle. One side phi GHTS for a higher S, V, the other for a lower S, V. Because this is a struggle over the class process, Marxian theory refers to it as a class struggle. A union of productive laborers that presses for higher wages is a class struggle. Management pressing productive laborers to accept compulsory overtime is a class struggle. The phi GHT between two groups of representatives in Congress over a law that would raise the legal minimum wage is a class struggle. Each of these instances is a class struggle because of what the struggle is about. The groups struggling include persons involved in all manner of class and non-class processes, but theirs is a class struggle because class is the object of their struggle. When complex groupings of people phi GHT over non-class processes such as school curricula or medical ethics or criminal justice procedures or equal political rights, we refer to these as non-class struggles. Any society involves an ever-changing mix of both class and non-class struggles. Because of Marxian theory's focus on class, it has always been most concerned to locate, identify, and connect class struggles to the other processes and struggles occurring in any society under scrutiny. Class struggles concern not only the quantitative dimensions of the fundamental class process, such as the rate of exploitation in capitalism. Groups of people also struggle over the qualitative dimensions of class processes. For example, the issue may be alternative forms of the fundamental class process. Rather than the ratio of paid to unpaid labor time within a fundamental class process. One side may want to preserve the capitalist form of surplus labor production. The other side may want to change to another form of the fundamental class process, say, a communist form. This too is a class struggle because the object of the struggling is the class process. This time the struggle is over the qualitative form of the fundamental class process rather than its quantitative dimensions. Of course, people may struggle simultaneously over the quantity and quality of the fundamental class process. The class struggles discussed so far have concerned fundamental class processes, but social groups phi GHT over subsumed class processes as well. Subsumed class struggles concern the size, form, and recipients of the distributions of surplus by its appropriators. For example, Section 4.7 below shows how capitalism includes subsumed class struggles over the interest payments productive capitalists make to bankers to secure their access to credit. Section 4.7 also details subsumed class struggles over the tax payments productive capitalists make to the state and over the salaries they pay to the unproductive laborers they hire as managers and over dividends they pay to owners of the means of production. Marxian theory generally sees an array of different class struggles, fundamental and subsumed, that occur in, influence, and change any society. Those struggles concern either the quantitative or the qualitative dimensions of either class process or both. In Marxian theory, class struggles are like class processes. Both are overdetermined by all the other processes and struggles occurring in a society. Traditionally, Marxists distinguish their perspective from that of other social reformers by stressing the need for a qualitative change in the fundamental class process, sometimes referred to as a revolutionary perspective. Marxists see the capitalist fundamental class process as a major barrier to the construction of a just, peaceful, and democratic society. They declare to others seeking to construct such a society, unless you take into account the capitalist fundamental and subsumed class processes and understand how they interact with the rest of modern society, you will not successfully transform society in the directions we all want. Marxian theory takes class into account systematically because it aims for more than social analysis. It also seeks to inform movements for social transformation and to add class change to their agendas. Of course, other economic theories, as we have seen so far, take other, non-class aspects into their different agendas. 4.5.5 The complexity of industrial capitalist firms. The productive capitalist who appropriates surplus value from his productive laborers may be an individual or a group, collective, of individuals, the typical modern corporate board of directors. In either case, the appropriation of surplus value occurs quite literally at those places in society usually called commodity-producing enterprises, or FIRMS. Those places are likewise the sites of surplus value distribution, the capitalist subsumed class process. We will henceforth refer to productive capitalists as industrial capitalists, to distinguish them from the unproductive capitalists, e.g., merchant, moneylending, and land-renting capitalists. Many non-class processes occur together with the capitalist class processes, appropriating and distributing surplus value inside industrial capitalist enterprises. Cultural processes there include speech among persons, the writing of all sorts of business histories, reports and forecasts, the design of products, ideas aimed at developing new products, and so on. Political processes include the giving and taking of orders among the persons working in this firm, the writing of behavioral rules for employees, and the adjudication of disputes among people present inside the firm. Natural processes include the physical transformation of inputs during the production of commodity outputs, climatic changes occurring where the firm is located, pollution occurring inside the firm, and so on. Other economic processes occurring at the site of the firm, besides the capitalist class processes, include buying inputs and selling outputs, borrowing and lending, and saving and investing. Over time, the diverse class and non-class processes that comprise an industrial capitalist enterprise change, as all processes do. Thus, all such enterprises are likewise always changing. If the changes are extreme, the industrial capitalist enterprise may collapse, dissolve, or otherwise cease to exist. For example, if natural processes change to drop average temperatures to -100 degrees Fahrenheit, the firm would expire. If a virus deprived employees of their ability to work, the firm might disappear. Lesser changes in natural processes would alter but not destroy the industrial capitalist enterprise, provided that it can and does take steps to adjust to the changed natural processes. The continuation of the industrial capitalist firm also depends on the ever-changing cultural processes that overdetermine it and whether the firm accommodates to those cultural changes. If its employees changed religions and embraced a deity who counseled the rejection of work for the firm's employers because of their different religious commitments, the firm's existence would be jeopardized. The firm might respond by expending funds to counteract that religion, or its employers might convert, or some compromise might be achieved to enable the industrial capitalist firm to survive, although changed in perhaps significant ways. Political processes inside the firm, for instance, employees following the orders of their supervisors, are usually crucial conditions of existence of the production and appropriation of surplus value there. If, for example, resentments over wages and working conditions or other concerns lead workers to refuse supervisors' orders, either the firm will collapse or some accommodation that changes the firm must be found so that the changed industrial capitalist enterprise will continue. The firm likewise needs the many economic processes that provide the conditions of its existence. For example, the firm would be at risk if the conditions for it to buy and sell its inputs and outputs were changed or threatened. A war or a disastrous climate change could disrupt market exchanges, for example. Then the industrial capitalist firm could try to use its own resources to revive the old and/or organize new exchange processes necessary for its survival, although in a changed form. It might or might not succeed. If the non-class processes inside and outside the firm change, but not in ways that undermine the industrial capitalist firm, then it survives. Whether it grows or shrinks and how it changes depends on how the various non-class changes combine to overdetermine changes in the capitalist class processes and thus the enterprise as a whole. However, it is always possible that changes in the non-class processes will threaten to destroy the capitalist class processes in the firm. If, for example, non-class changes led productive laborers to insist on much higher wages, industrial capitalists might decide to end production and close the enterprise. It might then cease to exist unless a different class process, not capitalist, might be established in its place. To continue the example, workers who demanded the higher wages that destroyed the capitalist industrial enterprise might then take over after the capitalists had closed the enterprise. They might reopen it as a communist enterprise where the workers collectively functioned as their own board of directors. This is what happened in Argentina early in the opening years of the 21st century. While change is continual and even disappearance always possible for industrial capitalist enterprises, we focus here on analyzing firms that are able to adjust and thereby perpetuate themselves. For each of them, actual or potential changes in all the non-class processes on which their firm's survival depends are continuing issues of intense concern. When changes in those processes appear to threaten the firm's capitalist class processes, the industrial capitalist must act to deflect the threat by adding to, removing, or differently changing non-class processes. Moreover, industrial capitalists quickly figure out that at times the best defense is a good offense. Part of their adjustment is to actively alter various non-class processes not only aimed at ensuring the enterprise's survival and growth but also forestalling and discouraging potentially threatening actions on the part of other industrial capitalists. To undertake these actions, any industrial capitalist needs a regular fluid flow of resources to be able to adjust to threatening changes in non-class processes and to mount offensive changes. Such a fluid flow of resources is the surplus value, appropriated from productive laborers. The industrial capitalist appropriator then distributes it in ways intended to secure and expand the firm's capitalist class processes. The capitalist fundamental class process provides the surplus that enables the subsumed class process. The latter distributes the surplus with the aim of thereby reproducing the capitalist fundamental class process. The two kinds of capitalist class processes, fundamental and subsumed, depend on and enable one another. They are conditions of each other's existence. 4.5.6 Competition arises among industrial capitalist firms because one firm's actions to secure its own survival often jeopardize other firms' reproduction. This need not necessarily reflect the intentions of any capitalist. Rather, the structure of class and non-class processes within which all capitalists function make certain efforts at self-reproduction by one capitalist threaten the survival of others. The resulting struggles among industrial capitalists, as each seeks to survive the consequences of others' efforts to survive, are collectively labeled competition. Marxian theory attaches great significance to industrial capitalist competition for several reasons. First, these competitive struggles continue to exert deep and lasting impacts on all modern societies. Second, competitive struggles contribute to business cycles. Third, neoclassical theory claims that competition is a purely positive force that generates optimum economic efficiency, a claim that Marxists refute. Fourth, competition among industrial capitalists often provokes various sorts of class struggles. Marxists seek to understand and transform such class struggles into movements for social justice and democracy built upon non-exploitative fundamental class processes. Industrial capitalist competition takes many forms. Because of its importance to the Marxian analysis of capitalism, we add Appendix C to this chapter explaining, based on a few simple numbers, how competition works and its many consequences. Here we present another, non-numerical, explanation. Consider, again, our chair example. Suppose that several capitalist firms produce identical chairs, they form a competitive chair industry. Suppose that the board of directors of one of these firms, wanting more productivity from its hired productive laborers, decides to distribute more surplus to hire and equip more supervisors of those laborers. The strategy works to increase output per productive laborer. That is, the same amount of productive labor is now embodied in more chairs. This means that each chair marketed by this industrial capitalist firm has a lower value than before. But that's only the beginning of the competitive story. In a competitive market, the unit value of a chair, its market value, is the average of the different labor times required by each industrial capitalist to produce its chairs. Like any average, some capitalist firms produce below that average, some above, and some may even produce at the average. In other words, productive efficiencies as measured by these respective labor times differ across enterprises within the chair industry. The socially necessary labor attached to a chair is in fact precisely the computed average of all these individual enterprises' labor times. In our example, the average, socially necessary labor, falls because one chair producer has reduced its amount of labor time to produce each chair. Hence the average of them, namely the market value of a chair, falls. See also the Phi-RST part of Appendix C. A competitive market for chairs means that all industrial capitalists have no choice but to sell their enterprise's produced chairs at the newly established lower market value. Trying to sell them at a higher value ensures that they sell none, since customers can purchase identical chairs from those capitalist firms selling at the lower, average value. Choosing to lower their value below the average makes no economic sense because they can sell as many chairs as they can produce at that higher average value. In other words, competition means that each capitalist faces a perfectly elastic demand at the market-determined value for produced chairs. Capitalists competing inside the chair industry with this productivity-raising firm now face a potential economic disaster that may drive them out of business. The reason for this existential threat is the difference between their newly changed revenue position. Each must sell its chairs at the new, lowered average value per chair while their unchanged productivity means that their costs have remained the same. Hence their profits are reduced. That constrains their subsumed class distributions, thereby threatening their survival as industrial capitalists in the chair industry. Meanwhile, the firm that raised its productivity earns higher profits. Like its competitors, it too must sell its chairs at the same lowered market price, but unlike them, its productivity increase reduced its cost of producing each chair. While its production costs of C+V have not changed, it found a way to produce more chairs with the same amount of living labor, increased productivity. By reducing its costs per chair produced, this firm became the least cost producer of chairs in its industry. Its higher profit TS enable its board of directors to expand subsumed class distributions to grow the firm. The result of such productivity improvement is stark. The competitive markets literally redistribute surplus value from the least to the more efficient capitalist firms within industries, Appendix C. Marx calls the extra profit TS earned by the latter a super profit T. It represents an extra value earned at the expense of other firms, because some firms capitalists raised production efficiency. It is important not to conflate these two very different sources of value. Super profit T arises from an industrial firm's board of directors deploying strategies to become the least cost producer in a competitive market. Surplus value arises from that same board exploiting its own workers. The former is a non-class market source of revenue, the latter a class source. The competitive lesson is quickly learned by all capitalists. Reduce your enterprise's costs of production or risk decline and even bankruptcy. Of course, like everything else in life, learning a lesson is one thing and doing something about it is something else. For example, relatively inefficient firms may well understand that competition causes their profit TS to fall, but they may still not implement a counter-strategy of reducing costs fast enough to withstand the relentless competitive pressure on price. They face business failure. Should that happen, the innovative capitalist might not only capture their former customers but also buy up their machinery, raw material inventories, and so on, at depressed prices. Competition may drive so many relatively inefficient firms out of business that the surviving industrial capitalists are large and few enough to control the market price for chairs. In other words, competitive capitalism can dissolve itself into its opposites: oligopoly, a few large firms, or even monopoly capitalism. Capitalist competition within any industry thus provides great incentives, profit TS and growth, for each capitalist enterprise to improve its productive laborers' efficiency while it simultaneously threatens every enterprise that does not do so as fast as its competitors. Suppose that those other industrial capitalists do try and reproduce the strategy of the innovative capitalist who hired the extra supervisors or else pursue other parallel strategies. One capitalist might invent a new piece of machinery or buy a newly invented piece of machinery to enhance efficiency, lower production cost per unit of output. Another capitalist might discover a new, cheaper source of lumber, an input to chair production, which would lower the unit cost of producing a chair. The survival of each industrial capitalist in the chair industry depends on how quickly they match its competitors' cost reductions. Each industrial capitalist's success over time depends on innovating FIRST, utilizing some new machine, new process of supervision, new style of management, or new source of cheaper inputs, to lower its per unit costs. Industrial capitalists strive for value-reducing innovations both to defend against their competitors' possible innovations and as an offensive strategy for growth and prosperity. The capitalist class structure of enterprises interacts with their competitive coexistence inside each industry to make the cost reductions of any one threaten all the others. Their competitive relation is structural and imposed on all capitalists within each industry. Some individual capitalists internalize this requirement and adjust their personalities, consciously or unconsciously. Capitalist competition does not result from particular human traits, it is more the reverse. 4.5.7 Competition and the accumulation of capital. Perhaps the most famous example of capitalist competition concerns the decision by one capitalist to accumulate capital. This decision deserves careful examination. Consider, again, the basic equation for a capitalist firm producing a given commodity. C plus V plus S equals W. The capitalist sells the chairs produced by productive laborers for revenue equal to W. Presumably this capitalist uses a portion of the W to replace the tools and raw materials used up in producing the chairs. This equals the C in the equation. Likewise, the capitalist uses another portion of the W to pay for the productive labor power purchased from the laborers. This equals the V. That leaves the capitalist with an appropriated surplus value, S, which must be distributed to secure the various conditions that are necessary if he or she is to continue to appropriate S. Now suppose that this capitalist decides to use part of the S to buy extra tools and raw materials and to hire additional productive laborers. This process is called accumulating capital. The extra C and V purchased out of S will generate extra S for the capitalist. We can show this in terms of two consecutive time periods for this capitalist. Period 1. C plus V plus S equals W, where S is used to buy additional C and V, denoted as delta C and delta V, respectively. Period 2. C plus V plus delta C plus delta V plus S plus delta S equals W plus delta W. This second equation shows the capitalist using up and replacing more tools and raw materials, C plus delta C, and hiring more labor power, V plus delta V. These expanded input costs represent capital accumulation. However, since more productive laborers generate correspondingly more value, the capitalist also appropriates additional surplus value, delta S. Thus, the accumulation of capital augments the mass of appropriated surplus value from S to S plus delta S. The capitalist's goal in accumulating capital is clear. The more surplus the capitalist appropriates over time, S plus delta S, the more to distribute in subsumed class payments to secure the conditions of the firm's survival. And, again, the reaction of competing capitalists is to see danger immediately. The accumulating capitalist may use the additional surplus to buy an expensive new machine or hire more supervisory personnel that non-accumulating capitalists might not be able to afford. Their increased productivity, lowered average cost of production, will set off new competitive pressures on all competing firms who cannot afford to replicate them. It does not matter that the capitalist who adds supervisors, or buys new machines, or accumulates capital does not intend to trouble the existence of competing capitalists and simply acts to secure the enterprise's survival and growth. Whatever the intention, each capitalist's private action impacts all other competing capitalists. Hence, competing capitalists are and feel threatened by the dangerous possibilities occasioned by the capitalist's accumulation of capital. Moreover, competing capitalists will then likely take comparable steps. They too will hire more supervisors and/or buy new machines and/or accumulate capital. They may take still other steps to enhance their security, find new ways to distribute their surplus value to subsumed classes. Those steps will, for all the same reasons, threaten the capitalist, who in turn will take more steps. Competition is this never-ending, mutually threatening struggle among capitalists in each industry to survive. One of the most interesting results of this competition among capitalists within each industry is that it drives down the value per unit of that industry's output. As competitors replicate or outdo one another, they reduce the average amount of socially necessary labor required to produce a unit of the industry's output. The process is visible in the history of commodity values wherever capitalism takes hold. In recent times, consider the tendency for market prices of computers, cell phones, electronic games, high-definition TV sets, etc., to fall. As we will see below, the fall in unit output values has its economic consequences for capitalist competition, the fluid flow of capital among industries, and other aspects of the entire capitalist system, including the business cycle. 4.6 Capitalist economies and social development in the Marxian theory elaborated here. The interaction of the capitalist fundamental class process and the commodity exchange process, markets, not only generates competition but also plays an important, broader role in shaping modern history. Marx began the analysis of that role, and it was developed much further by later Marxists. They sought to demonstrate the analytical reach and power of Marx's class theory by using it to construct explanations of the growth of the modern international economy, the distribution of income in capitalist societies, and the boom-bust cycles that afflict capitalist economies. Briefly, why considering their arguments here can provide an introduction to the broader structure and implications of Marxian theory. 4.6.1 Growth of a capitalist world economy as competition among industrial capitalists drives down the per unit prices of commodities. The social consequences are very significant. Ever cheapening. Commodities present ever widening opportunities for selling these commodities. Marx attached great importance to this remarkable feature of capitalism. Wherever it took hold, the productive capitalists eventually realized that falling commodity values opened new marketing possibilities where such cheaper commodities might be sold. In the 18th and 19th centuries, for example, the falling values of their textile commodities led British capitalists to seek and find worldwide markets for them. Locally produced textiles in continental Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas had to compete with ever cheaper British textiles. If their local producers could not keep up, they, very much like our relatively inefficient chair producers, would disappear from the industry. In fact, many did, since they were unable to compete with British textiles. Capitalist competition helps secure the continuation and growth of the capitalist fundamental class process by cheapening its commodity outputs and thereby winning more markets for their sale. Capitalism's relatively early arrival in the nations of Western Europe, in North America, and in Japan enabled them to grow and become powerful in part because competition drove down their industrial output prices. Expanding exports profited those nations, capitalists, while those exports, falling prices outcompeted the more costly local products they encountered around the world. The consequently disrupted local systems of production around the world, often non-capitalist in their class structures, typically sank into social disorganization and vulnerability. Displaced local producers now looked for other kinds of gainful work to survive. Many fluid owed into the production of food or various raw materials destined to be exported to the capitalist nations. Some looked for work in the growing port areas stimulated by expanding international commerce. In this way, expanding exports from capitalists helped to create a ready labor supply for the expansion of local capitalist and non-capitalist class structures and their produced commodities. Some of the latter were exported, that is, became the imports of industrial capitalists located in Western Europe, North America, and Japan. The nations where capitalist competition took hold earliest eventually carved up the rest of the world into colonial properties. They then subordinated and economically reorganized their colonies still further to enhance the colonizers' wealth. For example, the colonies were made to produce food and raw materials to be sent to the colonizers' capitalist enterprises as cheap inputs. In short, the competition that emerged from the interaction of the capitalist fundamental class process and the exchange process contributed significantly to the extremely unequal division of wealth and income that has characterized the world economy increasingly over the last 3 centuries. The last 2 centuries might well be called the era of capitalist growth toward world dominance, a global capitalist market and economy. The disruption and destruction of many non-capitalist class structures in Europe's colonies was a continuation of what had occurred earlier inside Europe during the long transition from feudalism to capitalism. Then new capitalist industries in urban centers had sold their commodities to mostly feudal agricultural hinterlands, disrupting their traditional production systems. Waves of unemployed and displaced rural people moved to the cities and, to survive there, sold their labor power to industrial capitalists. As capitalist competition spurred further growth seeking foreign as well as domestic market expansion, such domestic migrations evolved into vast international migrations. The economic histories of the United States and the United Kingdom, for example, are inseparable from this combination of internal and international migration. Drawn from dissolving old and often non-capitalist class structures, the migrations continue to this day. They are now both international and domestic, e.g., as in the mass internal migrations characterizing contemporary China. The disruption of societies based on non-capitalist class structures became still more intense in the later 19th and in the 20th century. Then capitalist commodity exports were joined by exports of capital itself. Driven as always by the competition their class structure compels, industrial capitalists in Western Europe, North America, and Japan established investments in the rest of the world. Beyond shipping food and raw materials back to their capitalist centers, they erected factories in Asia, Africa, and Latin America to exploit lower wage levels there. Colonial governments dutifully obliged by establishing and maintaining profitable conditions for such investments. Even after colonial power had given way to local, nominally independent regimes, the desperate economic circumstances of these governments, legacies of colonialism, led most of them to continue to invite, subsidize, and protect foreign industrial capitalist investments. In some of the colonial and post-colonial societies, social crises prompted by capitalist commodity exports and later by capital exports generated a different response. Their link to European capitalism was itself identified as the problem, the source of their crisis. Their solution would be to break away from the capitalist world market. The Soviet Union, China, Cuba, and many other countries pursued this alternative for at least the early phases of their modern histories. They aimed to create the space for rapid internal economic development by largely cutting themselves off from world capitalism, at least initially. They did this by replacing privately owned factories, land, and equipment, often owned by foreign capitalist enterprises, with collectivized, publicly owned property. They likewise minimized or strictly controlled trade with capitalist countries and rejected foreign private capitalist investment in their countries. Later, if and when they had achieved the scale and wealth to profit from a return to participation in the world market, they might do so, although often with many controls still in place. For many decades such countries closed themselves off, more or less, from global markets. Capitalist competition and accumulation thereby produced their own limitations and obstacles via the reactions they provoked. Even where socialism and communism did not literally close parts of the world to capitalist enterprise, many so-called third world countries, especially after 1960, demanded better returns from participating in the world market. Some tried to do that by controlling their export prices through cartels like OPEC for petroleum or the International Coffee Agreement. Or they threatened to discontinue paying off the massive debts incurred as part of their economic dilemmas before 1970. In the last 20 years there have been widening discussions about reorganizing the world economy to alleviate the disruptive, accumulated inequalities and tensions attending the evolution of the capitalist world market. The capitalist fundamental class process, interacting with markets and competition, contributed much to the formation of a truly world or global economy for the first time in human history. In addition to the growth already discussed, capitalist competition also provoked major technical innovations in metal manufacture, engines, shipping, and weaponry. These made possible the transportation, trade, and warfare that accompanied the foreign economic activities of industrial capitalist FIRMs. Indeed, rapidly rising surplus value appropriated by European industrial capitalists enabled their rising tax payments to European governments. In return, they demanded and received military supports and protections for capitalists' growing overseas ventures. In Marxian theory, there is the most intimate connection between the capitalist fundamental class process and the histories of colonialism, imperialism, and the contemporary world economy. In elaborating that connection, Marxian theory produces insights into the contradictions and dynamics of the world economy that are different from the analyses constructed by all other theories. 4.6.2 Capitalism and real incomes as capitalist expansions, chiefly Y from Europe, disrupted societies elsewhere. Real incomes, actual goods and services consumed, dropped drastically for most of the people in those societies. Usually only a relatively few local appropriators of surplus labor and some subsumed classes found ways to accommodate capitalist expansion and thereby secure or even enhance their incomes. These included local feudal lords, some ancient classes, and some native small industrial capitalists among the fundamental classes. Local subsumed classes typically included merchants, landlords, moneylenders, and various levels of bureaucrats. In the centers of capitalist industrialization, the movements in real incomes were uneven. In the early stages of capitalist enterprise in Western Europe, North America, and Japan, laborers usually drawn from rural areas to industrial centers experienced extreme privation. However, as generation after generation of productive and unproductive laborers worked in capitalist enterprises, their real incomes rose. Yet, as suggested earlier, for Marxian economic theory, rising real incomes can be consistent with a simultaneously rising rate of exploitation. And this has important implications for the structure of modern capitalist economies, especially those in Western Europe, North America, and Japan. Did those economies achieve relative social stability because they provided industrial capitalists with rising rates of exploitation and simultaneously provided workers with rising real incomes? How was this possible? Can it last? In its answers to these questions, Marxian theory explains how higher real incomes did indeed coexist with rising rates of exploitation. Recall the division in Marxian theory between V and S in the C plus V plus S equals W equation for all industrial capitalist enterprises. V is the value of labor power, say, per day. It is the value of the goods and services that productive laborers require per day in order to be able and willing to keep on working for their capitalist employers. The latter pay their laborers a money sum of value, the wage, used by them to purchase commodities for their daily consumption. That sum, V, when subtracted from the total value added by the laborers per day, yields S, the daily surplus value appropriated by the industrial capitalist. Suppose that for some time the following two dimensions of production do not change. 1. The value of labor power, V, and 2. The length of the working day during which productive laborers add value, V plus S. It follows then that the surplus value, S, is also phi xed as is the rate of exploitation, S, V. Now, finally, consider what might happen if competition among capitalists who produce the wage goods, food, clothing, housing, TV sets, etc., drives down the per unit values of those wage goods. See Appendix B to this chapter. Workers could then buy more of such cheapened wage goods with their unchanged wages, value of labor power. Their real wage, or standard of consumption would have risen, while their rate of exploitation by capitalist employers would have remained unchanged. Real wages are one thing, but in Marxian theory exploitation is something else. It is a simple next step to see how rising rate of exploitation can also coexist with rising real incomes. Suppose that a capitalist was able to cut productive workers' wages by 10%, lower V. Assuming that the length of the working day remains the same, those workers' value added would likewise remain the same each day. If the value they add remains the same but the value paid to them falls by 10%, then the surplus, S, appropriated by capitalists would rise. Moreover, a higher S in relation to a lower V would mean that the rate of exploitation, SV, had risen. Now, finally, add again the likelihood that competition among capitalists producing wage goods had driven down their per unit values by, say, 15%. The workers who had 10% less value as their wages, and were thus more exploited than before, would still have a higher level of consumption because the values of the wage goods they purchase has fallen further, namely by 15%, see Appendix D to this chapter. From the standpoint of Marxian theory, this last situation has existed in the centers of capitalist enterprise for the last 100 years. The value of labor power fell faster than the length of the working day was shortened, so that the surplus portion of the day's labor rose relatively. The S-V ratio, exploitation, therefore also rose. Productive laborers delivered an ever-growing surplus to industrial capitalists, thereby enabling them to secure their conditions of existence and of rapid growth. At the same time, the unit values of commodities purchased by workers fell even faster than the value of their labor power. This was partly the result of the capitalist competition we noted above. It was also partly the result of capitalist expansion to the rest of the world where new, cheaper sources of food and raw materials were colonized, exploited, and brought back home to permit cheaper commodities to be produced. The last 100 years thus brought rising real incomes for most workers in the capitalist centers even as their exploitation intensified and workers' real incomes in the rest of the world declined. By these means, capitalist class relations were reproduced and extended where they had first arrived. Especially Western Europe, North America, and Japan adjusted politically, culturally, and psychologically to a prosperity that coupled rising exploitation and rising real incomes. On the one hand, this yielded unprecedented wealth, power, and global predominance for the industrial capitalists and governments of these societies. On the other hand, these societies became dependent on being able to continue to combine rising real incomes with rising rates of exploitation. When threats arose to such societies' ability to enjoy rising real incomes and rising rates of exploitation, extreme reactions occurred. Thus, when productive workers organized labor unions to demand changes in wages and working conditions that would have lowered the S-V ratio, their organizations were usually repressed politically, ideologically, and even physically. Socialist and communist organizations and revolutions, who usually made their anti-capitalism explicit, suffered harsher repressions. When movements for political independence as a means to economic modernization in Asia, Africa, and Latin America threatened to challenge their colonial roles as providers of cheap inputs into capitalist commodity production in the capitalist centers, they too were suppressed. The responses of nations in these capitalist centers to all such possible threats to the prosperity of their class structures contributed to local, national, and international social tensions, disruptions and, twice in the 20th century, the cataclysms of World War. These in turn generated new and formidable obstacles to the continuation of those societies' capitalist structures. Thus, the two world wars played major roles first in forming, 1917 and thereafter, and then in expanding, 1945 and thereafter, the communist group of nations who were critical of and opposed to capitalism. The world wars also destroyed vast numbers of workers as well as capital equipment and infrastructure in the warring capitalist center countries, weakening their capacity to hold on to their colonial empires. Meanwhile, the repression of independence movements in Asia, Africa, and Latin America before the 1960s and 1970s provoked the determination in many countries there to fight for independence and to improve their economic conditions if necessary at the expense of advanced capitalist economies. The arresting irony in this class-focused history of capitalism is that the strivings of industrial capitalists to secure their conditions of existence undermined as much as they reproduced them. These are some of the specific internal contradictions of capitalism. Another set of capitalist contradictions, to which Marx devoted considerable attention in Capital, generate the periodic disruptive cycles or crises that result from capitalist competition. Marxian theory's treatment of these cycles demonstrates further insights such class analysis makes possible. 4.6.3 Cycles or crises of capitalist economies. Marx was not the first observer to note capitalist economies' cyclical ups and downs, what economists call recessions and recoveries, and most people call booms and busts. However, Marxian theory offers a distinctive explanation for their occurrence. We can sketch the complex overdetermination of cycles, building upon preliminary notions first presented by Marx in Capital and further developed earlier in this chapter. Cycles are periods of time in which capitalist economies undergo a phased shift from one set of conditions to a roughly opposite set. In the boom, prosperity, or upswing phase, the distinguishing economic phenomena include falling unemployment, rising quantities of output, capital accumulation, growing commodity sales, and rising incomes. In the bust, recessionary, or downswing phase, the distinguishing signs include rising layoffs, falling output, disaccumulation, shrinking sales, and diminishing incomes. Over the history of capitalist economies, both phases show varying durations and degrees of movement. Upswings can be larger and last longer than downswings. Capitalists speak of such periods as long-run booms, or, alternatively, the opposite can occur, in which case the word depression is often heard. The cycles of capitalist economies have persisted despite the varied policies invented to eliminate them. They have provoked many economists to interpret and explain their recurrence. Nor are capitalist cycles merely matters for economists' special interests. Urgent practical concerns motivate efforts at explanation. Economic downswings, rising unemployment, company bankruptcies, falling incomes, etc., reduce tax revenues to governments who often respond by cutting public services. Competitors in economies not experiencing such downturns often gain crucial advantages. Unemployed workers can become angry and may eventually question the desirability of a capitalist system that subjects them to the privations of recurring unemployment. Unemployed workers sometimes emigrate and do not return even when the next upswing occurs. The personal damages suffered by unemployed workers, bankrupt entrepreneurs, and their families may have lasting and costly social effects long after the downturn has passed over into the next upturn. Economists and many others have therefore long searched for government policies that might minimize the social costs of capitalist cycles or, if possible, eliminate them altogether. A capitalist downturn might trigger a social movement aimed not merely to hasten an upturn but also to radically alter the existing economic system, including its class structure. As suggested in previous chapters, the fears of capitalists and their allies during the Depression of the 1930s focused on its social costs. The risk then was a possible movement toward criticizing and targeting capitalism, and such a movement did grow then in the United States and in other countries as well. Similarly, the Great Recession, a popular name in the United States for the global crisis that began in 2007, raised a similar risk. Once again, unemployed workers, foreclosed former homeowners, bankrupt entrepreneurs, students unable to afford education, overstressed family budgets and households, and others feeling the impacts of economic crisis might develop preferences for different, non-capitalist economic systems. If the victims of capitalist cycles believed that non-capitalist systems could be free from cycles and their social costs, they might organize themselves politically. Swelled in number at the bottom of a downturn, they might move radically to transform the economic class structure. The preferred transformations range from kinds of feudalism or fascism, on the political right, to kinds of socialism and communism, on the left. How to prevent such transformations has motivated many neoclassical and Keynesian studies of cycles and their causes, consequences, and possible remedies. We noted earlier that an explicit goal of many Keynesian policy proposals was to lessen the duration and intensity of capitalist cycles, and partly also to counter Marxian analyses of and proposals for dealing with cycles. Marxists have studied cycles as well, but with different motivations. They demonstrated that cycles have proved historically to be intrinsic, unavoidable aspects of capitalism, a conclusion likewise reached theoretically in Marxian economics. They also argued that overcoming cycles and their huge social costs required transition from the capitalism that repeatedly reproduced those cycles. In short, Marxian treatments of cycles form one part of the Marxian critique of capitalism and argument for socialism. Partly for that reason, cycles are often referred to in Marxian literature as crises of capitalism. Using the term crisis supports the Marxian notion that cycles are, or at least can be, critical moments in the life of capitalist economies. Economic downturns may lead people to question capitalism and sometimes to consider radical critiques of its class structure. Some Marxists have argued that cyclical downturns worsen over time, eventuating in economic collapse. This became a theory of capitalism's inevitable collapse under the weight of its own internal economic contradictions. The Marxian theory at work in this chapter interprets cycles differently. Whether and when a particular cyclical downswing might eventuate in a transition beyond the class structure of capitalism depends on all the class and non-class processes of the society experiencing the downswing. Just as cycles are overdetermined as to their occurrence, duration, and intensity, so too are any possible transitions from cycles to social revolutions. Cycles do not result from some essential cause or causes. The Marxian theory at work here does not reduce cycles to mere effects of one or another quality of capitalism. Nor does it reduce them, in the manner of the neoclassicists and Keynesians, to such factors as state economic interventions or behavioral conventions in the face of uncertainty. Rather, the task of Marxian analysis is to explore some of the myriad social processes that together overdetermine cycles, with special emphasis on why and how capitalist class processes contribute to their recurring pattern. Marx began to work on that task in Capital, and later Marxists took it further. Continuing their work, we sketch here the crisis argument we find persuasive in Marxian theory. One mechanism that contributes to the generation of cycles is capitalist accumulation. As we noted earlier, industrial capitalists typically utilize a portion of their appropriated surplus value to secure their conditions of existence by accumulating capital. This means that they increase their purchases of physical means of production, C, and hire more labor power, V. Such capital accumulation encounters no problem so long as additional labor power is available to hire. However, such ready-to-be-employed reserves of labor power need not always exist. When demand for additional labor power outpaces supply, economic cycles may emerge. Excess demand will normally drive up the market price of labor power, increase money wages. This tends to happen toward the end of periods when capitalists have been successfully appropriating surpluses, experiencing an economic upswing, and thus confident in accumulating capital. When reserves of unemployed laborers ready and willing to be hired are exhausted, capitalists seeking to accumulate may be able to secure additional labor power only by hiring away productive laborers already employed by other capitalists. They do this by offering higher wages that other capitalists have to match or risk losing their employees. Thus wages start a general rise. Given the length of the working day, and thus the total value added by productive laborers, generally rising wages diminish the surpluses left for capitalist employers. They experience this as declining profits, and that means both declining resources and declining incentives to accumulate capital. Not all capitalists are equally hurt by rising wages. the greatest losses happen to those who rely most heavily on labor, versus machines, in production. But many capitalists will likely feel constrained to respond to reduced profits from rising wages by reducing their accumulation of capital and reducing some of their production activities. They will close operations, lay off workers, and cut back orders to their suppliers of equipment and raw materials. Laid-off workers will in turn cut back purchases since their wages have disappeared. Their suppliers will lay off workers since they have lost sales. Thus, the growing ranks of unemployed reduce their purchases alongside the reduced purchases of inputs by employers. The result will in effect be a downward economic spiral characterized by falling incomes, employment levels, output, sales, and accumulation. The key internal contradiction of capitalism here is this: a period of successful surplus production and appropriation as well as capital accumulation sets in motion its own opposite, an economic downswing of classic dimensions. Capitalist accumulation negates itself. The phi-RST half of the capitalist cycle is this self-transformation of economic upswing into economic downswing. Moreover, the same mechanisms that transform an upswing into a downswing generate the reverse movement and thus the second half of the cycle. When a downswing deepens unemployment and constricts production enough, desperate unemployed workers begin to accept lower wages, and bankrupt phi-RMS begin to offer their equipment and supplies at cheaper prices. As wages and physical input prices keep falling, eventually some capitalists begin to anticipate profits if they resume production and if other capitalists do likewise. So they begin to rehire and buy means of production and raw materials. This stimulates demand for the output of other capitalists, setting off a spiral upward of mutually reinforcing capitalist activities. An upswing of rising surplus production and appropriation and capital accumulation recommences. The class structure of capitalist production and its interaction with the markets for its inputs and outputs thus generates a cyclical pattern of activity. This Marxian explanation that connects cycles to capitalism's contradictions does not imply that cycles result necessarily from accumulation. Whether accumulation has such results depends on everything else that is occurring simultaneously, that is, on all the conditions of the existence of a particular phase of accumulation. For example, if accumulation began to outrun available national supplies of labor power, rising wages might not occur for years if rising immigration were to sustain the accumulation. Alternatively, changes in family life might propel formerly homebound wives and children out to seek jobs in growing numbers that would sustain accumulation without raising wages. Or reduced pension benefits might propel retired persons to return to the job market. A combination of such developments might make possible an indefinitely extended period of accumulation without labor shortages or rising wages. Another possibility is that even if wages were driven up, capitalists might respond not by cutting back production or accumulation but rather by automating their production lines. If labor-saving machines were available, capitalists might buy them to reduce the impact of higher wages. Some of the workers laid off by automation might find work in the factories producing those machines. In this case, accumulation might lead to rising wages and squeezed profits, but these would not last long nor provoke a serious cycle, since automation might limit the unemployment and economic downturn that might otherwise have occurred. However, accumulation can generate a cycle in which the cyclical downswing is deeply disruptive of the capitalist society in question. In such a case, accumulation can set in motion disaccumulation, when capitalists do not even fully replace the C&V used up in production, and thereby reduce the scale of production. Entire national economies may then contract, perhaps for several quarter years, as in the Great Recession that began in 2007, or for many years, as in the Depression of the 1930s. In such an environment, movements for radical social change could grow and perhaps win power. The political turbulence of the 1930s across Western Europe and North America offers examples of this possibility. Again, the political upheavals across the world erupting in recent years often have roots in the global capitalist crisis that began in 2007. When they speak of cycles as crises, Marxists mean that downswings may threaten capitalism. Whether or not they do depends in part on how the people who suffer their consequences, unemployment, business bankruptcies, home foreclosures, reduced job and social benefits, state austerity regimes, etc., understand the cycles and their consequences. If they don't see cycles as linked closely to the capitalist class structure of production, then they will not likely see changing that class structure as a way to overcome cycles. They will not then likely join political movements aimed at transitions beyond capitalism. This leads us back to the neoclassical and Keynesian economic theories that have very different analyses of and solutions for economic downturns in cycles. Neither of them connects these economic problems to the class structure of capitalist production as we have argued Marxian theory does. Neoclassical economics argues for letting the capitalist market self-correct as the best solution for whatever imbalances and downturns emerge from exogenous shocks to the system or from unwarranted state or other institutions, interferences in the workings of private property and free markets. Keynesian theory links crises to market imperfections and human decisions in the face of those imperfections and ineradicable uncertainties about the future. Hence, it focuses on state economic interventions such as monetary and fiscal policies that can solve the cycle problems of an otherwise desirable capitalist system. State interventions, if properly advised and executed, can thereby offset the impacts of market imperfections and uncertainties. Keynesian theory, like its neoclassical counterpart, sees no need to question, let alone transition beyond the capitalist class structure of production, since those theories do not link that structure to cycles as Marxian theory does. Thus, Marxian economic theory shares neither the neoclassical confidence in capitalism's self-healing properties nor the Keynesian confidence in state intervention. It is not particularly interested in the endless debate across most capitalist societies between those two theories and their proponents' respective solutions for cycles. In the Marxian view, the huge social costs of the recurring cycles undermine the neoclassical approach, while the failure of Keynesian interventions to prevent the cycle's recurrence undermine the Keynesian approach. After the Great Depression of the 1930s, cycles seemed, for a while, to have been relatively less severe, except for the downturn of the mid-1970s. The Marxian perspective on cycles lost adherents. However, in the wake of the major global capitalist crisis that began in 2007, interest in the Marxian analyses and solutions was renewed. 4.6.4 Cycles and Policy. Solutions. A final brief discussion of cycles needs to question, from a Marxist standpoint, the whole idea of a policy that will solve crises. Each crisis is the overdetermined result of an infinity of social processes that all interact to cause it and all its particular qualities. Likewise, the overcoming of crises depends on that same infinity of social processes having changed in such a way as to make a particular downturn become an upturn. What a particular society chooses as a policy or set of policies to respond to a crisis can only ever be a tiny subset of the overdeterminants that either will or will not together bring an economic downturn to an end. To imagine that economics can or should seek to determine the right, key, or best policy is to engage in a determinist theoretical project. If one assumes that there are key causes of economic cycles, then it makes sense to find the policies that will change those key causes and thereby reverse a downturn. If one does not assume that there are key causes, say because one assumes overdetermination instead, then no policy focused on one or a few causes is ever sufficient to solve the cyclical problem. A Marxian overdeterminist perspective sees the policies advocated and debated by alternative theoretical schools as attempts to use the real social costs and problems of capitalism's recurring cycles to advance the debaters' alternative theories and social agendas. Each theory's policy prescriptions cannot be solutions, since a small number of policy tools are always inadequate to such a task from the overdeterminist perspective. Rather, the respective policies that each theory proposes are means to draw the attention of those concerned about cycles to what each theoretical school already believes are the key dimensions of contemporary economies that everyone ought to focus upon. The importance of this overdeterminist perspective in Marxian economics can be further demonstrated by exploring Marxian theory's recognition of a vast multiplicity of possible causes of capitalist cycles beyond the accumulation cause discussed above. For example, Marx originally, and famously, pointed also to competition among capitalists that might well foster technological improvements that required capitalists to purchase ever more expensive pieces of machinery. The constant capital, C, portion of total capital would rise in relation to both V and S. As a result, the ratio of S to C plus V, one measure of capitalists' rate of profit T, would fall. Capitalists confronting such falling profit T rates might then hold back production, thereby setting in motion the cyclical pattern discussed earlier. For further discussion, along with an illustrative numerical example, see Part 2 of Appendix C. Still another potential cyclical mechanism, often mentioned by Marx, is the problem he called realization. Industrial capitalists must find buyers for the commodities produced by their productive laborers. Only then will they realize, in money form, the surplus value appropriated from those workers. This money enables them to at least replace used-up raw materials, equipment, and labor power and thereby maintain the production process. Should any social development prevent capitalists from finding the necessary buyers, this too might set off production cutbacks, layoffs, and the cyclical downswing. Beyond climate, political upheavals, and other factors that might prevent capitalists from realizing their surplus value, Marxists also seek to show how such a crisis mechanism might also emerge out of the internal contradictions of the capitalist system. In this case, a realization problem can be shown to be an ever-present possibility in capitalism. The reason for this is a contradiction within the relation between industrial capitalists and their employees. To survive competitively, each capitalist strives to keep expenditures on wages and salaries as low as possible. Yet capitalists collectively rely heavily on the same employees to purchase, out of their incomes, the consumer commodities that capitalists sell in the market. The more successfully they restrict their employees' incomes, the more likely they are to face a realization problem when it comes time to sell the commodities those employees produce. If they cannot sell them, they may set in motion the cyclical pattern again. Then again, if foreign buyers can be found to offset constricted domestic demand due to lower wages and salaries, realization problems may be postponed for a long time. Or perhaps a government spending program might intervene to absorb otherwise unsold commodities, and so on. Cycles can thus emerge out of any of the myriad particular contradictions of the capitalist class structure and also out of an infinity of possible combinations of the political, natural, cultural and economics conditions of existence of that class structure. Capitalism is hardly the smoothly functioning, unambiguous engine of growth and prosperity its enthusiasts keep suggesting, at least not in and for the Marxian theoretical perspective developed in this chapter. Other social processes may alter or offset a particular set of capitalist contradictions so that the potential for a cyclical downswing does not become actual. Likewise, a downswing can under certain historical circumstances function as the prelude to long and intense cyclical upswings. However, Marxian theory's class analysis of capitalism by means of its value equations explains why cycles tend to recur periodically, although each cycle has its unique, overdetermined dimensions. Various internal contradictions, of which a few examples were presented above, tend toward cyclical movement. While that movement may be delayed or modified in this or that specified historical instance, Marxian theory and the empirical record support the notion that capitalism's structure engenders cycles. The endless and unresolved debates between neoclassical and Keynesian economists over explaining and managing the recurring cycles support that notion as well. Marxian theory's distinctive interpretation of cycles does not seek a solution in the manner of neoclassical and Keynesian theories. Rather, Marxian theory's treatment of crisis is part of the theory's larger project of a critique of capitalism. Thus, Marxian theory aims to show how capitalism is vulnerable to a literally endless list of possible crisis causes stemming from all its various conditions of existence. More particularly, its class structure interacts with markets to contribute systematically to recurring, periodic crises, cycles. Marxian theory's approach to crisis is part of its project of criticizing capitalism in favor of a transition to a different class structure of production as discussed earlier in this chapter. In contrast, neoclassical and Keynesian theories approach crises as part of projects celebrating capitalism and precluding the sorts of class changes favored by Marxism. It is worth concluding this discussion of crises by noting that a transition of the sort Marxists seek would remove the capitalist class contributors to the system's cycles. It would hardly exempt a post-capitalist class structure from instabilities unique to its different, non-capitalist class structure. But a non-capitalist class structure would generate different patterns of instability and likewise organize different social responses to and programs for such instability. And presumably theorists within such a post-capitalist society and economy would commence debating the causes and appropriate responses to its instabilities. Their debates too would likely emerge from and reinforce their broader attitudes toward their society. 4.7 Capitalist subsumed classes. To this point, our discussion has emphasized mainly the capitalist fundamental class process. Our major protagonists have been productive laborers and industrial capitalists, the performers and appropriators of surplus value respectively. However, as we have noted, a capitalist class structure includes both the subsumed class process, distributing appropriated surplus value, and the fundamental class process, producing and appropriating the surplus value. The fundamental classes include the producers and the appropriators of the surplus value. The subsumed classes include the distributors and the recipients of distributed portions of the already appropriated surplus. We can show the subtlety and complexity of Marxian economics by examining some representative examples of capitalist subsumed classes and how they interact with capitalist fundamental classes to shape the function and dynamic of capitalist economic systems. 4.7.1 Moneylenders and subsumed classes. The competitive struggles among industrial capitalists often compel them to borrow from moneylenders for various purposes. For example, one industrial capitalist needs a loan to purchase some inputs that are temporarily cheaper than usual, lest a competitor do so. Another industrial capitalist needs a loan to install an expensive new technology before a competitor does. Yet another borrows because temporary delays in selling commodity outputs interrupt cash flow needed to maintain production, i.e., to pay employees or raw material suppliers, who might then orient their business elsewhere. A loan to cover the time in which buyers are found will allow workers and suppliers to be paid. In each case, borrowing money enhances the industrial capitalist's competitive survival, secures conditions of existence. From the standpoint of the moneylender, the ultimate use of the loan is of little or no concern. The lender's goal is to recover not only the money loaned but also a fee for lending, interest. Interest is the moneylender's income. The industrial capitalist repays the loan plus the interest. The industrial capitalist distributes a portion of appropriated surplus value as that interest payment to the moneylender. As a recipient of a distributed share of surplus value, the moneylender occupies a capitalist subsumed class position. We can sketch the economic relationships involved here by slightly expanding our original value equation for capitalist commodity production. Thus, we would rewrite our C plus V plus S equals W equation as C plus V plus S1 plus SR equals W. In this equation, S1 is the portion of appropriated surplus distributed to moneylenders as interest payments, while SR is the rest of the appropriated surplus value. The relationship between industrial capitalist and moneylender includes, among the many other processes involved in any relationship among persons, two processes of special concern here. First, there is the non-class process of borrowing and lending. It is a non-class process because it is precisely, and nothing more than, the act of temporarily passing funds from one person to another. Second, there is the subsumed class process of distributing a portion of appropriated surplus value as the interest payment accompanying the return of the borrowed funds. The S1 term in the equation locates the subsumed class process and the two subsumed class positions it define NES, distributor of appropriated surplus value, the industrial capitalist, and its recipient, the moneylender. For the moneylender, S1 is the interest income earned from lending, the subsumed class payment received from the industrial capitalist. We can represent the transaction from the moneylender's perspective as M right pointing arrow M plus S1. The moneylender is another kind of capitalist, since the lending process accomplishes the self-expansion of the lender's money. As noted earlier, the moneylender is not an industrial capitalist because the self-expansion of value is not accomplished by the direct appropriation of surplus value from any productive laborers. For that reason, we call such moneylenders non-productive capitalists. The moneylending process can occur in various modern institutional settings. Banks, insurance companies, industrial corporations, individuals, governments, and others can and do lend money. Moneylenders do not lend money only to industrial capitalists. Money lent to persons other than industrial capitalists generate interest payments that are not distributions of appropriated surplus value. Only industrial capitalists appropriate surplus value in capitalist class structures, so only they can distribute it in subsumed class processes. Only when loans go to industrial capitalists does the relationship between lender and borrower include the subsumed class process as well as the moneylending process. Marxian theory is concerned with distinguishing lending that does from lending that does not directly engage class processes, since those class processes are its chief object and focus. Loans to persons other than industrial capitalists typically carry interest charges. For example, one worker can lend money at interest to another worker. The interest payment involved is not a subsumed class payment, since the interest-paying worker does not appropriate surplus value. The interest payment is a non-class payment precisely because no distribution of appropriated surplus is involved. A capitalist economy's supply of and demand for loans as well as moneylenders' evaluations of the relative risks of lending to different borrowers will determine interest rates. One overdeterminant of interest rates in a capitalist society is the class structure. That is, the specified conditions of the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus value will influence interest rates, and vice versa. The Marxian approach to analyzing interest rates will stress 1. Their overdetermination by class as well as non-class processes, and 2. How interest rates participate in overdetermining class processes. That is, Marxian theory presents a class analysis of interest rates. 4.7.2 Managers and subsumed classes. Just as industrial capitalists often depend on the non-class process of lending to secure some conditions of their existence as appropriators of surplus value, they likewise depend on many other non-class processes. One of these is the process of managing enterprises involving planning, organizing, and directing their business activity. Managers write histories of the corporation explaining why some product lines were successful and why some were not, devise various competitive strategies, help design and invent new commodities, control certain behaviors of subordinate managers, and supervise the productive laborers they employ. For one example, consider more fully their supervisory work. Management is required to make sure that purchased labor power is fully devoted to producing commodity outputs. After industrial capitalists purchase their labor power from productive laborers, they set them to work with purchased tools, equipment, and raw materials. While working, the laborers may produce more or fewer commodities. Having sold their labor power for wage payment, they may or may not work hard to produce commodities for the industrial capitalists to sell. If they do, well and good, industrial capitalists can then distribute surplus value elsewhere to survive competitively. However, suppose that workers cannot or do not work hard. This worries the industrial capitalist, who must fear the competition from industrial capitalists who do have hard-working laborers and so obtain more output per worker from them. As discussed previously and also in Appendix C of this chapter, lowered labor productivity can threaten the continued operation of the enterprise. Managers may solve the problem by supervising laborers to ensure their maximum effort. The managing process is then a condition of existence of surplus labor appropriation. To secure that management process, the industrial capitalist has to distribute a portion of the appropriated surplus value to cover the wages or salaries of managerial personnel and purchase the means for them to perform management. Managers sell their labor power to industrial capitalists and do work, but they produce no commodities sold by their employer. They perform no surplus labor nor generate any surplus value. They are unproductive laborers receiving subsumed class distributions. Of course, were the management process accomplished without requiring any distribution of appropriated surplus, then no subsumed class process would be involved. For example, if workers' beliefs committed them to intense labor for employers without any supervision, then no subsumed class payments would be required for managers. Indeed, if managers could instill in workers those beliefs, then industrial capitalists would then have more appropriated surplus value left to distribute to secure other conditions of existence. One example of this might be workers' self-management programs. Finally, we can show how the Marxian theorization of the subsumed class of managers parallels that of the subsumed class of moneylenders. We can rewrite an expanded value equation to include a subsumed class distribution to managers for their salaries plus means of managing. C plus V plus S1 plus S2 plus SR equals W. The surplus distribution, S2, is the subsumed class distribution to managers from the industrial capitalists who employ them. The process of managing people, including workers, need not and often does not occur together with the capitalist subsumed class process. The two processes occur together only when the people being managed are productive laborers and when management costs are defrayed out of surplus value distributed by an industrial capitalist appropriator. For example, if a worker hires a group of fellow workers on a Sunday to paint the worker's home, and if a manager of those workers is hired as well, no subsumed class process is involved. The salary paid to this manager cannot come from surplus, since the worker doing the hiring does not appropriate any surplus. No subsumed class process is involved, although the managing process certainly is. 4.7.3 Merchants and subsumed classes. Another potential competitive problem may and often does require industrial capitalists to solve it by distributing a portion of appropriated surplus. This problem is the time it takes industrial capitalists to find buyers for produced capitalist commodities. The faster industrial capitalists can exchange fine niched commodities for money, the sooner that money can in turn be exchanged for labor power and raw materials. The faster an industrial capitalist literally turns over his/her capital from money to commodities and back to money, the more surplus value that industrial capitalist appropriates per year. Turnover time can be as crucial to the outcome of competition among industrial capitalists as are technical efficiency, access to credit, and quality management. For example, consider two industrial capitalists starting with equal initial capitals, technologies, and rates of exploitation. The only difference between them is turnover time. Thus each capitalist takes, say, 1 month to go from the purchase of labor power and commodity inputs to acquiring fine niched commodity outputs ready for sale. However, one capitalist takes 1 month from end of production to sale of commodities, while the other takes 2 months. The FIRST capitalist will sell commodities produced in January by the end of February. The revenues realized from that sale can then be spent on labor power and commodity inputs to renew the production cycle again in March. The next sale will occur at the end of April, and so on. The second capitalist will not sell January output until the end of March. Thus this capitalist's production cycle can recommence only in April, and the products of that cycle can be sold only by the end of June. Over a year's time, the FIRST capitalist will turn over capital 6 times, while the second will turn it over only 4 times. The FIRST capitalist's capital will produce and realize surplus value 6 times per year, while the second capitalist's capital will realize surplus value only 4 times. Thus, despite their identical technologies and rates of exploitation, the FIRST capitalist will have more surplus to distribute by year's end than the second, and may thereby secure the conditions of his or her existence more successfully than the second. It thus becomes quite literally a condition of the second industrial capitalist's survival to secure reduced turnover time. Enter the merchant. The merchant has a stock of money, rather like a moneylender. However, unlike moneylenders, merchants do not make loans. They use stocks of money to buy commodities and thereafter to sell them. Merchants engage in the non-class economic process of exchanging commodities and money. The exchange process is different from the class processes of producing, appropriating, or distributing surplus value. However, suppose that our second industrial capitalist, worried about competitive survival, offers a merchant a deal. The merchant agrees to buy the industrial capitalist's commodity outputs as fast as they emerge from the production line. In return, the second capitalist pays the merchant a fee. This deal will greatly speed up the second industrial capitalist's turnover time, perhaps thereby even outcompeting the FIRST capitalist. The merchant's performance of a non-class process, timely commodity exchange, secures a condition of the existence of the second industrial capitalist's continued appropriation of surplus value. Merchants will not agree to this proposed deal unless they make money from doing so. Marx calls them merchant capitalists precisely because their merchanting activities, buying in order to resell, yield them more value at the end of their activity than they began with. If they buy an industrial capitalist's commodity outputs at their values and then resell them at their values, they would obtain no gain from these transactions, no merchant income. Therefore, to secure a merchant's performance of timely commodity exchange, an industrial capitalist must distribute to the merchants a fee, of mutually agreed size, for doing so. If the industrial capitalist distributes a portion of appropriated surplus value to a merchant as such a fee, then we can speak of commodity exchange and the subsumed class process occurring together. Such merchants would thus constitute another capitalist subsumed class. We may then add this subsumed class process, the fee to merchants, as S3 in our expanded enterprise equation. C plus V plus S1 plus S2 plus S3 plus SR equals W. In practice, industrial capitalists and subsumed merchants net the two opposite flows of money. 1. Payment by merchant to industrial capitalist for purchase of commodity outputs. 2. Payment by industrial capitalist of fee to merchant for timely purchase of outputs. The industrial capitalist does not both sell the merchant commodities at full value and then send merchant a check for the fee. Instead, industrial capitalists typically subtract the fee to the merchant from what they charge the merchant for the commodity outputs they sell. Only one combined transaction occurs. The merchant acquires the industrial capitalist's commodities at a discount from their value, a merchant's discount equal to the agreed fee. When the merchant then sells those commodities at their values, the merchant's income is precisely the difference between the merchant capital expended to buy the commodities and the larger revenue the merchant receives when those commodities are resold. From the perspective of the merchant, the transaction is M right pointing arrow C right pointing arrow M plus delta M. Here delta M represents the difference between what the merchant paid for the commodities and the revenues received from their sale. Marxian theory offers a distinctive interpretation of the economics of merchants by focusing on the relation of merchants to the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus value. In our example, delta M is a subsumed class payment by an industrial capitalist to secure the condition of existence known as minimization of turnover time. Delta M equals S3. Merchants are thus another kind of capitalist, although different from both industrial and moneylending capitalists. Merchants are capitalists because their buying and selling typically accomplishes the self-expansion of the value they deploy. Self-expanding value is the definition of capital. However, they are unlike industrial capitalists because they neither appropriate surplus value nor produce commodities. They expand their capital through buying and selling, not through exploitation in production. Merchant capitalists are unlike moneylending capitalists because their self-expansion does not involve the non-class process of lending. It rather involves the non-class process of commodity exchange. Merchant capitalists invest their capital in buying commodities to be resold for more than they cost. Their goal is to increase their capital by delta M. Moneylending capitalists invest their capital in making loans. Their goal is to increase their capital by interest payments. Industrial capitalists invest their capital in producing commodities. Their goal is to increase their capital by appropriating surplus labor as surplus value, S. Presumably there is some mobility of capital between these different kinds of investment. An industrial capitalist who could obtain greater expansion of his or her capital in merchanting or moneylending might shift out of industrial capitalist investment into one of those processes, and vice versa. Marxian theory thus expects a tendency toward converging rates of return on capital among all three kinds of investment, unless counteracting tendencies intervene. As noted above in the cases of the non-class processes of moneylending and managing, the non-class process of merchanting may but need not occur together with the subsumed class process. Whenever a merchant buys commodities from someone who does not appropriate a surplus during their production, no subsumed class distribution of surplus occurs together with the commodity exchange process. For example, if a manager sells a used car to a merchant who resells it for more, the merchant capitalist has indeed expanded his or her capital. However, the source of the expansion, delta M in the merchant equation above, is not then surplus value appropriated by such a manager. Managers do not appropriate surplus value, only industrial capitalists do that. Marxian theory, as a class analytical project, seeks to explore the connections and interactions between class and non-class processes. It seeks to clarify when and how class processes shape and are shaped by such non-class processes as moneylending, managing, and commodity exchange. Neoclassical and Keynesian economics also treat lending, managing, and commodity exchange, but they do not explore their interactions with class processes. 4.7.4 Other capitalist subsumed classes: moneylending, managing, and merchanting are only three of the many kinds of non-class processes that may or may not occur together with the capitalist subsumed class process. In other non-class processes, performers also receive distributed shares of surplus value from industrial capitalist appropriators. A brief discussion of some other non-class processes will further clarify the notion of subsumed classes, illustrating how Marxian theory extends to encompass ever more specified features of capitalist economies. Landowners may occupy subsumed class positions. They grant access to portions of the Earth's surface that they own to industrial capitalists. Seeking to appropriate surplus value, the latter must obtain access to some land for that appropriation to occur. Industrial capitalists secure this particular condition of existence by distributing a share of appropriated surplus value to the landowners. For historical reasons, payments for access to privately owned land are called rents. When rent is paid by a surplus appropriator to secure a condition of existence for the production of that surplus, it is a subsumed class distribution. Other kinds of rent payments do not occur together with the subsumed class process. They are thus not subsumed class payments. For example, providing access to privately owned land to anyone who is not a surplus appropriator, a laborer, a manager, etc., will typically fetch a rent payment in return. However, that rent is clearly not a subsumed class payment since it is not a distributed share of surplus appropriated by the rent payer. Rent payments may disappear. For example, if private property and land were abolished in a capitalist society and if instead the government allocated land to capitalist producers according to some ethical or political rules, no rental payments would occur. In this case, access to the Earth's surface, which remains, of course, a condition of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process, would not require any distribution of surplus value. Hence, in this case, the non-class process of providing access to the Earth's surface would occur without being combined either with the rent payment process or the capitalist subsumed class process. In most capitalist societies, the state provides certain conditions of existence for industrial capitalists and typically receives taxes in return. Those taxes are subsumed class payments. For example, high-tech industrial capitalists may require highly skilled productive laborers. Those skills constitute conditions of existence for the appropriation of surplus value in those high-tech enterprises. The state may build and operate schools that teach those skills. The state thereby performs a non-class process, teaching, that secures a condition of existence for industrial capitalists. If the state obtains in return a distributed share of the surplus appropriated by industrial capitalists as their tax payments, then the state officials who receive tax payments would occupy a subsumed class position. In this example, the non-class process of public school teaching occurs together in society with the subsumed class process. Once again, tax payments and subsumed class payments need not occur together. Taxes paid by anyone other than surplus appropriators are not subsumed class payments, since they are not distributed portions of appropriated surplus value. The Internal Revenue Service of the United States differentiates corporate from individual income taxes, a rough parallel to the difference between taxes that are, and those that are not, subsumed class payments. A state might alternatively provide industrial capitalists with public schools without demanding or receiving any tax payments from them. This could be accomplished if surplus appropriators were exempted from paying taxes. Then no subsumed class payment would be required from them to secure the public school teaching of skills. Marxian theory expects industrial capitalists to seek to shift the burden of taxation onto others while also seeking to secure the state's provision of their conditions of existence. It would also expect those others to resist, especially if they became aware, via Marxian theory, of how capitalist class structures influence the social distribution of tax burdens. The military forces organized, maintained and deployed by a state, another non-class process, may protect the existing class structure from its opponents, foreign and/or domestic. Security is another condition of existence of industrial capitalists. Its costs of providing security may lead the state to tax industrial capitalists. Then the state's provision of military security would occur together with the capitalist subsumed class process. Alternatively, the taxes that pay for the military might fall entirely upon non-surplus appropriating individuals and thus, to that extent, make capitalist subsumed class tax payments unnecessary. Owners of industrial enterprises, as differentiated from corporate boards of directors, see below, occupy subsumed class positions. Shareholders legally own an incorporated enterprise's assets, its buildings, tools, equipment, and raw materials, or, in general, its means of production. They grant access to these assets to the enterprise's industrial capitalists, typically its board of directors, in return for the power to select who will sit on an enterprise's board of directors and sometimes also in return for regular payments. For historical reasons, such payments are called dividends. They represent subsumed class distributions of the enterprise's appropriated surplus value undertaken to secure the enterprise's access to means of production. Under some conditions, distributed dividends can be reduced or even not paid at all, and yet industrial capitalists can nonetheless secure access to the means of production they need. Tax laws may exist that apply lower rates on owners' realized capital gains on shares of stock they sell than on dividends they receive. Owners might well then prefer industrial capitalists to redirect surplus from the payment of dividends to them and instead expand capital accumulation, grow the enterprise, increase its productivity and its profit, and thereby push up its share price. This higher share price enables the owners not only to enjoy expanded wealth, but also to realize capital gains if and when they decide to sell some or all such shares. Under the assumed tax laws, their realized gain is taxed at a lower capital gain rate than dividends would have been taxed. Hence, owners may well prefer distribution of surplus to foster growing profits rather than dividends. Many capitalist corporations today, large and small, pay no dividends to their shareholders. Typically, corporate boards reward their managers with stock options in addition to or as a partial substitute for salaries, again, because the former are taxed at lower rates than the latter. As a partial substitute for salary payments, stock options allow these boards to free up portions of the surplus no longer needed for salaries to instead enable other subsumed class distributions. Stock options also can provide incentives to managers to help secure their various non-class processes as well as continued loyalty to the corporation while getting paid the same or even lower salaries. What merits special attention here is the difference between those who own the means of production and those who appropriate surplus. These different positions are too often conflated or confused within the Marxian tradition. Granting access to privately owned means of production and appropriating surplus are different processes, although connected to one another in the way we have described. Too often socialists have claimed that by replacing private with collective ownership of the means of production, they either will have eliminated class exploitation itself or placed the society on an inevitable journey to its elimination. The phi-RST argument conflates the two positions and the second falls into determinist reasoning. Specifying distinct processes in the way we have argues against conflating the two. Affirming overdetermination as a causal logic rejects determinist logic. No doubt a change in who owns the means of production can radically alter capitalist society. Often a huge proportion of a capitalist society's means of production is owned by a relatively small segment of its population. That concentration can enable that segment to reap economic gain as well as wield political power over the many. Moreover, laws and legal maneuvers often allow such concentrations of wealth and income and power to continue across generations. Changing all of this, say, by equalizing the distribution of property across the population or by replacing private with collective ownership of the means of production, can be revolutionary both economically and politically. However, a change in who owns what is not the same as nor does it necessarily correspond to a change in how the surplus is organized, produced, appropriated, and distributed. For example, even if the means of production were changed from privately to collectively owned, the organization of production might nonetheless entail productive laborers producing surpluses appropriated and distributed by a different group of people. In that case, collectivized property could coexist with an exploitative, and perhaps a capitalist, class structure. We will explore this important point again in Chapter 6 when discussing the history of the former USSR. For now, the lesson is not to confuse or conflate a change in a non-class political process such as ownership with a change in a class process. Monopoly is still another non-class process that can occur together with the capitalist subsumed class process. Monopoly entails a seller's control of buyers' access to the market for a commodity. Monopoly control requires that alternative markets or other sources of the commodity be unavailable to buyers. The monopolist's control of access to a market enables the demand for a fee if buyers seek access to that market. Note the parallel between monopoly and private property in land, between the rental fee and the monopoly fee. Consider, for example, an industrial capitalist who occupies a monopoly position as the seller of the commodity produced in his enterprise, a unique kind of computer game. If copyright laws permit no other firm to copy and sell the same kind of game, the industrial capitalist producer has a monopoly. The producer can charge a fee to any buyer who wishes to enter the market for that kind of game, a monopoly fee in addition to the value of the commodity. In effect, the monopolist producer combines both the value and the monopoly fee to gain a total sale price for the commodity that is higher than its value. From the standpoint of the game-producing industrial capitalist, the surplus appropriated from hired productive laborers is supplemented by the charge to the firm's customers for access to the monopolized market. The monopoly revenue over and above the commodity's value accrues to that industrial capitalist no matter who buys the game: laborers, other industrial capitalists, merchant capitalists, and so on. Of course, the monopoly revenue will only accrue so long as buyers demand the game and lack alternative sources for buying it. From the standpoint of Marxian class analysis, we look more closely at who pays the monopoly fee for access to the market for that computer game. Suppose that one buyer is an industrial capitalist who purchases the game to make it part of the services provided to patrons of the hotel operated by that industrial capitalist. The game is then an input, C, in the usual C plus V plus S equals W equation for capitalist commodity production, into the industrial capitalist S production and sale of hotel services. The industrial capitalist pays for the game not only its value but in addition the monopoly fee. That fee is paid out of the hotel capitalist's appropriated surplus. It is a subsumed class payment because access to the market for that game is a condition of that hotel's continued ability to appropriate surplus value from its productive employees. In this case, because the non-class process of controlling access occurs together with the capitalist subsumed class process, the monopolists exercising that control constitute a capitalist subsumed class. Likewise, when those monopolists sell games to buyers who are not industrial capitalists, their monopoly revenues are not subsumed class payments, and such monopolists do not then constitute a capitalist subsumed class. In all of the examples above, the subsumed class process differs from non-class processes such as moneylending, managing, merchanting, landowning, teaching, owning, and monopolizing. Only the processes of surplus labor appropriation and distribution refer to class, while non-class, by definition, encompasses all of the other processes of social life. Marxian theory inquires whether, when, and how these non-class processes provide conditions of existence for the capitalist fundamental class process for exploitation. It inquires further whether industrial capitalists distribute portions of the surplus value they appropriate to secure these non-class processes. One key goal of Marxian analysis is to examine and assess how well a capitalist class structure is securing its various conditions of existence, how sufficient is its appropriated surplus, how effectively distributed, etc. Another is to identify which of its conditions of existence may be in jeopardy and how that may affect the reproduction of the class structure. 4.8 Class positions and individuals, incomes in Marxian theory. With its concern to show how class processes matter in modern societies, considerable attention is directed to individuals' incomes. Neoclassical theory is mostly interested in the connection between individual income and the marginal productivity of the resources, labor and/or capital, that each individual contributes to production and the decisions of that individual to supply labor and/or capital. Keynesian theory is mostly interested in how individuals divide their incomes between consumption and saving and the impacts of that division on employment and income. By contrast, the aim of Marxian theory is to show the role of class in overdetermining the distribution of incomes among individuals in any society, to explore the interrelation between class processes and income distributions. 4.8.1 Class processes and the distribution of income in terms of Marxian class analysis. An individual in a capitalist society can obtain income in three ways. By income, we mean a fluid of values that can be exchanged for commodities. First, a person may obtain income by appropriating surplus value in the capitalist fundamental class process. Such a person would be an industrial capitalist. Summed class position receiving a distributed share of appropriated surplus value. Moneylenders, bankers, managers hired by industrial capitalists, landlords, monopolists, and merchants, and owners exemplify recipients of subsumed class payments. Third, a person may obtain income by participating in non-class processes that generate inflows of value. For example, one laborer sells an inherited antique watch to another laborer. This is an income-generating, non-class process of commodity exchange. No fundamental class process is involved. No surplus value is produced or appropriated by either individual in the exchange of antique watch for money. Nor is any subsumed class process involved, since neither laborer appropriates any surplus nor therefore can either distribute any. Selling the antique watch is simply a non-class process that generates income without either the fundamental or the subsumed class process occurring together with it. Other examples of non-class income include receipts of gifts. One person gives another a gift. The recipient thereby obtains income, but clearly the gifting process is neither a fundamental nor a subsumed class process. It is an income-generating, non-class process of considerable importance in many societies. Another noteworthy non-class income arises from realizing capital gains on the sale of shares of stocks or bonds. Neither class process occurs in this buying and selling of assets. Stealing is another example. Indeed, we have already touched upon other non-class, income-generating processes in our discussion of laborers who sell labor power to one another, merchants who buy from persons other than industrial capitalists, landlords who grant access to land to persons other than industrial capitalists, and so on. Such persons obtain their inflows of value by engaging in income-generating, non-class processes exclusively. Marxian theory divides incomes into fundamental, subsumed, and non-class kinds according to which processes generate such incomes to any individual or group of individuals. It highlights the relationship between the receipt of income and participation in fundamental, subsumed, and/or non-class, income-generating, processes, respectively. By defining class and income distribution as completely different phenomena, Marxian theory can pose and answer questions about how class and income influence one another. In sharp contrast, neoclassical and Keynesian theories typically ignore class or else conflate class and income such that one's class position is literally defined in terms of one's quantitative income, as in rich, poor, and middle classes. Let us summarize the Marxian class theory of income distribution symbolically as follows. YFCSCNC equals plus plus. Here Y stands for the total income received by an individual. However, to specify the Marxian analysis of that income, we introduce the subscripts FC, SC, and NC to indicate its fundamental class, subsumed class, and non-class sources respectively. Thus YFC represents income obtained from appropriating surplus value in the capitalist fundamental class process. YSC is the income from participation in the capitalist subsumed class process, receiving a distributed share of surplus value from its appropriators. Finally, YNC represents income from participation in a non-class process that itself generates an inflow of value. Every individual's income over any period of time can be disaggregated and analyzed in these class and non-class terms. Some of the terms might be zero. An old grandparent's income might be dependent exclusively on gifts from children and grandchildren. Hence that person's income equation would set YFC equals O equals YSC. The board of directors of a bank that lends money might divide its interest income into two kinds, YSC and YNC, if some of the interest it earned on loans came from industrial capitalists and the rest came from borrowers who were not industrial capitalists. A productive laborer whose income fluid owed exclusively from selling his or her labor power would show an equation in which YFC equals O equals YSC, since his or her income would fluid out solely from participation in the non-class process of commodity exchange, labor power for money. Such an equation can be used to construct a class analysis of any individual's income and likewise for groups of individuals who share specify C-class, non-class distribution of income. Thus we can and will later write equations for the income of industrial capitalists grouped into, say, the board of directors of a modern corporation. We can also write equations for state officials such as members of Congress, who receive state income, or for clerics who receive the income of a religious institution, and so on. Equipped with such equations, Marxian theory explores the interrelations between class processes, on the one hand, and the incomes of corporations, states, religious establishments, and so on the other. Such explorations comprise one part of specify Cali Marxian social analysis. 4.8.2 Occupying multiple class and non-class positions. Any individual or group can occupy more than one class position and thereby receive multiple kinds of class incomes. The same is true for the different non-class positions and the various kinds of income they may generate. Consider, for example, a woman who sells her labor power to an industrial capitalist and obtains a money wage income in exchange. This woman's income equation would contain a term for this non-class exchange process, income. YNC equals. However, this woman might also have loaned money to, e.g., by purchasing the bonds of some industrial capitalist firm. She would then receive interest, a subsumed class payment since it is a distribution by the industrial capitalist of a share of appropriated surplus value meant to secure continued access to such loans. Thus we must extend this woman's income equation to include her subsumed class position. YNCSC equals plus. Finally, let us suppose that she also keeps a passbook account at her local savings bank, which provides her with interest income. This must be included in her income equation as a second kind of non-class income. This is because the savings bank is purely a borrowing and lending institution. It produces no capitalist commodities, employs no productive laborers, and appropriates no surplus value. Thus, it cannot distribute any appropriated surplus value either. The savings bank's interest payment to this woman is a non-class income to her resulting from her participation in the non-class process of lending money to someone other than an industrial capitalist. Her summary income equation must contain two different terms for her two different non-class sources of income. YNC1 for participating in a commodity exchange process, selling her labor power, and YNC2 for participating in a process of lending to someone other than an industrial capitalist. YNCNCSC equals plus 1 2. Consider a second example, a man who inherits land from his relatives and then leases part of that land to an industrial capitalist for locating a commodity-producing factory there. The rental payments received constitute a subsumed class income, YSC, to this man. YSC equals. However, suppose that this man also hires two people to work on another portion of his land producing crops for sale. Upon their sale, the man realizes a fundamental class income, namely the surplus value he appropriates from these workers. To take account of this, we must amend his total income equation to include the surplus value he appropriates, YFC. YSC equals plus. If, finally, this man also takes a full-time job, that is, sells his labor power too, he will obtain non-class income, wages received in exchange for his labor power, YNC. His complete income equation would then be YSCFCNC equals plus. As these examples suggest, Marxian theory presumes that individuals and groups often occupy multiple class and non-class positions that generate their incomes. Moreover, individuals will likely change their mixes of class and non-class income flows across their lifetimes. To know the amount of any individual S or group S income is far from sufficient for a Marxian class analysis of that income, individual, or group. That class analysis requires that we pinpoint the class and non-class components of anyone's income. The reason why class is so important here is that it returns us to the general purposes of Marxian theory. Marxists want to know how individuals, groups, and incomes relate to the class structure because of their interest in changing that class structure. Hence, studying the size of a person's or group's income, or knowing merely one component of it, is inadequate from the Marxian point of view. Such knowledge abstracts from and ignores the class complexities of anyone's income, while those complexities are precisely what Marxian analysis aims to understand. Analyzing income distribution in terms of class, fundamental and subsumed, and non-class processes helps focus attention on how class structures influence social life. Marxian analysis explores how most individuals participate in multiple different income-generating processes. Thus, political strategists seeking to enlist people in movements to change a society's class structure need to understand the multiple, different class involvements that individuals' incomes reflect. They need as well to project how class changes will likely impact on the incomes of various social groups. Marxian theory responds to such needs. This Marxian theory therefore opposes theories that divide people into classes according to the sizes of their incomes. That use and meaning of the term class is radically opposed to what we have found in Marxian theory. As we understand Marxian theory, it distinguishes clearly between income, on the one hand, and class processes, on the other. As the examples above indicate, we cannot deduce an individual's class positions from the size of his or her income, nor can we deduce an individual's income from his or her class participations. In Marxian theory, the relationship between income and class is more complex than that. 4.9 The complex class structure of capitalist firms, a central part of modern economic theories, concerns the causes and consequences of the behavior of capitalist firms. Of course, different theories generate different analyses of these firms. In neoclassical theory, the behavior of capitalist firms is reduced ultimately to the desires of their resource suppliers, their technological possibilities, and the preferences of their customers. Keynesian theory emphasizes the uncertainty, behavioral rules, and animal spirits that shape enterprises' actions. We can show the different consequences and implications of Marxian theory by elaborating its unique way of approaching firms. Building on our introduction to the Marxian theory of the firm in section 4.5.5 of this chapter, the following section presents a further class analysis of modern capitalist firms. 4.9.1 Class analysis of capitalist firms. By capitalist firm, we mean an enterprise in which some initial sum of money is expanded quantitatively. Because its value is enhanced, that sum of money functions as capital. This self-expansion of value defines the firm as a capitalist enterprise. As noted earlier, there are different kinds of capitalist enterprises. Industrial capitalist enterprises expand value by appropriating surplus value generated by productive laborers who produce commodities for sale. Merchant capitalist enterprises expand value by buying and then reselling commodities for more than their purchase prices. Money-lending capitalist enterprises expand their capital by earning interest on the money they lend. For each capitalist enterprise, Marxian theory specifies its inflow and outflow of values in specify Cali class analytical terms as follows. Y E EFCSCNCSCNC plus equals plus. The Y terms in this equation have already been discussed in this chapter. The E terms require a brief explanation. ESC refers to expenditures made by this enterprise from the surplus value it appropriates. These are subsumed class distributions expended by the firm to secure various conditions of existence for its appropriation of surplus value. ENC refers to those expenditures by the firm that are not subsumed class payments, not distributions of appropriated surplus to secure its conditions of existence. The expenditures under ENC aim rather to secure the conditions of existence for the firm's continued receipt of YSC and YNC. In this way, they parallel the role of ESC, aiming to secure continued surplus value appropriation. Every capitalist firm can have such a Marxian class analytical equation written for it. Firms will differ from one another according to the differing values taken by the 5A terms in their respective equations. For example, an industrial capitalist firm exclusively engaged in commodity production can be represented simply as follows. Y EFCSC equals its capitalists' appropriate surplus value, YFC, which they then distribute to subsumed classes, ESC, in hopes of securing their conditions of existence. By contrast, a purely merchant capitalist firm would be represented simply as follows. Y ESCNC equals. This merchant capitalist firm, S income, Y ski, is derived exclusively from its participation in the capitalist subsumed class process. That is, buying commodity outputs at a discount from their value from an industrial capitalist. The merchant capitalist firm then spends ENC to secure the conditions of existence of its participation in the subsumed class process that generates the YSC. These merchant expenditures might include payments for the unproductive labor power of clerks and bookkeepers, rent for warehouses, and other expenses associated with buying and reselling of the industrial capitalist's commodity output. Finally, consider how Marxian theory approaches a capitalist enterprise engaged exclusively in consumer lending. This firm expands its capital by lending to individuals for consumption purposes and obtaining interest payments on as well as repayment of such loans. Its Marxian class analytical equation would be Y ENCNC equals. This firm draws purely non-class income. It earns no fundamental class income, because its performance of the non-class process of lending money does not involve the appropriation of surplus value. No commodity is produced and no productive laborers are hired by the lending capitalist. It likewise earns no subsumed class income, because the consumer borrowers it lends to are not themselves industrial capitalists. Therefore, they do not appropriate surplus labor and so cannot pay interest out of appropriated surplus value. None of the three kinds of capitalist RMS described above needs to stay forever tied to its particular source of income. Capitalist RMS can and do change historically. They variously add, change, and drop income-generating processes as they react to the opportunities they perceive in their environments. Industrial capitalists may find it advantageous to use revenues to make loans to employees, thereby adding AYNC to their YFC. Merchant capitalists may decide to stop depending solely on their suppliers for commodities and begin to hire productive laborers to produce the commodities they will then sell, thereby adding YFC to their YSC. In general, the YFC, YSCI, and YNC terms variously equal or exceed zero as the specified C history of each firm unfolds. At various times a particular enterprise can earn YFC and/or YSC and/or YNC. General Motors Corporation, for example, can make cars, earn YFC, charge interest for loans to other industrial capitalists, earn YSCI, and charge interest for loans to car-buying consumers, earn YNC via its former subsidiary, General Motors Acceptance Corporation. In any given year, YFC may be greater or smaller than either YSC or YNC, according to the development of the economy and the corporate strategies of GM's board of directors. In recent decades, corporations often have purchased shares of another corporation and then have decided to merge the companies into one operating corporation. For example, an industrial corporation may earn YFC producing only steel products. Its corporate board decides whether for competitive, speculative, or other reasons to purchase the common stock of an energy company. New revenues YSC arise when the purchasing board receives dividends distributed to it by the corporate board of the newly owned energy company. At some point, the steel company's board makes use of its power of ownership of the energy corporation to merge the two independent companies into one legally unified corporation with one board of directors. The newly merged corporation would produce two distinct commodities, called product lines, one of steel and the other energy. At that point, the previous YSC equals zero, the subsumed class ownership position disappears, and YFC expands. The new surplus value of the fully integrated company is the sum of the surplus in the energy commodity and the surplus in the steel commodity. The newly merged company could even take on a completely different name reflecting its changed and expanded business operation. U.S. Steel Corporation became USX reflecting its merged steel and energy businesses. 4.9.2 Capitalists and corporate boards of directors. A capitalist can be an individual, or a group of individuals can occupy the social position of a capitalist. In modern capitalist enterprises, called corporations, for historical reasons, the capitalist is a group numbering typically between 9 and 20 individuals, the board of directors. That group appropriates surplus value and/or receives subsumed class distributions and/or obtains non-class incomes. The corporation's participation in one or more of these income-generating processes will determine the kinds and sizes of the incomes received by its board of directors. In the early history of many capitalist enterprises, one person occupied the position of capitalist. A colorful and often mythical literature of tycoons, rugged and risk-taking individual entrepreneurs, and cutthroat competitors often surrounds this early history. However, as capitalist enterprises survived competition and grew, they tended to evolve into corporations whose capitalists were no longer single individuals but rather boards of directors. Everything Marxian theory says about capitalists holds whether they are single persons or groups. However, an important conclusion of Marxian theory emerges from examining the transition from individual capitalist to board of directors. Contrary to the literature, both popular and academic, pure capitalists are more likely to be found among boards of directors than among individual capitalist entrepreneurs. In the early years of an industrial capitalist enterprise, its single capitalist will likely perform many different functions inside the firm. Beyond appropriating surplus value from productive laborers, the early individual capitalist will likely also engage in managing productive workers, marketing the output, perhaps doing some productive labor alongside hired laborers, lending money or capital to the enterprise, and owning the means of production. In other words, the early individual industrial capitalist also participates in the subsumed class process, not only as a distributor but also as a recipient of shares of surplus value. He or she performs a variety of non-class processes that constitute the conditions of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process. In our example, managing, merchanting, moneylending, and proving access to means production, and may well also sell his or her own labor power and so produce as well as appropriate surplus value. The individual industrial capitalist occupies many different class and non-class positions within one enterprise. Such an individual is not purely an industrial capitalist, not only an appropriator of surplus value within the enterprise. By contrast, members of a modern industrial corporation's board of directors are more nearly pure capitalists. Many members of corporate boards of directors have no other function within the corporation beyond appropriating surplus value and distributing it to subsumed classes. Such directors gather periodically at the corporation's headquarters for meetings. They literally personify the corporation and as such are politically, economically, and culturally designated to receive collectively the surplus value appropriated from the corporation's hired productive laborers and then collectively distribute portions of the appropriated surplus to various subsumed classes. Such board members actually display the classic outlines of the Marxian theory of industrial capitalists. They appropriate surplus value and distribute what they have appropriated. Many corporations do include on their boards of directors individuals who are also top managers within the firm and also at times those who are its major shareholders. Such impure capitalists do then occupy 2 or even 3 class positions. The fundamental class position of a surplus value appropriator plus 1 and or 2 subsumed class positions, one as a hired manager and the other as a corporate owner. Still, this is a far less impure kind of capitalist than the early individual capitalist who typically occupied many different class positions within the firm. An individual who occupies multiple class positions within an enterprise, say, those of appropriator and manager, will then often function at both ends of a value fluid OW. The top corporate manager, CEO, who also sits on the board of directors, will not only distribute appropriated surplus value as a board member but will also receive a distributed portion of that surplus as a paid manager. Similarly, the early individual capitalist entrepreneur often functioned both as lender and borrower in the process of loaning personal capital to the enterprise in which he or she appropriated surplus labor and also a receiver of interest on the loan. The early surplus appropriating entrepreneur also might have been the sole business owner or one of only a few owners. He or she would then function both as distributor and recipient of paid dividends. Marxian theory focuses on the multiple class positions occupied by individual capitalists at various points in an enterprise's history. The goal of this analysis is to produce a history and current assessment of the enterprise that stresses its changing relationship to the class structure of the society in which it exists. From this standpoint, capitalists appear frequently to pass sums of value to themselves via the multiple class and non-class positions they occupy. Indeed, it would be more precise to say, for example, that individuals as industrial capitalists pass sums of value to themselves as subsumed class managers, moneylenders and owners. Moreover, a Marxian theoretical accounting system for enterprises would measure and compare class and non-class value FLOWS to yield consistent arithmetic formulations and applications of the theory. This means that arithmetic measures in Marxian theory will likely differ from arithmetic measures in non-Marxian theory since the objects of those different theories are defined and understood differently. We can illustrate this by presenting a Marxian analysis of the widespread term profit, which figures prominently in nearly every kind of economic theory. Our class analysis and the resulting arithmetic measures and relations it suggests produce a new and distinctly Marxian interpretation of what industrial profit is and what meaning it can have for Marxian analysis. 4.9.3 A Marxian theory of industrial profit. A capitalist enterprise's general income and expenditure equation can be investigated to understand, in Marxian class analytical terms, the meanings of profit. We will begin by considering a firm that is engaged only in commodity production and whose sole source of income is appropriated surplus value. Why? EFCSC equals. We will extend this equation by disaggregating this firm's expenditures as follows. Y EFCSCSCSCSCSCSCSCSC equals plus 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, where ESC1 equals subsumed class payments to landlords, ESC2 equals subsumed class payments to moneylenders, bankers. ESC3 equals subsumed class payments to managers, salaries. ESC4 equals subsumed class payments to managers for capital accumulation, buying more C and V. ESC5 equals subsumed class payments to merchants. ESC6 equals subsumed class payments to the state, taxes. ESC7 equals subsumed class payments to shareholders, dividends. Typically, modern U.S. corporations define their profits, sometimes labeled net income, as the residual when costs of production are subtracted from revenues received when output commodities are sold. To produce a class analysis of profit, we must determine the class meaning of such costs and revenues. The meaning of revenue is relatively straightforward. Revenue amounts to what we have earlier called W equals C plus V plus S. However, the concept of costs poses more problems. Modern corporations do not accept, know, or use class terms. Nor do the government statistical services that define, gather, organize, and publish the economic data relied upon by most analysts of capitalist economies. Thus, they do not see or measure costs in terms of, for example, C plus V. If they did, their concept of costs would equal the Marxian concept of constant capital plus variable capital, C plus V. Then their concept of profit might, at least initially, be the equivalent of the Marxian concept of surplus value. However, that is not the case. The usual corporate concept of costs includes more than C plus V. For example, their costs typically include also rents, interest payments, managerial salaries, and discounts to merchants. In Marxian theory, these payments by a capitalist are portions of the appropriated surplus value, portions distributed to subsumed classes. They are thus crucially different from C and V, which are commodities purchased prior to and consumed in the production of a surplus. From the Marxian theoretical standpoint, then, what such a corporation calls its profit would be understood in Marxian terms as follows. Profit equals minus plus 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 plus. W. C. V. E. 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 ESC SC 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 1 2 3 5 or since W minus C plus V equals S, profit equals minus plus plus plus. S. E. 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 ESC SC 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 1 2 3 5 where ESC1 equals subsumed class payment to landlords, ESC2 equals subsumed class payment to moneylenders, ESC3 equals subsumed class payment to managers, ESC5 equals subsumed class payment to merchants. Thus, in class analytical terms, what capitalist corporations and most government statistics in capitalist societies report as profits is definitely not the same as what Marxists mean by surplus value. Quite the contrary, these profits are merely one part of surplus value, namely the sum of the subsumed class payments to managers for accumulating capital, ESC4, plus the subsumed class payments to shareholders, ESC7, plus the subsumed class payments to the state, ESC6. The popular term of American corporations, after tax profits, would then be the sum of ESC4 plus ESC7. Marxian theory's basic distinction between surplus value and profit is possible only because of its class analytical foundation. It is the focus on class processes that leads Marxian theory to that distinction. Moreover, some central conclusions of Marxian economics depend on this distinction between surplus value and profit. For example, Marxian theory draws no necessary conclusion about the fundamental class process from falling corporate profits. This is because, as our equations above demonstrate, falling profits could result from either a reduced surplus appropriation in the fundamental class process, a smaller s, or increased subsumed class payments from the surplus, a larger ESC1, ESC2, ESC3, or ESC5. Industrial capitalists' profits could fall not because less surplus value was appropriated from productive laborers but rather because various subsumed classes were able to extract larger distributions of surplus. Both kinds of change could occur at once to produce falling profits. Indeed, profits would fall if industrial capitalists appropriated additional surplus at the same time as the extra demands of subsumed classes siphoned off more than that addition. Marxian theory likewise draws no logical inference about efficiency from relocations by capitalist enterprises from one region to another. Often such moves are explained or justified on the ground that the industrial capitalists were simply responding to differences in profit rates, moving from regions of lower rates to those of higher rates of profit. According to this argument, such moves are considered efficient because profits necessarily reflect the efficiency with which capitalist enterprises transform inputs and labor power into commodity outputs. In non-Marxian theories, efficiency is directly connected to profitability. Thus, inferring efficiency gains from relocations to regions of higher profits makes sense. But this argument does not make sense from the standpoint of Marxian theory. In Marxian theory, an industrial corporation that changes its geographic location to achieve greater profits does not thereby necessarily achieve any greater efficiency. Consider, for example, a Marxian measure of efficiency defined net in terms of the total amount of labor input, L plus LL, required per unit of commodity produced. The above industrial corporation's move might then be explained by the possibility that land rent, merchants' fees, and/or managers' salaries are lower in the Sunbelt than in the Northeast. Firms that relocated might actually suffer losses in efficiency in the Marxian sense. That is, they might produce fewer commodity outputs per unit of total labor input, L plus LL. However, that reduced efficiency, which would diminish the amount of surplus value appropriated from productive laborers, would be more than offset by the reduced subsumed class payments to landlords, managers, and merchants. The results would be higher calculated profits, continued movement of capitalist enterprises from the U.S. Northeast to its Southwest, and a trend toward lower efficiency in Marxian terms. Similar reasoning leads Marxian theorists to recognize that rising industrial capitalists' profits can mask a deteriorating rate of surplus value. Class struggles between industrial capitalists and productive laborers over the rate of exploitation could diminish the quanta of surplus value appropriated by capitalists, falling s. However, this decline could be hidden statistically if subsumed class payments were falling even more rapidly, for example, as when interest rates drop quickly because of central bank policies. In the absence of direct attention to the complex changes taking place in both the fundamental and the subsumed class process, Marxian theory rejects inferences about class structures and changes drawn from statistical movements in published corporate profits. Marxian theorists do not deny, of course, that industrial capitalists can and often do make their decisions with the objective of maximizing their profits or profit rates. What Marxian theorists want to stress is that such decisions aimed at that objective are peculiar effects, in part, of a non-Marxian theory lodged in the capitalists' minds. To accept that objective and make decisions accordingly may well maximize profits. Non-Marxian theories may well draw a necessary equivalence between maximized profits and what they conceptualize as productive efficiency. However, from the Marxian standpoint, maximization of profit, as understood in class terms through the equations above, has no necessary relation to the appropriation of surplus value or its distribution to subsumed classes or the ratio of commodity outputs to commodity and labor inputs. In Marxian theory, maximizing profits is perfectly consistent with both rising and falling rates of surplus value, rising or falling distributions of subsumed class payments, rising or falling efficiency ratios of outputs to total labor inputs in production. Marxian theory criticizes non-Marxian theories for seeking to justify capitalism by equating what is nothing but its peculiar rule for capitalist decision-making with some absolute standard of efficiency. The profit maximizing rule of capitalist enterprises, making prices equal marginal costs in the neoclassical theory of the firm, hallowed in the texts of non-Marxian theorists, is then no magic path to the optimum efficiency of all possible worlds. Marxian theory shows that rule to be perfectly consistent with all kinds of inefficiency in class processes as well as the physical transformation of inputs into outputs. One conclusion about corporate strategies which Marxian theory reaches is that the rule of profit maximizing, which does not make for efficiency, does serve another purpose. It does maximize those particular subsumed class payments which are not subtracted from S in the profit equations above, Schiefel YESC4 and ESC7. In terms of those equations, profit maximization becomes a means by which to deliver the maximum possible fluid out of value to shareholders, dividends, and the maximum possible fluid out of value to the discretionary control of boards of directors, retained earnings. Pursuing the rule of profit maximization has little to do with efficiency and much to do with favoring dividends, the retained earnings of corporations, and what boards of directors decide to do with those retained earnings, e.g., accumulate capital. Profit maximization turns out to be a rule for the maximization of a subset of subsumed class distributions of the surplus value, no more and no less. Across the history of capitalist societies, the specify C subset of subsumed class distributions defined as profit has varied. Sometimes the distribution of surplus value for the personal consumption of the enterprise's capitalists has been included. Modern commentators on large industrial corporations have debated whether dividends should be excluded from the profit subset because corporations aim to maximize after dividend profits. Even at one historical moment, different capitalist enterprises may include different subsumed class distributions within what they maximize as profit. For example, private utility companies, which are subject to state regulations on their allowed profit rates, may maximize subsumed class distributions other than dividends and retained earnings, and so on. Profit, then, as reported by corporations, used by most contemporary analysts, and formalized in neoclassical and Keynesian theories, is a category that does not belong to Marxian theory. Marxian class analysis completely alters the concept by transforming it into a variable subset of subsumed class distributions. It goes even further by stressing that profit maximizing rules that maximize whatever happens to be the currently fashionable subset of subsumed class distributions, bear no necessary relation to what concerns Marxists. Class processes and their interconnections with non-class processes, including the technical efficiency of transforming inputs into outputs in commodity production. As in most other areas of economic analysis, here we can see again how Marxian and non-Marxian theories make very different sense of the performance and achievements of capitalist economies. 4.10 The complex class structure of other social sites. The unique Marxian class analysis of industrial capitalist phi RMS may also be applied to other social institutions. We will here substitute another term, social site, for institution, because we don't need the connotation of permanence often attached to institution. Site connotes merely a place in a society, a point where certain social processes and relationships occur and may or may not last long. Site is more consistent with the Marxian theoretical view that all processes and relationships are overdetermined, contradictory, and hence constantly changing. Below we examine Marxian theory's approach to an unique understanding of three sites in modern society: households, states, and international economic relations. 4.10.1 Class analysis and households. Like enterprises, households are sites in society at which many social processes occur. In enterprises and households, for example, many of the same processes can occur. People speak, dream, eat, breathe, give orders, do labor, pay taxes, and so on. Other processes occur chiefly at one site but not the other. Sleeping and child care occur in households but are probably largely prevented in enterprises, while commodity manufacture and sale are more likely to occur in enterprises than in households. However, as even these few examples suggest, there is no hard and fast separation of sites in any society according to which particular processes occur in each. For example, households have sometimes in history been important or even the main sites where commodities, especially farm products and home crafts, were produced for sale. In such times, few people distinguished households from enterprises. At other times, sites have been rigidly separated. Certain processes were proscribed at one site and strictly reserved for another. For example, sexual processes have often been strictly and/or legally constrained to the household and nowhere else. Child rearing was often treated similarly. While distinctions among sites are never fixed permanently, we can define them as specify C subsets of social processes at particular times and in particular societies. Thus, in much of the world today, enterprises differ from households according to the different subset of social processes each comprises. Households are where child rearing, eating, sexual activity, and so on, usually, if not always, occur in modern capitalist societies. We can contrast what is specifically different about enterprises by stressing that the processes of producing commodities, in the case of industrial capitalists accumulating capital, buying labor power, and distributing dividends, occur predominantly there and not in households. Marxian theory asks two broad questions about sites in society that other theories do not ask. Do class processes occur at any particular site chosen for theoretical scrutiny? If they do, which class processes occur there, and how? Do they interact with other social processes? Here we propose to ask and briefly answer these questions in regard to present-day households. The results represent a remarkable analysis of the household and its relation to modern capitalism that is radically different from neoclassical or Keynesian theorizations of households. Fundamental and subsumed class processes can and typically do occur inside households. That conclusion of Marxian theory is reached through the following sort of analysis. Labor inside the household produces goods and services. Raw food materials are transformed into fine niched meals. Cleaning equipment is utilized to transform disorderly, dirty rooms into clean, neat ones, and torn clothing is repaired, to cite but a few examples. These production processes rarely result in commodities. Products that are sold. Households in the United States do not typically sell prepared meals, cleaning services, or clothing repair services. However, the absence of commodity production is not equivalent to the absence of class processes, production, appropriation, and distribution of surpluses. The production of these meals, cleaning services, and repair services involves not only the natural transformation of physical substances through labor but also the fundamental and subsumed class processes. To identify whether and how class processes occur in households, we must distinguish between necessary and surplus labor. Can we identify inside households some people who are direct laborers, who produce not only the goods and services they consume in the household but also do some surplus labor yielding a household surplus? Marxian theory replies affirmatively. Many housewives have traditionally performed the necessary labor required to make the meals they eat, clean the rooms they occupy, and repair clothing they wear. Such women traditionally also perform surplus labor, That is, they produce a quantity of meals, cleaned rooms, and repaired clothing that exceeds their own consumption of these products. Their husbands and/or others living with them inside households often appropriate and often consume the surplus labor embodied in these surplus products. We have identified the existence of a fundamental class process inside such households as well as a particularly gendered organization of who produces versus who appropriates the household surplus. Of course, this gender organization need not and has not historically always been the same. Husbands and wives could reverse class positions. Communes, tribal societies, cooperatives, and other household arrangements have displayed various distributions of men and women among class positions across history. However, most traditional households of recent history conform to the Marxian class analysis that identify women as performers and men as appropriators of household surplus labor. Given Marxian theory, affirmation of the existence of class processes inside modern households, which kinds of class processes occur there? Clearly, those are not capitalist fundamental class processes. Husbands do not buy their wives' labor power or sell, as commodities, the products of their wives' household work. No values, surplus value, or prices typically attach to such products. The class processes inside these households must therefore be non-capitalist. Next, to identify which non-capitalist forms of the fundamental class process occur in households, Marxists consider the other basic forms so far identified in their theoretical tradition. That quickly leads them to conclude that traditional households today displays class processes most nearly like the feudal, as exemplified in medieval Europe from the 12th to the 16th centuries. Marxian theory points to the typical husband's duty to protect wife and household, while the wife's duties concern serving and obeying the husband. The latter relationship closely resembles the medieval serf's dependence on the feudal lord for protection and payment of rents to that same lord. The wife is tied by many traditional, religious, and legal constraints to perform surplus labor for her husband quite like serfs labored for their lords. Traditional wives have believed it was the natural, moral, or religious order of the world to deliver household surplus labor to her husband, typically embodied in physical goods and services rather than in money forms. Traditional households in recent history have thus been sites of feudal class processes, in the Marxian view, while RMS have chiefly been sites of capitalist class processes. Marxian theory thus constructs a complex class analysis of modern society. It is understood to encompass two very different class structures at two different sites, homes and enterprises. Indeed, this Marxian analysis challenges the label capitalist for many modern nations as an unacceptable oversimplified cation. Such a single label risks missing the specified differences between feudal households and capitalist enterprises and the problems people encounter in moving between these different and often clashing class structures. Marxian theory avoids such risks by directly confronting the different class structures of these two sites and posing questions about how they interact with one another and with the non-class processes of the society. The existence of the feudal fundamental class process in households implies the existence of the feudal subsumed class process. Husbands distribute portions of their appropriated household feudal surplus product to secure their conditions of existence as feudal appropriators. Since the household of our example has only two people in it, one or the other must play the role of the subsumed class receiving distributed shares of the surplus. Thus, for example, suppose that one of the rooms cleaned by the wife were set aside for paperwork connected with household management. If the wife does this management work, her cleaning of that management room would be a surplus that she produces, that her husband appropriates, and that he then allocates to her performance of household management. That management provides a condition of existence for the husband's position as feudal surplus appropriator. If, alternatively, the husband performs household management in that designated room, he would distribute the wife's surplus product, cleaning that room, to himself as the subsumed class, the manager. The husband would then occupy both the feudal fundamental class position inside the household and also the feudal subsumed class position of household manager. Marxian theory's next step poses questions about the interactions between the two different class structures of household and enterprise. Consider husbands who move daily between the household class position of feudal appropriator to the enterprise class position of wage-earning productive laborer in a capitalist factory. How will navigating between these two different class positions affect an individual's emotions, physical productivity, ideological persuasion, and political loyalties? How will such an individual's participation in social movements be influenced by the multiplicity of her class affiliations? In Marxian theory, understanding husbands includes the specified and multiple class positions they occupy within households and at other sites. Understanding relationships between spouses and between men and women generally likewise requires attention to their multiple class positions and the influences of those class positions upon them and their relationships. Theories that abstract from class cannot pose or answer such questions nor explore the impacts of class, in its surplus definition, on human relationships. Similarly, consider wives who occupy household feudal class positions as serfs. How might they change if they added a second-class position, say, as productive laborers in a capitalist enterprise, to their household feudal class positions? Or consider how Marxian theory would approach the social role of religious institutions. Marxian theory would ask whether and how religious preaching and rituals provided conditions of existence not only for the capitalist fundamental class process in enterprises but also for the feudal fundamental class process in households. Such a Marxian line of inquiry would produce a particular understanding of the persistently different attitudes of men and women toward religion. Marxian theory similarly raises distinctive questions about children, given its conception of feudal households in capitalist enterprises. For example, do male and female children develop different attitudes toward class, conscious or unconscious, because of the divergent class positions occupied by their mothers, fathers, or other role models? Similarly, how would a Marxian theory account for the value FLOWS from parents to sustain their children, and how do those FLOWS affect the entire household's class structure? We cannot here even summarize, let alone discuss, the distinctive, new insights into family and household relationships opened up by Marxian class analysis, Cassano 2009. This subsection only introduces the lines of inquiry fostered by applying Marxian theory to households. The remainder of section 4.10 further elaborates the basic Marxian theory of class by considering next the role of the state in modern societies. 4.10.2 Class analysis and the state. The state, another site in most modern societies, differs from both capitalist enterprises and feudal household because of the precise subset of social processes that occur together in, and thereby constitute, the state. The processes that generally distinguish the modern state from other social sites include the following: maintaining a standing military force, designing and passing laws for society as a whole, adjudicating disputes over those laws, enforcing compliance with those laws, operating an educational system, collecting taxes. Past and present states have not been the exclusive sites of these processes. In some societies, the state does not maintain the only standing military force. That occurs also at other sites, as in enterprises that maintain security forces or even households that employ guards. Similarly, in some societies, other sites beside the state design laws, enforce them and adjudicate disputes over them. For example, religious institutions may do that alongside the state. However, the history of modern societies suggests that the list above fairly typifies processes that occur predominantly in the state. Note that the state comprises natural processes, e.g., wilderness preservation, cultural processes, e.g., education, economic processes, e.g., collecting taxes and buying commodities, and political processes, e.g., controlling group behavior via military and legal actions. While many analysts focus chiefly on the political processes in the state is usually treated as an especially political institution. Marxian theorists identify all of the processes of which any state is composed, the non-political as well as the political. Marxian theory asks specific questions about the state, reflecting the theory's interests and orientation. Do class processes occur in the state? If so, which ones do, and how do they interact with the class and non-class processes that occur at other sites in the society, such as enterprises and households? A. Marxian theory of the state focuses especially, not exclusively, on the relationship, including its contradictions, between that state and the class structure of that society. Our brief introduction here concerns the state that currently exists in the United States. Marxists inquire whether the capitalist fundamental class process occurs in the state. Does the state hire productive laborers to produce commodities and thereby appropriate surplus value? Does the United States government operate capitalist enterprises alongside those of private corporations? Occasionally it does. The Tennessee Valley Authority, producer and seller of electricity as a capitalist commodity, is a frequently cited example. West European states operate such enterprises on a much greater scale than the United States does. In any case, the answer is yes, capitalist enterprises can be run by the state. In that event, another source of revenue to the state, in addition to the taxes and fees it imposes and any borrowing it may undertake, is the surplus value it appropriates by participating directly in the capitalist fundamental class process. We will refer to such a state revenue as SYFC. The modern state is also typically involved in the capitalist subsumed class process. If the state itself appropriates surplus, it must distribute that surplus to secure the conditions for the continuation of the state's capitalist fundamental class process. The state industrial capitalist distributes surplus value just as private industrial capitalists do. We can represent the state's participation in that subsumed class process as follows. SYFC equals SESC, where SESC is the distribution of SYFC to secure the conditions for the state's continued appropriation of surplus value. The modern state also usually participates in another subsumed class process as the recipient of taxes paid by private industrial capitalists. Those taxes are portions of the surplus value appropriated in private industrial capitalist enterprises. The state performs various non-class processes that secure conditions of existence for private industrial capitalists. These include guaranteeing private property, limiting trade union challenges to private profitability, providing public health services that sustain productive laborers' productivity, providing public education, and so on. Part of the state's costs in performing such processes, e.g., the wages of court clerks, officials, soldiers, and other government workers, plus equipment and buildings used by them, are defrayed by subsumed class payments to the state in the form of taxes imposed on industrial capitalists. We can incorporate this second source of state revenues as follows. SYFC plus PSC equals SESC plus SENC, where PSC equals state subsumed class revenues, and a necessary additional term SENC equals the non-class state expenditures needed to secure the state's receipt of those subsumed class revenues. SENC is added because the state must make these non-class expenditures to secure the tax payments from private industrial capitalists. These expenditures are non-class expenditures because they are not distributions of surplus value appropriated by the state. Those distributions are contained in the SESC term. To complete a Marxian class analysis of the state's budget, account must be taken of the state's non-class revenues, in addition to the fundamental and subsumed class revenues discussed above. The state obtains non-class revenues whenever value flows into the state that is neither 1. Surplus value appropriated from productive laborers hired by the state nor 2. A subsumed class distribution to the state from private capitalists. Examples include individual income taxes, sales taxes, property taxes paid by productive and unproductive workers out of their wage and salary income, and corporate income taxes paid by non-industrial capitalists, e.g., merchants and bankers, who do not appropriate surplus value from their employees. Such taxpayers also expect the state to provide them with goods and services. States therefore hire people and buy equipment to, for example, build public swimming pools, stage elaborate pageants, subsidize medical care for elderly, indigent, or all people, and provide military security and public education. States do not typically provide these goods and services as capitalist commodities sold in markets. If they did, the resulting government net revenues would be appropriated surplus value, SYFC. Rather, taxes in the form of non-class revenues pay for producing such services and delivering them to the general population according to citizenship, age, need, location, or other non-market price criteria. The state's complete budget equation in class value terms can thus be represented as follows. SYFC plus PSC plus PSC equals SESC plus SENC1 plus SENC2, where PSC refers to non-class state revenues, SENC1 refers to non-class state expenditures made to secure the state's subsumed class revenues, and SENC2 refers to non-class state expenditures made to secure the state's non-class revenues. This Marxian class analysis of the state in a modern society suggests a number of distinctive conclusions unavailable to alternative theories of the state. First, the state is a complex social site at which multiple class as well as non-class processes occur. Second, the state has many different relationships with class and non-class processes at other sites in society. Third, the state, as a social site, is complexly interdependent with such other sites as enterprises and households. The state is therefore neither above society, in the sense of existing beyond the rough and tumble processes of everyday social life, nor is it some external or extraneous institution relative to enterprises and households. Marxian theory stresses the multiplicity of the state's social roles. The state is not merely the tool of capitalists, providing them with the conditions they need to go on exploiting productive laborers. Nor is the state simply an institution of, by, and for all citizens, taxing them and using those revenues to provide public services for everyone's benefit. The former analysis is inadequate. It sees only the PSC and SENC1 portions of the state equation. The latter analysis is similarly inadequate. It sees only the PSC and SENC2 portions. Marxian theory rather combines all four of those terms plus the PSC and SESC terms into a properly complex class and non-class conceptualization of the state. A conclusion suggested by the Marxian approach concerns precisely the PSC and SESC components of the state equation. These represent the state's participation in the capitalist fundamental class process and then in the subsumed class process too as the distributor of surplus value. State capitalist enterprises do just that. They appropriate surplus value from productive laborers hired in the markets for labor power, and they distribute subsumed class payments. It follows from the Marxian theory presented in this book that the existence or growth of such state capitalist enterprises is not a transition to socialism or communism understood as non- or post-capitalist economic systems. For Marxian theory, socialism and communism refer to societies in which non-capitalist forms of the fundamental class process prevail. Such societies are altogether different from those in which state industrial capitalist enterprises appropriate surplus value from the productive laborers they hire and exploit. The existence of state industrial capitalist enterprises alongside or instead of private industrial capitalists signals neither a transition to nor a realization of communism or socialism. In contrast, most neoclassical and Keynesian treatments of socialism define it as or associated with a major economic role for the state. Neoclassical economists therefore sometimes conflate Keynesians and socialists, whereas Keynesians usually stress how the role they advocate for the state is significantly less than what socialists seek. For Marxists, the relative magnitude, quantity of the state's economic role is not what defines socialism, it is rather the qualities, the specified C-class dimensions, of state and private enterprises that are most relevant for a social movement beyond capitalism. For Marxian theory, communist is the name for one form of the fundamental class process, a specifically non-capitalist form that displays the following general characteristics. Productive labor is designed and performed collectively, surplus labor is appropriated collectively. Collective appropriators of the productive laborers, surplus are identical to the productive laborers. To participate in the communist fundamental class means to be both a collective performer and collective appropriator of surplus labor. Unlike the capitalist fundamental class process that separates the producers of the surplus from its appropriators as different groups of people, the communist fundamental class process unifies the producers and appropriators of the surplus in one and the same group of people. Despite its brief and summary character, this sketch of the communist fundamental class process suffices to show why, from the standpoint of Marxian class analytics, the decision of a state to operate capitalist industrial enterprises has no necessary relation to socialism or communism as alternative class systems. Historical evidence suggests different explanations for why modern societies have often established state industrial capitalist enterprises alongside private industrial capitalists. Sometimes private capitalists want commodities priced too low to allow any surplus value to be realized by any private industrial capitalist that produced them. Examples include telephone, telegraph, and postal services, rail and air transportation, electricity, gas, and steel, all inputs to most capitalist enterprises. One solution would be for the government to establish capitalist industrial enterprises that could charge the low prices desired by private capitalists by relying on subsidies drawn from other government revenues. Such state capitalist enterprises exist to strengthen rather than threaten private capitalists. There is also historical evidence that occasionally citizens' movements press for state industrial capitalist enterprises to produce goods and services for mass consumption when private capitalists refuse to do so or would charge unacceptably high prices. The Tennessee Valley Authority that provides inexpensive electric power across several states was partly a response to this sort of pressure. Marxian theory also offers a unique class perspective on social struggles over state budgets. The Marxian class equation for the state projects the logic of such struggles in terms of shifts among its 6 terms. SYFC plus PSI-SC plus PSI-NC equals SESC plus SENC1 plus SENC2. The Marxian analysis begins by noting that private capitalist industrial enterprises have an interest in expanding SENC1 and reducing PSI-SC. They want increased state provision of the conditions of existence for private exploitation while they demand lower taxes on the surpluses they appropriate. To the extent that these private industrial capitalists succeed in realizing these interests, they will either 1. Transfer the costs of the state onto others, PSI-SC and or SYFC, or 2. Shift state expenditures away from serving others, SESC plus SENC2, to instead serve their own needs, SENC1, or both. Such transfers of the costs of the state can be accomplished by political and cultural processes, by politicians altering tax rates and by public relations campaigns depicting tax reductions on industrial capitalists as means to increase jobs. Such shifting of state expenditures can be accomplished as well by cultural programs aimed at changing popular perceptions of expenditures serving corporations, SENC1, so that they are seen instead as serving the mass of people, SENC2. For example, the state's military expenditures secure capitalists' abilities to continue exploiting productive laborers in multiple ways, protecting against foreign and domestic enemies of capitalism, buying industrial capitalists' outputs, providing private industrial capitalists with technical innovations discovered in military laboratories, etc. A concerted media campaign might redefine the state's military expenditures as urgent outlays to protect the general public, perhaps from terrorists. If successful, that campaign could increase military expenditures and decrease other state expenditures on the general public, raising SENC1 and lowering SENC2. Finally, a fully developed Marxian theory of the state in modern societies would have to take account of the non-capitalist class structures interacting with capitalist class structures in those societies. To illustrate one step in that direction, we can extend our state equation to specify the state's relationship with both capitalist enterprises and feudal households. SYFC plus PSI-SC1 plus PSI-SC2 plus PSI-NC equals SESC plus SENC1 plus SENC2 plus SENC3. Here we introduce a new distinction between SYSC1 taxes levied on industrial capitalists and SYSC2 taxes on feudal households. The state is thus shown to be subsumed to feudal surplus appropriators in households as well as to capitalist appropriators in enterprises. The state correspondingly performs some non-class processes that provide the conditions of existence for the feudal fundamental class process in households. Examples include public education curricula that endorse feudal household class structures, passing and enforcing laws of property, inheritance, marriage, abortion, and divorce that support such structures, and subsidizing such structures through marriage and household tax exemptions and credits. At the same time, the state performs, as noted, various non-class processes that secure the conditions of existence for industrial capitalists. PSI-SC1 remains our term for the subsumed class tax payments made by industrial capitalists, while PSI-SC2 designates subsumed class tax payments by feudal households. By the same logic, SENC3 must be added to our state equation to show state spending on processes that provide the conditions of existence for feudal households, fundamental class processes. Such spending includes parts of outlays on public education, legislation, judicial administration, and tax collection. Those outlays aim to secure the conditions of existence for household feudalism and thereby to secure the tax revenues derived from those feudal surpluses. This extended state equation analyzes value FLOWS to and from the state in terms of their interacting multiple class and non-class components. Such Marxian categories differ sharply from those used in non-Marxian theories of the state. However, non-Marxian theories and their categories govern the definition, collection, and organization of published data on states in modern societies. Those data, for example, typically distinguish between business taxes and individual taxes. These are not Marxian class analytical distinctions. Business taxes lump together what Marxian analysis needs to keep separate. Business taxes abstracts from, disregards the difference between taxes on surplus appropriators, industrial capitalists, and taxes on subsumed classes, bankers and merchants. PSI-SC1 and SYNC are taxes with importantly different relationships to a society's class structure. The same critique applies to state expenditures. Consider, for example, those lumped together in the non-Marxian category, legislative activities. Those expenditures would be treated differently by Marxian theory. They would be disaggregated into SESC, SESC1, SENC2, and SENC3. The specified CS of that disaggregation would depend on whether the legislation provided conditions of existence for the state's own appropriation of surplus value or for the state's other sources of class and non-class revenues. Marxian analysis of the state in modern capitalist societies asks different questions, organizes its accounts of value FLOWS by means of different categories, and generates different answers from those of non-Marxian theories. The Marxian theory of the state focuses attention on the variety of its class and non-class component processes. It explores especially the complex linkages between those processes and the class and non-class processes that occur at other sites in the society. Marxian theory strives to understand especially the relationship between the state and society's class structure. That is neither a goal for nor an achievement of neoclassical or Keynesian economics. 4.10.3 Class Analysis and International Relations as a Theoretical and Practical Political Tradition. Marxism has long been committed to what it calls internationalism. In the Marxian view, capitalism has expanded from its West European base to colonize and transform the entire world economy. Therefore, today the transition to a new and better society necessarily involves an international movement. Such a better society, in the Marxian view, depends on an international transition to post-capitalist class structures, whose egalitarian, democratic and collective forms of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus labor warrant the label socialist or communist. Their concern with internationalism has led Marxists to pose questions about international relations. How did capitalism generate a world economy? How do class processes link nations together or keep them apart? How do class processes interact internationally with non-class processes? What connections exist between international class processes and domestic class structures? To answer such questions, Marxian theory adopts a general approach to international relations that focuses on their class components and how these interact with domestic class structures. Sketching such an approach is our task here. Over the last few centuries, an expanding Europe was a major force in shaping and reshaping the complex set of processes linking the different nations of the world. At various times and in varying degrees, many different processes composed such linkages. Pillage, theft, crusading, wars and colonization sometimes connected different nations, as did religious missions, commodity exchange, trade, foreign investment, distribution of motion pictures, and labor migrations. These are a few of the major international linking processes that have comprised our planet's evolving international relations. What Marxian theory adds to the understanding of international relations is an exploration of their class dimensions. Both fundamental and subsumed class processes can exist between and thereby link two different nations. To take the example of a capitalist fundamental class process, we might consider a corporation in one country whose board of directors hired and appropriated the surplus labor of productive workers in a different country. The appropriation of such surplus labor would then occur across national boundaries. The same applies to the capitalist subsumed class process. For example, industrial capitalists in one country who appropriated surplus labor from productive workers there might then pay interest or dividends to moneylenders or shareholders in another country. Such subsumed class payments across national boundaries are components of international relations. Thus, lending in one direction between nations is a non-class process comprising international relations, while a subsumed class interest payment in the reverse direction would be a class process comprising international relations. Of course, non-capitalist as well as capitalist class processes can and do occur across national boundaries. Some examples will suggest the implications of such a Marxian class analysis of international relations. An investment bank on Wall Street lends money to an industrial capitalist in Brazil. The latter uses that money to hire Brazilian productive laborers to produce computer components which are sold in Europe. These complex relationships include and connect the capitalist fundamental class process inside Brazil, the non-class lending process between New York and Brazil, the capitalist subsumed class process, Brazilian interest to New York, the non-class process of commodity exchange, Brazil's exports. Of course, this list is partial. It does not include all of the processes involved in this example of international relations. Letters and telephone calls between New York and Brazil are international cultural processes, diplomatic maneuvers associated with the loan are international political processes, and climatic conditions affecting air travel between New York and Brazil are component international natural processes. The specify C processes chosen for the list above refill ECT the focus of Marxian theory. They also permit some distinctively Marxian conclusions about international relations. First, the three particular international FLOWS of funds in our example are not exploitative, that is, they are not appropriations of surplus value. Exploitation only occurs inside Brazil, as exploitation of Brazilians by Brazilians. Other parts of the world provide key conditions for the existence and continuation of Brazilian exploitation. By contrast, consider a situation in which a multinational industrial corporation based in Texas closes factories producing automobile components inside the United States and establishes a subsidiary in Liberia. That subsidiary hires Liberian productive laborers to produce the same automobile components to be shipped to the multinational corporation in Texas for sales throughout the United States. In this case, the multinational corporation appropriates in Texas surplus value produced in Liberia, value FLOWS internationally from the latter to the former. This capitalist fundamental class process is thus international, part of the international relations between the two countries. Likewise, the foreign investment from the multinational corporation to establish the subsidiary in Liberia was another value fluid comprising international relations. What Marxian theory highlights here are differences that exist among the class and non-class processes that constitute international FLOWS of value. The FLOW of value from Brazil to the New York Bank was a subsumed class process, while the fluid OW of value from Liberia to the United States was a fundamental class process. The international relationships in the two cases differ because the social consequences of the two different kinds of class processes differ. We can illustrate the differing social consequences by further elaborating our two examples. In the New York, Brazil case, international relations entail the support of Brazilian industrial capitalism and the sharing of its fruits between industrial capitalists in Brazil and moneylenders in the United States. In the Texas, Liberia case, international relations entail the contraction of industrial capitalism inside the United States and its expansion in Liberia. Inside all three countries, the United States, Brazil, and Liberia, there will be complex class and non-class consequences of these particular international relations with one another. Moreover, those consequences differ from those that would fluid out from international relations connected with labor migration, remittances sent home by emigrants, changing commodity imports and exports, and so on. Non-Marxian analyses that ignore or abstract from class miss the important class implications of international relations. For example, if the flat OWS of value from Brazil to the United States rise over some decades, non-Marxian observers might conclude that this is a negative sign for the development of capitalism in Brazil. They might then describe the international relationship between the two countries with adjectives such as imperialist or exploitative. For a Marxian analysis, the key question concerns the class and non-class nature of the value FLOWS within the relationship between the United States and Brazil. If those FLOWS refill ECT rising monopoly prices obtained for U.S. exports to Brazil, the negative conclusion might be warranted. However, if those FLOWS refill ECT instead rising subsumed class payments from expanding Brazilian industrial capitalists to U.S. banks, one might conclude the opposite, namely that the value FLOWS within the international relationship between the United States and Brazil are major supports for capitalist development inside Brazil. Non-Marxian approaches typically treat such FLOWS very differently. Interest FLOWS from Brazil to New York would be called payments for a service, access to loaned money. Surplus appropriated in Texas and produced in Liberia would likewise be called payments for another kind of service, return on invested capital. Such approaches remove class distinctions and indeed block out notions of class altogether. Hence, they do not ask or answer questions about the class implications of the value FLOWS within international relations. Consider a long-standing critique of the modern world's system of international relations. It explains widening gaps of wealth and income between rich, industrialized nations at the center and the peripheral, economically deprived hinterland nations. Critics denounce the unjust and one-sided pattern of net value FLOWS from periphery to center, proposing new and different international relations that would reverse the net FLOWS. Only then, they argue, could the poor nations of Asia, Africa, and Latin America finally emerge from their desperate and deteriorating social conditions. The Marxian theory developed in this book disagrees with such reasoning, while sympathizing, of course, with the goal of transforming poor nations. Redirecting international value FLOWS might not significantly change the central issue for social progress in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, the transformation of their national class structures. Even if Brazilian capitalists no longer paid interest to New York banks, that might be because Brazilian capitalists had found ways to more intensely exploit their workers and to rely on their own expanded surpluses instead of foreign loans from New York. Rising rates of Brazilian exploitation could and likely would exacerbate income and wealth inequalities inside Brazil and exercise all sorts of other negative influences on social development there in the present and future. Similarly, some non-Marxian theories of international relations take inspiration from neoclassical economists' celebration of private property and markets. They conclude that poor nations around the world should immediately remove all illegal, cultural, and political barriers to the maximum expansion of commodity trade as the solution to poverty. Drawing poor nations into a world commodity market, they argue, would bring them the benefits of prosperity and growth enjoyed by the world's rich center countries. Marxian theory recoils from such a prescription because it is class-blind. It fails to see the capitalist class structures in the center and the periphery. It therefore fails to appreciate how their interactions are major supports for social problems in both parts of the world economy and for the massive inequalities between them. Hence, extending capitalist class structures via expanding world trade would only deepen the problem. The policies needed instead, Marxian theorists argue, should aim for transformations from capitalist to non-capitalist class structures. Appendix A. Why does Marxian theory make class its entry point? In this appendix we consider a question often put to Marxists. Why do you make class your entry point rather than individual preferences and productive capabilities, macroeconomic structures and their associated rules or laws of behavior, political power, race, gender or many other possible aspects of society? While we touched on this issue earlier in this book, a fuller statement may be useful here. The answer now, as also in Marx's day, follows from what Marxists believe to be the social role of a theory. A theory invented and spread will have an impact on every other process in society. Part of that impact stems from the theory's entry point. The entry point of a theory affects society by drawing attention to it. To produce a new theory is, among other things, to focus interest on its entry point. Marxian theory has always self-consciously drawn attention and interest to the class process. Marx himself believed that his fellow revolutionists did not adequately understand class as defined and understood in relation to the social organization of the surplus. They likewise missed the importance of class processes, producing, appropriating, and distributing surpluses, both in the societies they sought to change and in those they dreamed of establishing. His theory aimed to rectify this situation, to focus attention on class and its relations to all the other, non-class aspects of society and social change. The point was not to claim that class was any more important a part of society than power, individual preferences, institutions, language, race, or gender. Rather, Marx's purpose in making class his entry point into social analyses was to remedy the ignorance and underestimation of class which, in his view, undercut the revolutionary projects he supported. In this way he added the issue of class to the agendas and strategies for change of many of his contemporaries. However, after Marx, the class issue in terms of the organization of surpluses faded among the many issues that inspired movements for social change over the decades. More recently, activists have stressed instead issues of the democratic distribution of power and of racial and gender inequalities. Movements for broad social democracy and racial and gender equality developed social theories whose entry points were power, race, and gender. Those theories focused attention on those particular aspects of society. While some of those theories were influenced by Marxian theory, they tended to substitute non-class processes for the class process as their entry points. This situation has now provoked a pendulum swing back toward a concern with class in its surplus definition and usage, lest Marx's insights be lost to the movements for social change. People have become increasingly interested in Marxian theory for reasons quite similar to Marx's original motivation in producing his theory. Yet again, another severe capitalist economic crisis that erupted in 2008 reminded millions of the risks, dangers, and problems of capitalism. Broad public interest revived in Reading. Marx and the Marxist tradition. One result of renewed attention to the Marxian tradition is greater interest in the Marxian theory presented here. It addresses the question of why class is Marxian theory's entry point by stressing the current need for those interested in social change to confront the issue of class and to incorporate it into their strategies. One set of social conditions produced Marx and the revolutionary movements of his time. Current conditions have produced a revival of interest and work in Marxian theory, and for similar basic reasons. That is why class remains Marxian theory's entry point. Appendix B. The transformation problem. As much or more than any other topic in Marxian economics, the relationship between values and prices of commodities has engaged debates among Marxist, Neoclassical, and Keynesian economists. As this book makes clear, values are central to Marxist arguments about exploitation, competition, business cycles, and most other aspects of capitalist economies. Yet Neoclassical and Keynesian economics, and thus most of the last century's discussions of economic issues, use prices, not values, in their arguments. So the question arose, are value and price theories, analyses simply different, alternative ways to understand capitalism, or is one correct and the other false? The major classical economists such as Adam Smith and David Ricardo used values in their work. Sometimes they equated values to prices and sometimes they viewed values as the average or long-term price around which daily prices fluctuated. In general, classical economists did not think the value-price relationship all that important. They focused on other topics such as how economic growth occurred, how the total output of society was divided among capitalists, workers, and landlords, why economic crises kept recurring, and so on. Marx, as a close student of Smith and Ricardo, followed them in this regard. He too relegated the value-price relationship to a secondary status, discussed in a small number of chapters in vols. 2 and 3 of his major work, Capital. What made the relationship between value and prices important was a sharp critical attack on Marxian economics by one of its opponents, the Austrian economist Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk, 1851–1914. In 1896, Bohm-Bawerk published a book attacking Marx's economics as fundamentally flawed because of its value theory. He insisted that for Marx's economics to be valid, he had to show that commodities' values stood in a clear, consistent, and fixed relationship with their prices. Values, and hence value analysis, had to be precisely and consistently transformable into prices and price analysis. Bohm-Bawerk aimed to show that Marx's own effort to transform Marx's own term in Capital, Volume 3, values into prices was logically inconsistent and flawed, thereby invalidating the totality of Marxian economics. Marxists disagreed. Most defended Marx's transformation as logical and defensible. Many debated alternative interpretations of Marx's transformation, and some argued that the bulk of Marx's critique of capitalism did not depend on the nuances of the mathematical relation between values and prices. Across the 20th century, Marxists and anti-Marxists debated what came to be known as the transformation problem. A vast literature developed, although interest has waned over the last decade. Since Neoclassical and Keynesian economists focused so much on markets and market prices, and since they disliked Marx and Marxism, they mostly embraced the idea that Marx's notion of commodity values introduced something metaphysical, unrealistic, and unnecessary, and perhaps politically motivated, into economics. So Marxists mostly defended while Neoclassical and Keynesian economists mostly attacked Marxian value theory. One position that emerged in the last generation of debates over the transformation of values into prices achieved a kind of resolution, Wolff, Kalari, and Roberts 1984. In this view, which we present below, Marxian value theory and the price theory endorsed by Neoclassical and Keynesian economists are recognized as different ways of understanding how capitalist economies work. There is no need to debate which is correct any more than there is a need to debate whether Christianity or Buddhism is correct. The better approach is to explore and learn from their differences, what each teaches and prioritizes, what each illuminates and obscures. Marx specifies the relationship between values and prices in several sections of Capital, Volume 2, and especially in the first section of Capital, Volume 3. There he introduces qualifications to the value analysis used initially to introduce many of his basic ideas in Volume 1. In that first volume, Marx presents his labor theory of value. It builds upon but also differs in important ways from the labor theories of value in Smith and Ricardo. In Marx's formulation, as we have observed in this chapter, the value of each commodity is defined as the amount of socially necessary abstract labor time, SNALT, needed to produce it. In our text example, 14 hours of labor is socially necessary to produce a chair. Marx's Volume 1 analysis entailed a simplification in order to develop the theory of surplus value central to what Marx contributed that was new and different to economics. It is a simplification because it abstracts from all the other constituent causes, determinants of a commodity's market price. It simplifies by assuming that the SNALT needed to produce the commodity is the only determinant of, and thus equal to, its price in the market. In Vols. 2 and 3, Marx can and does go beyond the initial simplifying assumption. He there shows how additional, typical aspects of capitalist economies, beyond the SNALT needed to produce commodities, also influence the market prices of commodities. In this way, Marx differentiates the earlier SNALT-defined values of commodities from their later elaboration into prices. Prices are overdetermined by many different aspects of a capitalist economy. They are not essentialistically determined by, nor are they equal to, commodity values. Consider two of many possible examples. In Volume 2, Marx shows explicitly how the differing times it takes for two different commodities to be produced and circulated, turnover times, make their prices diverge from their values. This happens when and because the two capitalist industries producing the two commodities compete. Marx shows how their competition entails changing the quantities that each industry supplies to the market until the profit rates for both industries equalize. The competition that yields equal profit rates changes commodity supplies in relation to market demands for them, which makes their prices diverge from their SNALT-defined values since the latter abstracted from, ignored, the constituent. Influence of different turnover times and interindustry competition on prices. In Volume 3, Marx likewise shows how the different compositions of capital, ratios of constant capital to the sum of constant and variable capital, in different industries interact with competition and equalizing profit rates to further differentiate commodity prices from their values. Marx's labor theory of value is not, in our reading, conceptualized as an alternative to a price theory. Rather, it is one particular way to understand the workings of capitalist economies, including the commodity prices generated in market exchanges. His labor theory of value explains and explores markets and prices in terms of their non-reductive connections to the exploitation inside capitalist enterprises that his writings stress. In Marx's view, especially in the Circuits of Capital discussion at the beginning of Volume 2, analyses of capitalist economies that do not connect markets and prices to surplus labor and production are theoretical alternatives that effectively deny the existence and relevance of exploitation. In other words, Marxian theory explains prices by a value analysis that is complex and considers many causes but prioritizes the relation of prices to exploitation. In contrast, Neoclassical and Keynesian theories explain prices as also complex but exclude exploitation and SNALT altogether from any explanatory role. Given such profoundly different theories of price, it is little wonder that Marxian theory reaches such different conclusions from those reached by Neoclassical and Keynesian theories. A final but important technical note: many 20th century discussions of the relation of Marx's values to prices turned on the mathematics of that relation. Various problems arose because analysts within and without the Marxian tradition, 1. Interpreted SNALT to be defined in purely and exclusively physical, technical labor terms, and 2. Presumed that market prices, P, were determined by values, V, in a unidirectional relationship of V right pointing arrow P. In other words, these discussions assumed that values were determined only by the physical and technical requirements to produce commodities. Using the language of traditional Marxism, values became in effect rooted in the forces of production as their essential cause. In proceeding in this essentialist way, forces of production as the ultimate cause of price, problems arose concerning the consistency of mathematical solutions, with basic propositions, in Marx's general analysis of value and surplus value. In other words, Marx's value theory became suspect, if not rejected, because of logical inconsistencies attributed to it, a serious criticism of any theory. However, starting in the mid-1980s, several Marxist researchers showed that all those consistency problems could and would be resolved if analysts proceeded differently in their initial presumptions. This new approach first appeared in Bruce Roberts' seminal work, Roberts 1981. Most important, first Roberts and then others showed that logical inconsistencies would disappear if analysts rejected essentialist reasoning and embraced instead the causal logic of overdetermination. The outline of their alternative argument follows. Commodity values, defined as before in terms of SNALT, should be understood with emphasis on SN, namely the phrase, socially necessary, That meant, to them, that the quantum of value every capitalist paid for purchased commodity inputs into production, the means of production, equaled the prices that capitalists had to pay for those inputs. Those input commodity prices defined what was socially necessary, what capitalists had to pay in the market to acquire those inputs. The value of the capitalist's outputs was thus partly determined by the prices paid for the produced commodity inputs. Returning to our example, the value of a chair was the sum of 8 hours of living labor plus the prices of these inputs. Because of well-known assumptions Marx made in Volume 3 of Capital, about capitalists located in different industries deploying differing compositions of capital and competitively seeking the highest profit rate on their capital across the economy, the prices of capitalists' purchased commodity inputs turn out to be different from their values. For example, the labor attached to the inputs no longer will be the 6 hours of other workers' past labor, as we previously specified in the text, but instead a different number. That different number will reflect the different social context considered by Marx, namely his two new assumptions in regard to differing compositions of capital and competition. Hence that new number must be added to the 8 hours of living labor to yield the new value, V, of a chair. Symbolically, the revised Volume 3 formula for the value of the commodity becomes P plus LL equals V, where P stands for the prices of the purchased inputs. Thus P stands for this new number that must be added to living labor, if capitalists are to purchase the means at what they cost in the market so as to combine them with living labor to produce outputs. Instead of the traditional one-way mathematical determination of prices by values, the new approach proceeded with a two-way mutual determination of prices by values and values by prices within the framework of prices and values as both overdetermined in this book's sense and use of that term. Technically, two related and simultaneous transformations occurred. Values were transformed into prices and prices were transformed into values P left-right arrow V, where the left-right arrow stands for the two-directional relationship. With the basic consistency issue thereby resolved, attention can return to what we think are the basic lessons taught by the transformation problem literature and debate. These lessons include, first, that Marxian theory yields a different understanding of capitalist economies, including prices, than Neoclassical and Keynesian theories do. The second lesson is that the relation among these theories is not a matter of which is right and which wrong, but rather a matter of how we will all act differently in and on our world depending on which combination, of these theories we find persuasive. The third lesson concerns recognizing that the struggles among proponents of these theories help shape our world and affect us all. Appendix C. Capitalist Competition Part 1. Consider the chair industry in which three competitive firms produce identical chairs. We start by assuming they have identical cost structures. To facilitate discussion, we also assume that 1 hour of labor is equivalent to $1. The following table lists the chair firms vertically as firms number 1, 2, and 3 and lists horizontally their respective value categories read either in dollar or labor values. Using the same numbers as presented in the text, capitalists of firm 1 purchase $6 of C, $6 of V, and appropriate $2 of S from workers employed in that firm. The same numbers apply to capitalist firms 2 and 3. We use the letter Q to denote the number 1 of chairs each produces. The letter W stands, as before, for the total value of chairs produced, which is $14 for each, and the value per unit is with Q, or in this case $14. We can call this number the amount of labor each private capitalist requires to produce one chair. Because all capitalists are assumed to be alike, it is also the average or social value per chair in this assumed competitive industry. As we will soon see, competition will produce a difference between this individual firm, S, or its private value, and the average of all firms, or social, value per unit. Other important ratios are listed horizontally to reflect the firm's respective economic performance. Their business success is measured by the value profit rate R equals S, C plus V equals 1/6. Their index of mechanization K is measured by the quantitative importance of C as a proportion of their total capital K equals C, C plus V equals 1/2, and their relative efficiency in the industry is measured by their average production cost AC equals C plus V, Q equals 12. Marx spends a good number of pages in Capital, Volume 1 explaining why mechanization, as measured by K, tends to rise in capitalist development. As we will see, one reason is competition. Capitalist CVSWQRKAC 1, 6, 6, 2, 1, 4, 1, 1, 6 and a half 12 2 6 6 2 14 1 and a sixth 1/2 12 3 6 6 2 14 1 and a sixth 1/2 12. Suppose that firm 2 raises its productivity. It now produces 2 chairs in the same labor time that formerly produced 1. As explained in the text, we assumed its capitalists hired more supervisors, managers, to gain this efficiency advantage. This one change will change everything in the industry. Firm 2 feed S capitalists have now become the least cost producer in the industry. We can easily see this by calculating the change in their average costs. Divide the same $12 of C plus V costs by 2 chairs to get the new AC of $6. In our table, then, Capitalist 2 sees its average cost, AC, drop from $12 to $6, while its competitors, AC, remains unchanged at $12. In addition, the value of a chair falls in the industry to $10.50. We calculate this new and lowered per chair value as a weighted average of the three capitalist firms' amounts of private labor times. $10.50 equals 14, 1, plus 7, 2, plus 14, 1, 4, where 4 is the new total number of chairs produced across the three producers. It is worthwhile spending a moment examining exactly what this market unit value represents. It averages together the private amounts of labor each capitalist enterprise requires to produce its chairs. Notice that Capitalist 2 Feed's business strategy has successfully reduced the amount of labor required to produce each chair from 14 to 7, while its competitors still require the same and hence more labor time to produce their chairs. The average of all producers' labor times needed per chair produced is merely the particular way that markets socialize these different private labor times. Now, when each capitalist firm sells its chairs at this new market price of $10.50, the profits realized by each capitalist enterprise are very different from what they were prior to of Capitalist 2 Feed's increase in its productivity. Consider first capitalist firms 1 and 3. They come to market expecting to sell their produced chairs at $14 per chair. That selling price would cover fully their respective costs of producing them, $12, and allow each to realize a surplus of $2 embodied in each chair. Unfortunately for them, however, their expectations are frustrated. They must sell at the new competitive per chair value of $10.50. Their frustration stems from the private action of Capitalist 2 in raising its labor productivity. That strategy reduced the market price of a chair from its previous $14 to the new $10.50. Selling their chairs at the new lower market price yields both capitalists a loss of $1.50 that threatens their ability to continue producing chairs. We show this stark result in the following second table. Not only have the expected profits of $2 per chair for Capitalist 1 and 3 disappeared, but matters are still worse. They no longer can cover their costs of doing business in this industry. While each needs $12 of sales to cover its production costs, each can sell its output only for $10.50. Yet the market loss incurred by Capitalists 1 and 3 is equal exactly to Capitalist 2 Feed's gain in profits. Let us explain. Capitalist 2 comes to market quite happy to sell each of its chairs for $7, for that is the amount of private labor it required to produce each. However, to its delight, it finds it can sell its chairs at the higher social average of $10.50 per chair. As shown in the second of our tables, it sells its 2 chairs and earns $21 in total sales revenues as against its unchanged $12 of costs. Capitalist 2 Feed's profits have soared from $2 to $9. Put differently, it has been able to reduce its average production costs proportionally more than the fall in the market price. Is there any question but that strategies to lower average costs pay off in a competitive market? Market competition results in a redistribution of value of $3.50 from each of Capitalists 1 and 3 to Capitalist 2, enabling the latter's profits to expand from $2 to $9. This difference of $7 is what Marx calls a super profit, the extra profits earned by Capitalist 2 above and beyond its unchanged surplus value of $2. It gains this $7 of super profits at the direct expense of reduced values received when Capitalists 2 and 3 sell their chairs. Part 2 following the text. Suppose that the board of directors of firm 2 decides to pursue a different strategy from that examined in part 1 above. Rather than distributing surplus to expand supervisors, the board instead distributes surplus to accumulate capital aimed at altering its system of production. Its goal is to become more mechanized, capital intensive. The board accomplishes this by buying additional machines and tools, constant capital, but without purchasing more labor power. In other words, it raises its composition of capital K. This new distributive strategy is illustrated in the following table. Their Capitalist 2 expands its constant capital from $6 to $12 without employing more workers. It thereby raises its K to 2/3. This accumulation strategy also raises its labor productivity from 1 to 2 chairs. The same number of workers as before are now equipped with more machines and tools, allowing them to produce more chairs. Average cost of production for Capitalist 2 falls to $9. Capitalist total revenue total cost profits average cost 110.512 to 1.5122 21.0129.063 10.512 to 1.512 Capitalist CVSWQKAC 1662141 1/2 12 2 12 6 222 and 2/3 9366 214 1/2 12. The new market value of a chair becomes $12. Once again, the average falls to all because Capitalist 2 found a different way to innovate and raise its productivity. The following table shows the resulting new profit position for each competing firm. Capitalist 2 earns a super profit at the direct expense of capitalists 1 and 3. Like the previous case, unless the latter respond, their continued operation is problematic. Suppose then that these capitalists do react to this threat to their continued existence. They decide to replicate the business strategy of capitalist 2. They too accumulate $6 of C, raising their composition of capital to 2/3. They too reduce their costs of production to $9. We show the new result in the following and last of our tables. Capitalist CVSWQKAC1, 126220222, 39212622022, 39312622022, 39. Clearly, this strategy for capitalists 1 and 3 has paid off. They appropriate and realize the same $2 of surplus value they had prior to the offensive action of capitalist 2. It is also true that their recovery is at the expense of capitalist 2. It no longer earns a super profit, but at least it too appropriates and realizes $2 of surplus value. However, some major changes also have occurred, and they point to one of Marx's most well-known arguments in regard to the contradictions of capitalism. On the one hand, the exchange value of shares has fallen to $10 per share. Competition has forced each and every capitalist to accumulate capital, or risk going out of business, accompanied by an increase in the composition of capital, K. The social result of these competitive actions on the part of all capitalists is to make more wealth available at more affordable prices for the citizens of capitalism. The capitalist economy delivers 6 rather than 3 shares at $10 rather than $12 per share. Posed in terms of traditional Marxism, capitalist competition helps develop the forces of production, enabling more wealth to be forthcoming. This example reflects the actual history of just about every kind of capitalist commodity, from food to housing to shoes to cars to electronics. In each, interacting capitalist competition and accumulation has resulted in historic decreases in average costs of production and values per unit. On the other hand, a new and serious problem arises. If we look back at the last table for a moment, we can see that the value profit rate also falls for each and every capitalist from its initial rate of 1/6 to its new rate of 1/9. In other words, to receive the same surplus value of $2 as before, each capitalist now requires more capital, $18 rather than $12, to be advanced. This fall in the return on capital can discourage capitalist total revenue total cost profits 1,12120, 2,24, 1,863, 1,2120. Profit-oriented capitalists and lead them to reduce their subsumed class expenditures, actually reduce their rate of expansion, and hence cause a recession or even depression. Reacting to a lower profit rate, they contract new capital accumulation and other distributions to managers, research and development, borrowings, dividends, etc. As the effects of reduced business expenditures flow throughout the economy, unemployed labor and unused means of production arise. Besides lost jobs and excess industrial capacity, the loss to society is potential wealth that could have been produced if not for the fall in the profit rate. Marx concludes that capitalist competition is inherently contradictory. The interaction between capital accumulation and markets leads to more wealth produced, more shares in the expansion, followed by less wealth, fewer shares in the contraction. As we see, these are not independent events, rather, they are both integral parts of how capitalism functions. Appendix D. Rising exploitation with rising real wages. Recall the earlier equation for the value of labor power. V equals E dot operator Q. Let us now calculate what portion of the change in V is accounted for by changes in each of the two factors on the right-hand side of this equation. First, there is the change in the per unit value of wage commodities multiplied by the initial standard of living, delta E dot operator Q. Second, there is the change in the standard of living multiplied by the initial per unit value of the wage commodities, delta Q dot operator E. Adding both changes, we derive the change in V. Delta V equals delta E dot operator Q plus delta Q dot operator E. We may rewrite this equation in terms of percentage rates of change. Delta 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 V VEEQQ equals plus. It follows that a 10% decline in the value of labor power, delta V, and a simultaneous 20% decline in unit values of wage goods, delta E, would equal a 10% rise in real wages, delta Q.